日の ALGS ファイナルはヴィンス・ザンダラさんに捧げます。Today's ALGS finals are dedicated to Vince Zandahella.
ALGS Championship in Sapporo, Japan. Yeah, 頭がいっぱいその場しのぎじゃべ現実世界を生きる想像してわけまね大人って何考えさせられる毎日けどあまり意味はないらしいな頭がいっぱいでもお前はお前でお金じゃ買えない大事なものいっぱい当たり前だって思ってたことが今になって曲がって見えるイマジン Feel を大事に生きるメロ目の前には緑の竜また目開くため目を閉じる瞑想このコントローラーに会いに行って愛に気づく軽快な踊り子俺は惚れ込みまた虜になるもん俺はしょうもねえ男だから結果を残す But my life is real oh yo your life is real マジでペン先で夢の先をつなぎ合わせる人生先生マジでやっぱあんただけてる広範囲に飛ばす電波ビンビン高いところから見ている道ジャスティスとか言ってるから悪役も生まれる世界は矛盾が矛盾を生んではどっかで誰か泣いてる二の国作ろうぜ ALGS 頭がいっぱいその場しのぎじゃで現実世界を生きる想像してわげまね大人って何考えさせられる毎日でもあんまり意味はね今日は最高の戦いにしよう頭がいっぱいでもお前はお前でいいお金じゃ買えない大事なものいっぱい当たり前だって思ってたことが今になって曲がって見えるイマジン一回きりならこの人生 crazy になるまで求められない breaking 頭では理解してるけども戻れない今しかないこの世界で making Yo 昨日までは死んだような顔で manage でも思い出す世界は still crazy この地球のどっかでまた会いましょう南の島のブレイメン一回きりならこの人生 crazy になるまで求められない breaking 頭では理解してるけども戻れない今しかないこの世界で making Yo 昨日までは死んだような顔で manage でも思い出す世界は still crazy この地球のどっかでまた会えるなら baby 南の島のブレイメン
いやー調子はどうだ札幌おっと今日は俺のために本当に素敵なメンバーが集まってるみたいだな特にそこの君イケてるなそろそろどこでしたったんだスタイリストといい勝負してるぜさてさて ご機嫌麗しゅう皆様、今日は本当にスペシャルな日だぜ。そう今日は ALGS、 ここに来てくれたみんなまさに最高のゲストだ。そして俺、本日の盛り上げ役、この会場を最高に熱くする男、空前絶後超絶怒涛のレジェンド、ミラージュだ。
そうね、ミラージュ、盛り上げ担当っていうか、なんていうか、やりすぎ担当っていうのかしら。
あまり褒めない方がいい。調子に乗るだけだ。
クリプちゃんよ、ファンが俺らのこのライバル関係大好きなのは分かってるぜ。みんなファンアートありがとう。でもお前が怒ってる本当の理由は、俺が応援してる ALGS のチームが勝ったからだろ。北米チーム最高だ。
このドア方面、いつのこと話してるんだ。それは前々回のチームだろうが。
そうよ、前の大会で勝ったのはヨーロッパよ。
俺は何でもお見通しだ。次のチャンピオンチーム、目の前の最高のファンたちが知ってるだろうな。
最高のファン？まあそうかもな。でもそこの君、スマホいじってなんかしちゃったり。おっと、撮影中？見とけよ、インスタ用のサービスショットだ。この笑顔 LINE のスタンプにもしとけや。
あ、見て、ミラージュよりすごい人が登場したわ。オズワルドさん、ステージを思いっきり盛り上げてちょうだい。
狙いを定めるこの際、少しの先にある未来、Eyes on the fire、冷えたそうお前らが火をつけな。導かれた島国さ、俺たちのジパングに集うそうじゃ獣の目をした奴らはハングリー。北の風デジタルスノー、光のらせ飛び交う今日、眠れない昨日の俺、今このステージに立ってショー。あの日の俺の負けがトリガー、力をつけた今レスポンス、全てひっくり返す時が来たぜ、それはまさに今。飛び出すジャンパー I feel like I'm Liam on a gunshot I get the middle trigger finger I feel like okay Now Liam on a gunshot I get the middle trigger finger I feel like okay Now Liam on a gunshot I get the middle trigger finger Simmer up Simmer up Sapporo Simmer up Simmer up Get the melody トップスピード俺の足だかロボティック夢に見てた俺は奥さんバチャルの中飛び跳ねまるでヒップホップドリーム寝で定めるワンハネまるでミリオンバラリルのように高く積んでいくまたたくまに宝み仲間とティーン誰かじゃなく俺とビーフ昨日は負け犬今日はチャンプ取りに来たぜキンそれは己に肩明かしなんだ Keep doing my thing 18金光るリンこの汗がブリンブリン飛び出すジャンパー LGS いけますか Show me your hands up I get the middle trigger finger I get the middle trigger finger I feel like an octane with a home on it I get the middle trigger finger Sim up Get the middle trigger finger up Simmer up I get the middle trigger finger Get the middle trigger finger up Sim up Sim up ALGS 札幌今日の熱い戦いをみんなで応援しましょうありがとう
今のパフォーマンス本当に最高だったなオズワルド みんな完全に君の虜だぜ。さてさて、俺の愛しいご友人たち、レジェンド諸君、そしてその他ご意向、発表の時間だ。で、あれ、トロフィーどこ行った？この辺にあったと思ったんだが。
実はトロフィーの紹介は私が最適任だと思うの。私の地元札幌と ALGS イヤー5チャンピオンシップへようこそ。今日を勝ち抜いたチームには最高の栄光が待っているよ。
작년에 챔피언십 할 때는 결승도 못 가서 되게 분해가지고 좀 울었던 기억이 있는데
Our drive to win is just unparalleled compared to everyone else. You know, I think it's our tournament to lose.
It takes confidence to win, and if you do that, you can win it all.
I love the atmosphere of the crowd. These many people, they bring the hype. It makes us energized.
이번 트로피에는 반드시 제 지문이 묻힐 것입니다.
皆様こんにちは。 ALGS Year 5 Championship Match Point Finals へようこそ。 Hello everyone and welcome to the ALGS Year 5 Championship Sunday. My name is Reinhardt and I'm joined by 平岩さん。平岩さんと一緒に全てのチームを温かくお迎えするのを手伝ってくれるのでよろしくお願いします。
はい、平岩康介です。よろしくお願いします。盛り上がってますか、札幌。
皆様楽しんでますか？皆様楽しんでますか？
さあこれから世界最高の60人が入場します。世界最高の歓声で皆さん迎えてあげてください。
On that note, let's get the first team out here and get the show on the road. まずはタイからやってまいりましてこの3人 representing the SEA region. Give it up. 5 Fears の入場です。
日本のチーム名を冠したアメリカの強豪、決勝常連のノックド、ドロップドがキーオンを引っ張ります。 From the United States of America, Grow Gaming!
北米地域からやってまいりまして、ただいまクレイジーシーズの入場です。 All the way from North America, it's time, because they aren't raccoons and there aren't 100 of them, but they are the Crazy Thieves.
ベテラン3人を擁するアメリカの U、 ファン FPS は自身のキャリアハイ世界準優勝を超えられるか。 From America's Oblivion!
去年よく見た名前ですけれども、優勝できたのですが、ただいま Go Next の入場です。 We've seen this name many times last year. They were the champions. This org will want to double up on their victories. Let's welcome out Team Go Next!
世界最強のハヤブサ軍団全員が12大会連続出場。皇帝インペリアル・ハルが狙うのは世界最多4度目の世界一。 Ladies and gentlemen, ALGS Open Champion Team Falcons!
北米地域から勝つことしか知らない若者たち、 NA からやってまいりまして、 Shopify Rebellion の入場です。 All the way from North America, these young guns know nothing but victory and won't allow anything to stand in their way. It's time for Shopify Rebellion!
オーストラリアの3人、シャーキーは初代世界王者、唯一の世界大会連覇メンバーです。三度の栄冠なるか。 From APAC South, Soul Esports!
北米地域から名乗るザ・ピープルズ・チャンプというホットドッグマフィアの入場です。 We know them, we love them, we call them the People's Champ. They are indeed the Hot Dog Mafia!
パジャマをまとった忍者たち、競技経験はまだ長くないものの EWC では3位入賞。クレフ、マクロビン、ベイン From the United States of America, Ninjas in Pajamas!
続いては SPI e スポーツの入場でございます。 from the APAC North region. It's time to bring out the ones, the only, the electrifying SBI Esports.
ジェントとドゥープレックス2人のベテランが迎えたのは18歳のパニック。生まれ変わった新時代の TSM 世界奪還なるか。 From Americas TSM。
北米地域からこのあんまり甘く見ない方がいいベテランたちがバータースプロの入場です。 The overperforming but underrated veterans, it's time to bring to the stage none other than Virtus Pro.
勢いのある APAC サウスの覇者、史上初東南アジアに優勝トロフィーを持ち帰ることができるか。タイが生んだ強烈火力 From APAC South ALGS Year。
北米地域からいよいよバモスレガシーが言う時がやってまいりました。レガシーの入場です。 It's time for the one and only speech. We love to hear it. Vamos Legacy.
ヨーロッパの軍師ハーキス12大会連続の決勝進出。残るは優勝の2文字だけ。無冠の帝王12度目の挑戦。エフェクトアンラッキーハーキス from Europe。
続いてユーロッパ地域からまたすごく面白いチームなのでグリムリーパーっていうセリフがあってスーパーノーバの入場でございます。 The team that houses the Grim Reaper, the absolutely phenomenally funny Supernova。
ひたむきにただひたすらに努力を重ねここまで最多の5チャンピオン。偉大な先人たちに続き再び韓国に優勝トロフィーを持ち帰れるか。 APAC ノース代表エンターフォース36。
札幌の皆様、日本からこれから上がっていく強さがとんでもない強さのチームでございます。皆様アンリミットでございます。 From Japan, the team that know nothing but victory as well will not let anything stand in their path. They have grown from strength to strength. It's time to meet Team Unlimited.
苦しかった。それでもまたここまで戻ってきた。さあ日本の悲願世界一へ。リブレースカーネル・ガルシア行かく From Japan クナテ
マッチポイントファイナルズに参加するすべてのチームです。このチームの一人が ALGS Year 5王者となります。手伝ってくれて本当にありがとうございます。決勝の方はどうでしょうか。
昨年はね、最後にこの札幌で GO!NEXT が大きな歓声を浴びました。今年はどんなドラマが生まれるか、最後まで皆さん最高の声援で日本の熱さ世界に届けましょう。よろしくお願いします。
So that's all the 20 teams that will be taking part in today's match point finals, and one of them is going to be your ALGS Year 5 champions. Who's it going to be? Well, I guess that's your $2 million question. 札幌の皆様、これから行う決勝の試合を見る心の準備はできていますか？まだまだですね、まだまだですね。札幌の皆様、これから行う決勝の試合を見る心の準備はできていますか？
足りないぞ、もっと出せよ。世界大会だぞ。
With that said, let's kick it back to the desk and get the show on the road. Take it away.
Well, if you hear rumbling in Hokkaido, it's not thunder. It's not an earthquake. It's the fans at the Sapporo House Premise Dome screaming at the top of their lungs for Fnatic and Unlimit and the APAC North home teams who they want to bring home a championship for the very first time in the ALGS. And what a moment. What a place to do it. This is the thing that these players work all year for, and we are at the precipice of greatness for one of our 20 teams who have made it through the gauntlet of the last 4 days to participate in the elusive, the exclusive match point finals. We win or we go again today, so buckle up. It's going to be a fun ride. Welcome to the desk here as we get the show started today. What an electrifying start. Oz World, we've got VTubers all across, and those flags, man, that was pretty awesome. My name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by amazing compatriots to fill out the show and kick us off with the storylines that matter most. Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jayhawk, all talents in their own right. What a pleasure it is to have you joining us here from Sapporo at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, Lauren, talk to me a little bit about what this stadium feels like, because it's easy to see it on the screen, but when you're here, it's a different beast when those APAC North teams come out.
I mean, the fact that we are sold out yet again with even more people this time around for Champs here in Sapporo, Japan, it is electric, literally. I was just talking to Gaston about it while we were watching all of those opening performances, the walkouts by all of our players, already starting to get emotional. We haven't even started the matches, so I'm in trouble. I already know I am.
It's just a special feeling, that tape roll snipe, and you see the hands reaching out for the trophy. There's something very, I think, representative of what each one of these teams is trying to do. It's so close. What's going to be the difference in the team that grabs it today?
Yeah, I mean, we could see when the players were walking out, some of them were all smiles, just soaking it in with the crowd and embracing it. Other people were just straight-faced, ready to get on that stage and get to work. And honestly, just being there before and just soaking all that in with the crowd. When you're on that stage, you have your headphones on and you're really not aware of everything that's happening around you. But when you hear this crowd erupt when you're walking out, that's when you're like, oh my gosh, this is the moment that we prepared for. The nerves might be there, but as soon as that first game starts, you know the practice has been put in. It's time to get to work.
Jayhawk, this has been a tournament that might have been the most even across all regions that we've seen in ALGS history. Coming into today, there are still some favorites, but the stories are everywhere, from the teams that barely made it in to the hot dog mafias, all the way up to the top with the Falcons and Alliance here. It's anybody's tournament.
Absolutely. You cannot fall asleep at the wheel. I mean, listen, Liquid, VK Gaming, these are teams that have champions and they didn't make it here. And so that just goes to show how brutal this tournament has been. One of the most competitive events we've ever seen, like you said. And I think that every single set we've seen so far, there hasn't been one team that dominated all 6 games, outside of maybe that first Falcon set in group stage. But even they showed weaknesses at some point on certain maps. And so I really think we're in for an incredibly competitive set. I feel like this one might go the distance.
If you've been watching over the last 4 days, you've seen these teams on their journeys, but maybe you're just catching up with us. Maybe you haven't seen ALGS for a while. Let's introduce you to the teams who have made it to match point finals. We call it Championship Sunday. Either way you want to slice it, it's the best day of esports anywhere, in my opinion. Alliance, a top team who's won already but has yet to win in the ALGS official format. They're looking for their first here, and a championship trophy would go again to Europe if they were able to do that, with Go Next being our winners. Falcons also, so much from the super team. It's split up. It's Hal's big chance to claim supremacy as the best IGL ever in Apex Legends history. But let's see what these teams are fighting for. Alongside the big names, there are some names that got in here and are just happy to be playing. We talked with Rambo on Hot Dog Mafia. Still kind of a dream, Lauren. I said anything can happen. He relaxed a little bit, but he couldn't relax too much knowing that first place has $600,000 to his name if he can take it.
Literally life-changing amounts of money on the line for these teams. And you notice everybody's getting paid all the way down to 30th, but we're already, we're in the top 20 now.
Yeah.
So some of those squads have gotten what they're looking for, and the top 20 are still fighting to get that lion's share.
It's such a big moment for these teams. It goes deeper than just the money snipe. There is something that these teams fight for that is personal. We've seen so many personal stories from Virtus Pro and Lou talking about losing his father and doing this for him, a moment to seize an opportunity that would claim, yes, the victory, yes, the title, but also almost close a loop inside of him that he mentioned has been open since that moment. It's very special to be able to play on the stage.
Yeah, we've talked to a lot of players so far that, they have other reasons that they're playing for. We've talked to Rambo, who opened up a little bit. We had Lou, who opened up, and they're dedicating these to their father. And then you have a lot of these Japanese teams that are playing for their whole country. So honestly, this isn't just for the win or just for the money or anything like that. There's so much pride in just the ability to say you are the best, that you accomplished one of your dreams, not just for yourself, but even dedicating to someone else. That is just something that you can't really grasp unless you are in that position.
It's such a special place, and I always try to take note of it, and around the atmosphere here in the Sapporo Dome, it's impossible not to. However, I want to start shifting gears towards the teams that, if you've seen the ALGS before, you probably have heard their name. Lauren, I want to talk about Alliance, because this is a team that no matter what has represented EMEA and has done it so well. They're a LAN winner in their own right, but not with the official ALGS. Hockey's is looking to do that differently today.
Yeah, and I think that we've gotten to the point where we can't have a LAN without Alliance. They have been representing EMEA for so long at this point. And now, like you mentioned, they're looking for that official trophy, that official title under their belt. They were able to get second at the Open this year, but then fell off a little bit with that 11th place finish at the mid-season playoffs. And for Alliance, that's really good for some teams. For Alliance, that's not what they want. They know that they can bring home that trophy. And when you look at their team, okay, like you said, you've got Hackis in here, you've got Effect, and you have Unlucky. Not only do most teams pray to have two Slayers as good as Effect and Unlucky, but you're still getting that firing power out of Hackis as well. While the IGLing is happening, they are an indomitable force in this lobby. They come out of winners in 6th place, so they have a decent spot when it comes to that POI draft. And when you see where they ended up, they are looking pretty comfortable across the board on all of these maps. And I am so excited to see, is this their LAN? Is this when they can finally do it?
This is the big question, but comfort is something Hockey leans into. We asked, what are you going to change? He said, more the same. He's played with these guys for so long, and not only that, one of the longest standing relationships between an IGL and an org in ALGS history. Alliance getting this championship win would mean so much for not only their org legacy, but Hockey's as well. Jayhawk, I want to pivot towards a team from APAC who has kind of been the storyline for us, because ALGS and Apex Competitive has shifted to a controller, almost dominant esport, and now you see a team that's dominating in their own way. 3 mouse and keyboard players, basically one of the biggest threats in this lobby.
Absolutely. We're talking about Gen G from APAC South. And listen, APAC South, the one region that really says, we don't care about aim assist, we're not here for the controllers, we've got the triple M&K demons. And I feel like that word demon really encapsulates Gen G, because this is the roster that is going to haunt a lot of our teams out on the edge. When you run into Gen G, you don't know what's going to happen, because they are pure chaos. Everybody's playing Newcastle. They're not going to be. They're playing Mad Maggie, Crypto, Bangalore from game 1. I'm interested to see how they're going to adjust this lobby once Bang and Maggie eventually get banned if we do go long. But what I know is that they're going to be running teams down. At the same time, they've been known for being chaotic, but recently this year, we've seen that chaos become a little bit more controlled, because I think they realized when I get in that match point lobby and I'm against the best teams, the Falcons, the Alliance, I can't win doing that, because oftentimes when you try to fight too many teams, at some point somebody's going to catch your number. And so they've realized if we want to make it to endgame, sometimes we need to be fighting for positioning instead of for the KP. And once they get past that 50-point threshold, I think maybe that's where we'll see that switch. At the same time, though, they have to stay true to themselves. So we're going to see that aggressiveness throughout the rest of the lobby.
And aggressiveness is the name of the game. There's a lot of teams, Unlimit we'll talk about a little bit later, but APAC North favorites who love to fight. But of course, that can have its own problems. A team, though, that when they fight feels like each and every one of them are operating almost as if they've already got the AI plug-in that I'm sure humans will get in like 20 years by now. They're doing it so efficiently, and they've been doing it all tournament. They're favorites for a reason. One of the most winning, basically the most winning IGL player, and almost the most kills, over 2,000 with just 8 kills. He'll probably pass that mark today. Imperial Hal, and of course the Falcons snipe down.
Yeah, I mean, what can't you say about this roster? This is by far the most accomplished team. We have Hal retaking the IGL role. This man, it just feels like he's always breaking some sort of record. So we talked about 8 kills to get to 2,000. Not only that, this is an event where they are first place in the pool, in the bracket play going into this. No team has ever won an event being in first place. I would not be surprised to see them take home the trophy here and break that record as well. This is a team that won New Orleans. They got 3rd last champs. And we talk about a roster that has been so consistent, it doesn't even matter if they come out strong. We've seen what they can do even when they get behind. There was an event where they were so far behind, everyone was counting them out. They won back-to-back-to-back games to bring home that championship. So when we talk about composure, teams that have been here before that are able to take in that pressure, know exactly what they have to do, this is them. And it feels like Hal is one of those people that's just kind of grabbing teammates. You know, he got Waltzy that first win at the last event. Guild doesn't have a tournament win under his belt. If he gets a win here, it's just he's just kind of collecting teammates, handing out trophies to anyone he can. But I mean, this is one of those events where Falcons can solidify themselves, and Hal specifically can solidify himself as just the greatest of all time. No one even in a close realm of what they are at, and it's going to be exciting to see if they can continue that momentum leading into this finals.
You also talked about first, not coming out of first place and winning. We haven't had that in the ALGS. We also haven't had somebody come from losers and win, which is what Falcons did in the Open.
Yeah,
so
another one.
Hal told us on the desk yesterday, he said, we did something that was not done before. Why not tomorrow? However, he wouldn't tell us where he was landing, so he does want to keep a couple of secrets, a couple of things close to his chest. We'll find out in just a moment. I mean, all of these players kind of have bounced back and forth, especially the 3 that you mentioned as North American Titans, different rosters with different teams from Moist to, we had Timmy up here and Gildersons and Waltzy was someone he had played with in different iterations of his team. The other team that I think is the biggest story here in terms of players who want a championship to move up, not just in terms of the respect that they have, because they're all very well respected, but in terms of like kind of scaling the mountain. Finding it that this could be the moment that they push past all the things that have gotten in their way. And of course, I'm talking about Crazy Thieves. Jen Burton won a title with Zero and is no longer a part of that team. Phony won a title with Zainu and Koifel, no longer a part of that team. Left for Empty. Empty now on Virtus Pro. Verls, obviously, we know him from TSM, playing with Hal and Reps and figuring out a way to almost create another version of that TSM dynasty. But now they're all together without a win in this roster. And the storyline is, can they come together, the whole become greater than the sum of its parts, and find a way to get over that final ledge, to scale the mountain officially, and to claim victory, not just as discarded players, which is a tough way to put it, but as a new collective unit that is stronger than they have ever been before. This storyline is really interesting, and I got to also shout out Papa Jen Burton, who is at every single event. I don't think Mama's here this time around, but I know she's watching, so big shout out to you. It's a family affair for the Verholst, the Jen Burtons family as well, and of course, I'm sure Phony's got some love over here. I saw his sister at one of the events at the Open, so it's always great to see how that impacts things, Lauren. And I know that this is just the top of it. These teams have so much to give when it comes to motivation.
Absolutely. We talk about how important a support system is, and the fact that we have players who have that consistent support system at every LAN is just that little extra boost that you need going into something as stressful as competing on this type of a stage.
Absolutely. Jayhawk, I want to finish out this kind of overview of a team in a region we can't ignore, which is APAC North. And Unlimit, they got basically the second biggest yells outside of Fnatic. This is a team that you've had your eye on the entire tournament.
Absolutely. Listen, these other 4 teams, a lot of experience. They have a rich history in the ALGS. This Unlimit team burst onto the scene in an incredibly explosive fashion at the ALGS Open. Snipe has talked about it a couple times. That 4K20 bomb that Yulari Man dropped, the word spread quickly about this kid's name, and he continued to do it. I mean, they made the finals of that LAN. The problem was they had a little bit of a bump in the road at the midseason playoffs, placing 36th, and so there was a lot of question marks. Now, they've answered some of those with the win in Pro League, but there's still question marks because in the winner's bracket, we saw them struggle against some of those best teams in the world. They had a big bounce back in the final 3 games of Elim Round 2 last night, and I think the key difference there was, and I talked about this with Genji, the lesson on the edge. You're not fighting for kill points, you're fighting for positioning. They have to realize what the God spots are, and that's where they need to be going after. If they can do that, we could see this crowd going crazy with an Unlimit win.
I mean, I think that's going to be another factor. The fact that there's so much support from APAC North Snipe Down, it is going to, like we almost saw with Unlimit, get a big win at the top of the day, go almost 19th, 18th, 12th, whatever, then get a big win at the end of the day. That's enough in a match point finals as long as you cross over 50 to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, having that lackluster, winner's bracket and then heading out and immediately bouncing back and dropping the game. I mean, to have 3 bad games in a row, I mean, they had 3 points going into the final 3 games and just thinking backs against the wall. We've done it. They won Pro League, so they know how to do it. They had the bad performance like you mentioned as well, but to have those back-to-back perfect games, I think it was a first, second, and a third, to carry that over, to hear the crowd. There's a quote, I believe, where it's like, if you are prepared, you don't feel anxious because you know that you've put in the work and put in the effort. You can soak it all in. Yeah. Nervous might not be the word. Anxious is kind of good sometimes, but nerves are not there if you know you've put in the work and you put in the talent. Yeah. And every single one of those players on that roster have all of that, and it's going to be exciting. If they come out strong, watch out.
This is going to be a fun time. And, of course, we haven't even mentioned the teams like Shopify Rebellion. We've got Legacy, who are no longer carrying the Team Liquid banner but find themselves yet again in a finals. What a story that would be if they get over the precipice this time around, and more that we will uncover as the games begin to start. And speaking of that, we've got our votes for who we think as a talent team is going to take the victory. We have a lot of fun with this. Falcons seems to be the choice for most of us here, but there's an alliance out there, Lauren. Oblivion from Dan, just trying to catch up. Oblivion, maybe they can score 300 points today.
I love that out of Dan.
I love that out of Dan, too. I mean, he's just going for it.
Mon's got the crowd support as well. In the walkouts, we heard that.
Of course, Dia with Unlimit, he said nobody pick him, and I think that's okay. A team that obviously can score a lot. Hot Dog Mafia from Tiff, Shopify Rebellion from Jayhawk.
Thanks, Snipe.
And, of course, Team Falcons from Reddit. So, Reddit, you're doing pretty well, actually. You won't beat Snipe because he's already got more points than you. But this is a good pick, and Snipe, I think I'm with you there. I think Falcons might end up taking this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Falcons are definitely the favorites, but like I said, I am a sub on the Crazy Thieves roster, so if they do somehow, pull out a W here, I could somehow sneak into a little bit of a
Snipe, a LAN champion.
I'll be greedy. Yeah, Phony and I, we got some history, so it would be a good way to close that out.
Okay, well, we'll find out if Snipe gets a fake ring after this. But we do have to shout out our social team and the amazing way to keep track of the ALGS. Go to twitch.tv/PlayApex to watch, and of course, Play Apex Esports. You can find us on X, on YouTube, on Instagram, and on TikTok. It's a great way to stay in touch with all that we are doing. And, of course, doing is the most important thing. We've talked about it. It's kind of time to set it up. Let's bring in our casters here. Game 1 is close to being underway, and we've got the dynamic duo ready to start us off. Of course, it is Onset and Gaskin.
Thank you very much, Rain. Thank you, everyone on the desk, and thank you to everybody that has made it to Sapporo. It is packed in here, Dan. There is barely a place to stand, let alone sit, and we are now moments away from one of the greatest spectacles in all of esports. Match Point Finals is here. 20 teams with a chance at glory.
A chance to cement yourself in esports history. I've already cried twice today, so who knows how much I will going forward. The crowd is insane. This arena is unbelievable. And these players are living in what will be, I'm sure, a memory they will remember for the rest of their lives. But can they seize the moment and become a champion here in Sapporo?
I mean, so many different stories that weave together beautifully, and so many teams, players, and moments that I'm sure we will be talking about for such a long time once the final bullet has been fired. And speaking of where those bullets will be fired, we are starting things off today on Storm Point. Let's have a look at our POI draft.
And of course, the POI draft, very interesting here in the grand finals. We drafted all 4 maps last night, but it was depending on where you finished in that winner's bracket. If you finished 6, if you came from the elimination bracket, you would be 11th through 20th, and that is for every single map. So for Falcons example, they would draft first every single time, each time we got through on these maps. Now, we are going to see Falcons at Echo HQ as their pick when it comes to this one, where we're going to see like Enter Force 36 at Barometer though. They prioritize Storm Point. You've got Virtus Pro down at Cenote Cave, Gen G at Lightning Rod. This is going to be a banger.
And Alliance have all of Northpad and Trident to themselves. Now then, everybody, wherever you're watching across the globe, if you're up early, if you're up late, or maybe you've just made yourself some breakfast, whatever it is, welcome to the ALGS Championships. Welcome to Match Point Finals, and welcome to match number 1. It is our pleasure to talk you through it. We're live, and it's time for some Storm Point.
And as usual, 19 Newcastles, 19 Caustics. It is dominating this lobby when it comes to legend selection, but we'll have to find out which one is going to be banned going into match 2. But that is the most Newcastles and Caustics we've seen so far this tournament. The whole lobby in agreement of what the meta is here in match 1. 15 Valkyries as well. The local hometown heroes of Fnatic is where we're going to have a little check-in to start things off here today. They made it to the grand finals. That was their aim. That was what they wanted. But now, can they go that one step further?
I mean, it would be an absolute dream to do it in front of this crowd, in front of your home crowd, where everybody is just willing them to perform and put in a performance that will be remembered for such a long time. Now, let's talk about where we're going. If you're coming into a Match Point Finals day and you're getting into map number 1, you are hoping, you are praying for a zone. If you're Ender Force 36, your prayers have been answered. We're going down to Barometer, as you can see on your map overhead right now.
And I was just saying, they prioritized this map on their picks. They wanted Storm Point, they wanted Barometer as their first and foremost position to play, and they have been rewarded for it. You could not ask for more, but that does mean people are going to be joining you very quickly, so you need to be aware of it. You need to be looting quickly. The real question is, do they even know yet? Have they been able to hit a ring console themselves? We don't know right now just because their names are covering it, but yes, I can see a ring console in the area, so they should have had that information, at least a survey beacon, to get some when teams are going to join them as well. But Grow Gaming, TSM already moving fast. Virtus Pro had a ring console as well. Hot Dog Mafia are going to move past them here.
Team Falcons also at Echo HQ had a ring console. Their start, their wrap towards the southern side of Barometer, as we see a little bit of early fighting actually going on already. The man who was dressed as a hot dog just a few moments ago is now having to try and survive, and it's going to be VP, who are on the other side of this. Lou gets the first knock.
That's the Newcastle going down. That's never good as well, and that means that they're going to try and capitalize. As soon as you see a Newcastle go down, you try and push, but it is going to be a trade, 1-for-1.
Slayer, who had a phenomenal group stage performance. Some of the biggest kill numbers that we saw throughout the entire tournament in that particular round. He's going to have to do something similar here. Rambo has been finished off, so First Pro will be able to reset here, and the 2v2 becomes a 3v2, and Skittlecakes and Albrelelli will have to hold it.
Very difficult to hold as well, and there might be a choice of trying to escape potentially, but it looks like VP maybe are just going to leave this one for now. Retreat and say perhaps this is job done. This is not worth overextending for. Potentially going to create a lot of noise in this area, and other teams might join.
Yeah, knowing this is pretty close to a lot of teams pathing towards where Barometer and this end zone is going to be, probably a pretty smart idea, especially in game number 1. Smart ideas, though, is not being on your back and not being finished, and unfortunately for Colonel Garcia, he is going to fall victim here. Fnatic in a little bit of a precarious situation in game number 1. Oblivion are the ones who are doing the damage.
Yeah, a lot of teams running into trouble in their rotation, trying to force their way into center Barometer as quickly as possible. But just as we saw yesterday in the winner's bracket, these early fights prove pivotal. They could be the difference maker from, you know, just finishing with a couple of points or actually winning the entire game. Some of these positions are absolutely massive.
Yuka on the Valkyrie alongside Libelace on the Caustic. Will have to find a way to get Colonel Garcia back into this game. The one thing that they do have, of course, is a mobile respawn beacon. They also have his banner, so they're going to be able to get him back in pretty quickly. Elsewhere, you can see that Hot Dog Mafia and Skittlecakes are essentially doing like for like. They are trying to respawn their teammate, and everyone will be back up to 3s if they can do this successfully.
Now, the best performing teams from this tournament so far on Storm Point, Gen G and Falcons are up there. They have been the 2 best teams so far, and if they can find that same kind of form, has same kind of averages across games of 10+ points per Storm Point match. It would be the perfect way to start things off here for their chances in Match Point finals.
I was about to say, I'm waiting for the roar and just to see how locked in this crowd is for Fnatic to get a respawn, let alone a kill, let alone a squad wipe. So that's going to be a lot of fun to listen to throughout today's action. Go next, take it to the skies, and landing on the sands. They're going to get that castle wall down, and this is where they're going to try and rotate, or maybe play for a little bit longer.
And a circle like this, it does benefit the teams that have opted to go for the Newcastle, and that is 19 of them. But of course, you have a team like Gen G, for example, who are running a more aggressive composition, may struggle a little bit to get into this zone and actually be able to hunker down. So instead, they're probably going to look to try and be aggressive and push other teams when they get the chance to do so, and maybe take some of those more kind of covered areas that are available in this circle.
Nice shot coming in from Henchman with the triple takes, going to get a little shield crack. One thing that Gen G won't be able to do is be anonymous in this lobby. When you're looking at compositions, Caustic Newcastle +1, essentially for everyone it looks like in this lobby, apart from Gen G. Gen G, no Caustic, no Newcastle, Bangalore, Crypto, and Mad Maggie. If you see any of those legends in a composition, you know Gen G are pretty close, and they're more than likely going to fight you.
Yeah, it's the only Crypto, Bang, and Mad Maggie in the lobby. Otherwise, people are running Alta or Valkyrie. Like I said, this is the kind of most agreed upon meta that we've seen so far in this tournament, but that will change as we go into Game 2, and either Newcastle or Caustic are banned, depending on what happens. Most likely it will come down to a coin flip, with it being so many of them featuring here in this lobby. But speaking of Gen G, on the journey they go, and perhaps just on the hunt to try and get a little bit of extra Evo here before then moving in and hunting down some of their enemies.
On a Salt Pill, they're also going to be out of the survey beacon in a few moments' time as well, the path that they've decided to take. I'm interested to actually see where this barometer zone does go, because there's a lot of different options when you come to barometers. A lot of times you see it pull down to that extreme southern side where there's very few buildings to play, and it can even pull out into the watery depths, which is, I mean, almost impossible to play for a lot of people unless you have Newcastle in the composition. Now, the fact that this zone could potentially go there, and it's a game #1, does make it a little bit more playable. However, we also see some zones pull out a little bit closer to the left up on that high ground. You see them pull towards where Legacy are currently set up as well. It's a very interesting one, and if you are able to have Valkyrie in your composition, play for a late ring console, then maybe you're going to be able to get ahead of a lot of traffic that has to shift. So there's different ways to play barometer zones, and I think it's going to be interesting to see where not this next shift, but the one afterwards dictates where our teams will have to play.
Another team I do want to point out, Supernova, also have been fantastic on Storm Point so far this tournament, also averaging over 10 points per time we see them on this map. And similarly to Gen G, they're kind of playing edge at the moment, looking to get those Evos up and then try and bully their way into zone. But Supernova have a very different composition, of course, to Gen G. They don't have that Maggie ball to try and rip and then create that damage and that initial push that they would need for the opening. So it's going to be a very different game for them, but I thought at some point they might have met each other on their rotation, but instead Gen G are still going to be playing this one a little bit slower and a little bit further out.
Well, Hackis wanted that survey beacon and wasn't able to hit it. He tried to stick it. Effect had to jump up and protect his buddy. And in fact, now, speaking of protecting your buddy, it's going to be Unlucky who just throws down that mobile shield and allows Hackis to re-engage with it to get that information. So just cycling some of the utility to make sure that Hackis stays on his feet, and Alliance will be able to grab the lay of the land with that survey beacon where everybody is currently sat up. Just makes it a little bit easier for them to plan what their rotation is going to be. One team who might be holding them out, though, on the bridge is Hot Dog Mafia. And like we mentioned earlier, it's the first time that we've seen in esports in the Apex Legends Global Series a man walk on our main stage dressed as a hot dog.
My question about Alliance is, what Alliance are we going to see today? Will we see the Alliance we briefly saw on day one, where they set the highest point total so far in a single game? Are we going to see EWC Alliance, for example, that was able to lift that trophy, which of course was a non-ALGS competition, and they are still looking for that ALGS trophy? Will we see the Alliance who kind of faltered a little bit, looked a little bit slow, a little bit lackluster towards the end of the group stages? Because if we do see Alliance at their very best, they are almost unbeatable at times when it comes to those 3v3 engagements.
Historically, you would say in match point finals, Alliance have always started a little bit slowly and then picked up momentum. They're one of the later teams sometimes to hit match point, but it's very rare that they won't. However, I think for them, it would be a huge, I would say, coup when it comes to how they will be feeling as a team, how emotionally they're going to be able to react. If they can hit match point in the top sort of 3 or 4 teams, I think that'll be a big momentum boost for them.
Just to give you an idea of like how this lobby is going to play out, we have still yet to see a a player fully eliminated, if not picked back up. 60 players still on the map. As I say that, Lewis has been taken down, MT goes down as well, and Virtus Pro are at 6s and 7s. It looks like Slayer might not be long for this world either, but we'll use those knockdown shields plus the Newcastle wall to try and survive here.
But the one thing that he does have is the potential to get some barrels down and create a little bit of fake cover. But sticking a res with this castle wall being shredded away is very, very risky, especially when you've got Enderforce 36 looking to be the team who gets the first full elimination of one of our squads in our match point finals. MT's going to be finished. It's actually Waltzy's going to be credited with that kill after Enderforce 36 will finish him off, but I think they want to finish off Slayer here. They want one more KP. They're going to make sure that they get it as well. The caustic ult goes in. Virtus Pro will be the Red Bull first strike. They are out of here in match number 1.
Sadly, it felt like the entire lobby was just like, yeah, we probably get Virtus Pro out of this position. It'll be dangerous if they play that a little bit later on. So they all agreed upon just eliminating them as quickly as possible. Now we look over to Gen G, and they are going to be pushing Alliance here. Wrecking Ball comes out, good damage initially, but Alliance will hold.
Syringe being popped here by Gen G and by Asia. The zone closing behind them. You wonder if they're going to just try and push this one again. Power amp going to be dropped off here to Dexter to try and get maybe a couple of smokes back, maybe to just try and cause a little bit of carnage here, because as we know, in the smokes, your aim assist ain't going to do what it does. And when you triple M and K, that doesn't really matter for you, so smoking in and causing a ruckus could be the play here. EMP's going to go off. This is engagement now for Gen G.
Gen G just want this fight. They're desperate because they know they can't afford to be too slow here.
Right, Joel goes in as well. That's going to chip away the damage. And oh my, Asia! The spray on the M and K! Gen G putting the pressure onto Alliance, but Alliance might have changed this one around. Hot Dog Mafia now queuing through the wall into this tunnel. Maybe the perfect third party. Unlucky on the Newcastle, trying to keep Alliance alive. And we'll be able to stick at least one res. Can Unlucky survive, or will this be the end of Alliance?
Yeah, Hot Dog Mafia, I was going to say, they're going to hear this, and they're going to push in and take 3 KP. Alliance will be the first one to be eliminated. Did Gen G escape? Yes. Single member of Gen G was able to escape out the backside. So Hot Dog Mafia, the biggest winners. Alliance, obviously, biggest losers of that one. But it was all initiated by Gen G. And I've been saying this all tournament long. If you come across Gen G, you probably want to run. They will int you. They want to fight. They want the KP, but they don't care about the third parties half the time. But now Hot Dog Mafia are hunting that final member of Gen G.
Take a look at where this zone is going to be going, as you say. Gen G being hunted down by the Mafia of Hot Dogs. And Ziki might not be longed for this game. They've found Ziki. Ziki, goodbye. Gen G eliminated. That will be the end of them, as 17 squads will now remain in this lobby. 4 kills, by the way, for Albrelelli and the Hot Dog Mafia. But going back to the conversation very quickly, hold up, about zone. Hot Dog Mafia, got to be careful and get Rambo back up here.
Well, it's Monsoon with a charge rifle. Who else would it be? Oblivion onto Hot Dog Mafia, the two who had the most interesting entrance to the arena, it has to be said today, but I loved it. Now, Hot Dog Mafia will be able to get back up, though, as the zone now starts to close, and it will be pulling further south, slightly southeast, I'd say, but down towards Team Falcons and TSM.
5 fears, they land, but not comfortably. Keon's going to get one onto Go Gaps here, and it might be a case of a couple of teams trying to pressurize them. And Floyd's going to be able to get that castle wall down and maybe actually able to reset momentarily. You're seeing some of those charged up arrows flying towards them from a bow check plus a frag grenade. That's doing some damage, and that's actually going to destroy the majority of this castle wall. Speaking of Hot Dog Mafia, they've taken the place of Virtus Pro, who went out a little bit earlier, and they're trying to do what they can to survive here, as are Enderforce 36. All of a sudden, the pace is picking up here.
If we learned anything from the Virtus Pro death, it's not a good position to hold. Hot Dog Mafia will be eliminated, despite their aggression earlier being able to take down the likes of Alliance and the remainder of Gen G. KP is great, but sadly, they will not be competing in the end zone here and in that final circle. A team that might be, though, Team Falcons. They are set up perfectly for this one. This is a fantastic read from the CEO himself.
2 kills for Imperial Hal means he's now 6 away from 2,000 ALGS kills, leading the way as one of the greats without any question whatsoever. Back in the driver's seat, of course, for Falcons now as IGL, and putting his team in a very, very good position in this game number 1. Crazy Thieves, it was a very up and down day for them. It's been a very up and down tournament for them, but they made it here, Dan. But now they've got a long, long way to go towards that end game.
Yeah, what matters is they are on the up, they are on the rise. They've had their down, and now it's about actually showing what they're made of here in the Grand Finals lobby. They've already been able to take one member of NIP out, but they are not overcommitting to this one just yet. They are taking this one carefully because they know how vulnerable you are from a third party.
I think they're going to try and counter slam here, but they've got to be very, very careful because Oblivion on the outside of this building on the north side of Barometer as well. McLovin will be finished. Kureva's gone down as well. Phony will get the second, which means there's only one remaining member alive for them to deal with. Oblivion, though, actually going to smartly, I think, leave. The timing not good for them. You can see the zone is closing. And with all of Crazy Thieves still healthy, it would be a big risk for them to move in. 5 Fears, they've gone as well.
This kill feed's about to be set ablaze. I mean, I'm predicting at least 8 teams are going to die here on this rotation. Zone starts to close, up into the sky teams go, but Crazy Thieves taking this fight on the ground.
Ninjas in Pajamas will finally be eliminated. Verholz will get the final kill onto Vayne. As now you see a couple of teams trying to Valkyrie into a position for this end game. One of them is going to be Unlimit. What a performance it was from these 3 gentlemen to get into match point finals. The crowd fiercely behind them on the walkouts as well, supporting the APAC North powerhouse. And Peace has been a player that a lot of people have been talking about as one of those guys that can win you a tournament.
Could definitely win them the tournament, and they have been able to stabilize here and found themselves pretty much center zone. Enter Force 36 down. Fnatic also eliminated here. 12 squads now remain, and they will be dropping like flies. There's more to fall here because the North is still being forced in. Crazy Thieves are the next to go.
11 squads now remain. Go next. They're just about inside of zone, but by the skin of their teeth, and they've also got Supernova looking down on them and a couple of barrels coming their way. They've got to be very careful as Legacy will be the next team to fall. Shopify Rebellion have just introduced themselves to the game as well, as Duplex will be taken down from TSM. Koiful going to be credited with that knock.
I was about to say, they've silently found their way into the southeast side of the map, and yes, they are amidst the water, but they do have place to play right now and should be able to walk in a little bit later on. But it's still Team Falcons who are pretty central here. They have lost Hal, but he's going to be picked back up on his feet, and they are holding off Oblivion right now, who have joined their kind of area here in the south.
Falcons trying to command some space. Good news here for Falcons. Oblivion have just had one knocked, and that's thanks to Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion aren't safe inside of this next zone. It's going to be a difficult cross for them. But I think they're just trying to play the clock a little bit here, waiting for teams on that northern side who will have to move first to take care of each other, guarantee themselves a couple of placement points, and then make their move. Oblivion, the threat to Falcons, have been dismissed. Falcons own the zone.
2 more kills for Imperial Hal. 4 away from 2000. Could he reach it in match 1 here of these match point finals? Definitely possible, looking at where this zone's going, where these teams are going to be pushing from. Plenty of KP available for Team Falcons. Could they start this whole thing off with a win?
One worry for them is light ammo. They do not have much of it, and historically, that's always been the story when it comes to Imperial Hal. Unlimit have just been eliminated as well, so we're down to 8 squads. Grow Gaming are making their play. By the way, Shopify Rebellion have transferred over from the very kind of southeastern side of the zone right over to the northwest, so a complete flip of the map for them.
Yeah, I think they had to, otherwise they were just going to be focused by the likes of Falcons, but now the zone is going to be forcing all these teams from the east into each other. TSM, Supernova, SBI having to fight. There's not really much other choice. S8UL also desperately trying to stay alive at the moment just with that Newcastle wall.
Waltz is having a look at this one as well. You can see he's peeking to see if there's any damage that he can take an advantage of. Counter slam comes in from Supernova, trying to play up and close to SBI Esports, who don't have a lot of health left and won't have any players left. SBI Esports will be out. TSM the next to go.
Shopify Rebellion are under fire as well. S8UL are the ones who actually hold on to this position very successfully. Supernova now go down as Grow appear from nowhere, it would seem. 5 squads are now remaining.
By the way, Grow Gaming are picking up kill after kill, team kill after team wipe, I should say, after team wipe. And you can see from the POV of Noct, he has 6 KP himself. 2k damage already in the bank for Noct here. And now they've got Go Next, who's going to be their closest threat.
14 kills for Grow Gaming right now across the whole squad. The closest to that is Falcons with 6, as now Shopify Rebellion sadly could not survive on that northwestern side and will go down. So we have our 4 teams for this final circle. Falcons hold the south, S8UL down to the west, and then Go Next to Grow Gaming northeast slightly, who probably will have to face each other. But the Falcons are just going to want to force these 2 teams into each other right now.
Falcons have the best position, and they own half of the zone here. And not only that, they own the high ground. Everybody else has to traverse uphill. The undulations are not in your favor unless you are dressed in a Team Falcons jersey.
And we've seen dropped in a position like this before. Remember, Optic Gaming dominating in a match point finals, but just couldn't cross that finish line. Will he be able to right those wrongs here today in Sapporo? As now Falcons looking to step up, try and capitalize on this damage that's been done here elsewhere by Go Next.
SAUL are dealt with. Wolsey and Guild will swing onto the remaining player to take out yet another threat. Castle Wall goes down from Wolsey on the Newcastle to give them an anchor position to play around. Imperial Howl with that scout in hand just peppering down on Grow Gaming and not allowing them to move.
Every team has exactly the same composition, by
Guild's
the way.
having a look at this.
Those castle walls are going to make a big difference, but Guild absolutely shredding through Grow.
And even though the castle wall goes down, the damage is being done, and that is Grow Gaming with just the Newcastle remaining. They are out of here, and it's Falcons who gather more KP as they move into the top two. 2v2. Imperial Howl taking damage, though, has to be very, very careful of this caustic gas. Wolsey taking the time to pop the battery, needs to get close to his teammate here.
This could be a good res, though. He's going to actually try and pick up. It's a res on both sides.
It's a res on both sides, and Howard's going to send it here. How wants to get this done? Falcons, game one has been theirs. Can they close out? Yes, they can. Falcons are your champions of match number one.
And look what it means to Imperial Howl as he makes a statement here in the Sapporo Dome. Can anyone keep up with this Falcons roster? They have been dominant all tournament long, and they start Sunday just as they finished Saturday.
He's back in the driver's seat, and it's like he never left. Imperial Howl leading the way for Falcons to win the first game of Match Point Finals. The #1 seed finished with a #1 next to their name.
Have to give a shout out to Grow Gaming, 14 kills as well for them, so they were just off Team Falcons in terms of points scored. Look at that, 21 on the board for Grow. Go Next also reaching that final circle, getting 13 on the board. Elsewhere, it was kind of spread between those who were able to get into the circle and pick up a kill here or there. But it really is the Team Falcons story. Take yourself back to the ALGS Open when we last saw Falcons start this hot. It was a very quick match point finals.
26 points in just one game. And when you look at that game from start to finish, it was ruthless from Team Falcons. 1, they get a great spot. 2, they pick up kills. No one could get close to them, Dan. Think about that endgame, the amount of space they were consistently able to just keep as their own. They would not let anyone be comfortable. They were constantly outputting damage. And then with the space that they had, they were sending one player to finish off one team, 2 players to finish off a team, where the other one was anchoring and making sure there was no pushes available to any other team and any other threat. It is brilliance from start to finish from Team Falcons.
I think what's impressive is all of them were outputting the damage as well. As you say, it doesn't matter who they sent to do that damage, to find those kills. Every single one of them laying down suppressing fire for the other. And I love that final circle as well, because both teams recognized they had to kind of go for the res. It was almost a response to one Newcastle res for the other. But because Falcons hit it first, it meant they were able to dictate the pace of that fight. And Howl did not hesitate. Straight swings in, trusts his ability, initial damage from behind, and from that point, it was going to be an easy cleanup for the rest of the crew.
Fantastic stuff from all players. Even Wolsey in that final moment as well, just timing the res perfectly. He gets the mobile shield down and makes the most of what Newcastle offers. And again, a little bit of an unsung hero, I think, when it comes to the success that this Falcons roster seem to be having in recent times. But it's just one game, everybody. And if you've watched enough ALGS, you will know that one game, it can dictate the pace, but it certainly does not dictate how the trophy will be lifted at the end of a series. A lot of games to go here, and even though it's a great start for Team Falcons, it's certainly not the end of things here. Ryan is down on our main stage right now. Ryan, what have you got for us?
APEX の皆様、ただいま特別な方がいらっしゃっています。札幌の皆様、札幌の市長の勝弘秋元様でございます。大きな拍手をお願いします。はい、皆さんこんにちは。It's now time to talk to the mayor of Sapporo, Katsuhiro Akimoto, who has graced us with his presence and given us some of his very valuable time. 本日時間をいただきましてありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。少しだけインタビューしていただきたいと思いますので、はい。早速ですが。まずはこのプレミスドームに集まっている選手やファンに一言お願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。はい。
全国各地、そして、世界中からこの札幌ダイヤハウスプレミストドームにお越しの皆さん、ようこそ札幌おいでくださいました。ありがとうございます。
So I asked the mayor if he could share a few comments, just a few nice words for the fans here in the dome and everyone watching around the world. And he said that to everyone who's traveled from all over the world to the Daiwa House Premise Dome, welcome to Sapporo. And on behalf of the 1.97 million people here in Sapporo, he would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to all the players, staff, fans, and everyone here involved in the ALGS. ありがとうございます。続いては Next question. So I'm going to ask him, how do you feel about the ALGS being held here in Sapporo this time? 今回 ALGS が札幌で開催されることについて市長はどのように感じられていますか？はい、去年もですねこの会場にお邪魔をして、本当に熱い戦い、そしてファンの皆さんの熱量というものを感じて、大変嬉しく思っておりましたし、こうしてまたステージアップしたこの大会が札幌で開催されることを大変嬉しく思っています。今年はこの大会自体が5周年迎えるということでありますし、APEX レジェンズ自体ゲームそのものがねもう7周年、来月ちょうど7年目を迎えるということでありまして、多くのファンの皆さんに愛されるこのゲームがこの札幌で開催されるということを大変嬉しく思っています。 ありがとうございます。So he said, I had the privilege of standing on this stage 1 year ago, and I still vividly remember absolutely being overwhelmed by the passion and energy of all the fans. It's a great honor to see that previous tournaments' massive success leading up to this one returning to Sapporo and the Premise Dome once more, even bigger and better than ever. I'm sure we have people here who joined us last year, as well as those visiting Sapporo for the first time. As your host city, nothing would make us happier than for you to cherish the memories of your time in Sapporo and Hokkaido alongside the excitement of this extravaganza. 続いて Next question is going to be, this ALGS is being watched by a huge audience online. Do you have a message for those watching from the distance? ALGS はオンラインでも多くの方が見ています。オンラインで観戦している方にメッセージお願いします。はい、多くの皆さんがねこのオンラインで視聴していただいていると思いますけど、この ALGS を通じて札幌、北海道を初めて知ったという方もたくさんいらっしゃるんじゃないかなというふうに思います。ちょうどこの時期ですね、雪で大変美しい札幌です。そういう意味ではスノースポーツも楽しむことができますので、ぜひ今度はこの現地札幌にお越しをいただいて応援をしていただきたいと思います。I imagine there are many people learning about Sapporo and Hokkaido for the first time through this broadcast. Sapporo is a city in which harmony and nature and also the offering of beautiful seasonal scenery is a common sight. A rich food culture and many other attractions, including snow sports as well. We look forward to welcoming you here in person someday. で、最後の質問になるんですけれども、Finally, could you give a shout out to the players competing today? That will be the last question. 最後に今回参加する選手をエールをお願いします。はい、木曜日から本当多くの選手の皆さんがね大活躍してますが、今日は最終日ということで、このチャンピオンシップ目指して頑張っていただきたいというふうに思います。私も応援しています。頑張ってください。The players have been engaged in fierce competition since Thursday, and we have finally reached the final day. As the champions will be decided today, I hope you give it your absolute best with no regrets. I'm looking forward to seeing incredible gameplay that unites the players and fans in excitement. Thank you very much for this. 本日時間くれてありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。皆さんしっかり応援してください。市長の勝浦秋元様でございます。大きな拍手お願いします。And with that said, it's time to continue with match point finals, so back to the desk for more action.
Thank you very much. It's always great to hear from great people down, and we're always hyped to be here in Sapporo as well. You know, we love coming back here every single year. It's a great place. We have been treated absolutely superbly, not just by, the ALGS team and everybody who's inviting us here, but all the locals, everybody we speak to, the fans who come through as well. It really is just a special place to be.
Yeah, we're all very lucky to be here, us and players included, and I mean, all the fans have been loving it so far, but we've only had one. We still need to keep going here. If you've not watched ALGS before, firstly, why? And secondly, welcome. Match point finals means you have to get to 50 points first and then win a game afterwards. So, for example, Team Falcons are over halfway to their 50 points now. They're on 26. Once they reach that 50-point mark, if they do win a game following, they will be the ALGS champions here in Sapporo. But it sounds simpler than it is. We have seen 10, 15 sometimes teams all on match point before we eventually find our winner. This is a very tightly contested lobby, and even though Falcons look dominant so far, I am expecting things to change going here to match 2.
Well, one thing that is going to change is the map that we play on, and it is going to be Olympus as our next map. The first time that Olympus has been played at an ALGS event, and the first time that it's found itself in a match point final. Some updates very recently to it, which made it a little bit more competitive for our teams to get their heads around. Let's take a look at the POI draft.
So one of the most interesting things you're going to see here is how late everyone prioritized Olympus. I think the earliest pick was 39 from NIP, and they went for Somers University, which is a fantastic POI to have here. The reason why I'm intrigued as to why this was so lately prioritized, this will fall as map number 7. Now, if you put all the averages together of when match point finals traditionally finish, it is around the 7th match, which means it would be here on Olympus, which might be advantage to anyone who has a good POI here. Alas, everyone else seems to want to prioritize elsewhere, maybe to pick up points, because Olympus can sometimes be a little bit more difficult to find those points, especially if the zone doesn't go your way.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where you compare it to like an E district, for example, where wherever the zone goes, it feels like there's a playable area, there's a building, there's a floor which you can take at some point or you can fight for. Olympus feels a little bit different. It feels like if you're not there early, it's pretty rough sometimes, and you have to fight to get your way into position. And it's a little bit of a risk to fight, of course, if there's a lot of teams who are already ahead of you, because the third-party opportunities present themselves. So when you don't have a legend, like Newcastle, which has been banned already in our legend pool, to give you that little bit of cover, to give you that little bit of resetability, it can be very tough if the zone is a cross map for you. But here we go then, we're back into the action here. Falcons, the winners of match number 1. They'll be looking to go back-to-back here, but the rest of the lobby will want to make their mark.
Well, the best performing teams on Olympus have been Crazy Thieves, Unlimit, and Shopify Rebellion, all averaging over 14 points per map when we see them on this one. Will they be able to find that same form so they can catch up the likes of Team Falcons? Also worth noting, no Newcastle here in this game. Caustic will still be alive, but we will not see anyone being able to compete with Newcastle, which does change the compositions significantly here. And as you see, you're not going to see as much Caustic as you would have, but there is still 15 of them, which will be banned going into next. But some teams are just straying away from that. In particular, Falcons going for Alta, Crypto, and Bangalore.
A little bit of change, like you say, to the composition here for Falcons. Maybe just prioritizing a few more KP.
Enter Force 36. What have they had for breakfast this morning? The zone's coming their way every time.
Yeah, whatever it is, they don't share it with anyone else, because like you say, the zone is going back to them as well around the Grow Tower. So it's going to be a very, very easy start for them when it comes to where they're going to be playing from. Oblivion are on their way there as well. Crazy Thieves over at Icarus, they're going to have a pretty easy rotate to where this zone is going as well. And the great thing for Ninjas in Pajamas, and one of the great reasons that Somers University is so popular as well, is you pretty much get Elysium to yourself as well, because you don't want to land at Elysium knowing that you're going to be held out. It's very difficult to rotate out of. And if you're at Somers University, you know, you can just go and claim the extra Evo that's there. You get the extra ring console that's available. You get the extra survey beacon. So Ninjas in Pajamas, not only the huge amount of loot that is available at one of the biggest POIs in the game, but also you have the access to the Evo and the info that Elysium gets you.
I mean, Raven tweeted out he was delighted with their POI draft, despite the fact they were in 19th. I mean, they obviously prioritized a different map, but then when they saw this was open, they were the first team that actually went for Olympus eventually. And maybe they're going to be rewarded with it here, because this is a great zone for them. They can loot up, they can get into a fantastic position for their Evos, but then also can move relatively quickly to zone. Now, they will be joined shortly by the likes of Crazy Thieves. Go Next, Oblivion are also arriving as well. But we are already having about 10 teams that have now found themselves within zone here.
Go Next approaching the Grow Towers at the moment. A little bit further out. You can see how difficult it is to rotate a lot of the time here on Olympus as well, even with the additional cover and the additional kind of buildings like you're seeing right here. Between some of the POIs, it is more open than a lot of other maps, so you have to keep that in mind when you are kind of planning when you're crossing some of this open ground. It can be a little bit tough to do, and Certainly having a Void Nexus down is going to make it a little bit easier should things go a little bit south. Team Falcons versus Unlimit is what we're looking at right now. And this is just outside of Dockyards here. This is going to be isolated fight, and it almost looks like both teams are going to just disengage here, as VP will be out first in the lobby again. That is back-to-back games and back-to-back donuts for VP.
Certainly not the best start for Virtus.pro, but they shouldn't be too disheartened. There's definitely time to catch up, or at least you think so, unless Falcons go back-to-back here and do exactly what they did previously and find themselves on match point. Maybe things get a little bit dicey. I have been saying, and I've heard it said many a time, it has to happen at some point that we will see a very quick match point finals. Anyway, Alliance under a little bit of trouble from Fnatic.
I thought he was going to squish him on the Trident. Might have got a little bit of damage onto Yuka, and Alliance will get their first kill in this game. Now, we saw in the in-game chat they weren't particularly happy with how Gen G played in that last game, and I'm sure that Hackis, which is usually not the most outspoken when it comes to letting people know how he feels, certainly was, Dan, in that particular circumstance.
He said he'd been nice for the last few days, but he's not having it anymore. Can they stop inting, pretty much, is what I heard. Now, Shopify Rebellion are going to have to back off from this one because they are a little bit concerned about what might be coming from the other side, because TSM are also overlooking it. They did get the first knock onto Jem Burton, but I don't know if they'll be able to capitalize here.
I will say, not a lot of playable areas for any teams to play at the moment, and one of them is belonging to Shopify Rebellion. A lot of caustic gas down, as you imagine. The barrels are going to make it very difficult for teams to push, and they want to try and finish off this fight against Crazy Thieves. Jem Burton's going to be down as well. Great shots coming in from Koiful, but Verholst has flanked, and Verholst has turned this into a 1v1.
And we've seen what Verholst can do in a 1 versus 3, let alone a 1 versus 1. But is anyone else there? TSM are probably going to close in on this one. So I like this play from Verholst. Try and get a little bit of support, but Shopify Rebellion are doing the same. They're up to a 2 here.
I think they're going to be up to a 3. Koiful's going to be able to crawl back behind this Trident with 2 up. Unfortunately for Crazy Thieves, Phony has been finished off, so it's only going to be 2 members of Crazy Thieves, and TSM are still circling like sharks. I got it out eventually.
TSM Merkling, as now they're going to be shooting onto Shopify Rebellion, though, which will allow CRT just to have a little bit of a breathing space and maybe see if they can get into an area where they can potentially get a res. You can see Jem Burton's just knocked Zainu and Koiful with a nade.
Send that one up to the heavens, and it came down with all sorts of goodness on it. Do Crazy Thieves want to try and push this? You'd be very surprised if they don't. I think that Verholst's going to try and get some barrels behind these knockdowns, and then the swing should come in. They managed to get a res, but only momentarily. It's a 2v3. Shopify Rebellion fall to the Thieves. However, Jem Burton now will be EMP'd, and as the solo last player alive, Panic is after him.
Panic's after him, but NIP now also starting to approach this one as well. So you've got to be careful here for your TSM. Do not overextend for 1, but they will get it anyway. Panic gobbling up more kills. He has been insane this tournament, and he keeps on going.
What a spray that is onto McLovin. A little bit of help from the teammates, but Panic showing some good resilience in those areas as well. Sometimes, historically, he's a very young man. He's been a little bit over-aggressive, but he played that one sensibly, made sure that the advantages were always his in those fights.
He's been one of the standout performers for me. When you look at individuals and what they've been able to bring to their team, TSM have had Panic to thank time and time again. One of my favorite plays of the tournament was when he raced behind and dealt damage whilst teams were in their rampart walls. Now, Fnatic able to get back up to a 3, now trying to push in. And again, it's going to be Alliance on the other side.
Vipers have been eliminated. Level Ace can't finish off one of the Alliance members inside of this little cubby. Finally, they will be able to do so. And Alliance versus Fnatic is an ongoing story. Level Ace, you've got to be careful, though. You're in the zone. He wanted the KP. But all it means is that Alliance will survive and Fnatic will be eliminated.
I mean, that's a head-scratcher for sure. Lost in the moment, perhaps. But Alliance will win out. And Alliance, after their second battle with Fnatic, now can actually get a chance to take a little look at this zone and how they want to approach it. They hold the northern zone at the moment. Check back in with the lobby leaders, Team Falcons, who have been able to pick up 1 extra point purely from placement, so that's 1 extra point closer to match point. Now, Team Falcons always have a very critical way of thinking about Apex Legends. Let's jump into a listen and see what they're thinking about it right now.
Any bats? Here's 2.
I have 4.
That's perfect. Waiting CS again, they missed me. Okay.
Come left, come
no
left.
Smoke for 3 seconds.
Okay, come left, come left. We're gonna go, we gotta go up here.
I'm good. There, go. You can also take TP at any point.
Yeah, I know. Just fucking
That comp sucks. It's free kills if there wasn't 2 squads.
Yeah. You still need line mag?
Yeah, I do.
I need you to hit that fucking map room.
I mean, they're sitting on it. It's hard. I can hit it from
I can shoot them.
There's a power amp in here.
I need that.
So it looked initially like Falcons and Unlimit might match up against each other again, but much like we saw before, Team Falcons decide to disengage. They know that it's a little bit of a risk to take that fight early on, and now you can hear in the comms that they're just going to try and play for a little bit more information. So Falcons playing this one slowly. They did have a long way to go from where they dropped over to where this Grow Tower zone is going to be going, but if you look back at the zone, you can kind of get the idea of how Olympus plays. Take yourselves back to the previous game. Everyone stacked up in Barometer early. There's just not playable space. Everyone is just having to play slowly, find somewhere in the zone for now, and then step forward and take those fights and see step by step what's going to happen.
It's a very much more slow approach when it comes to this map. Like you said, you get what you're given, and you've got to try and make it work. Now, it would have been interesting if Falcons had sent it on Unlimit, because Unlimit's composition is a very interesting one as well. Maggie, Sia, and Ash. And maybe they'll live to regret it later, because that sounds like a composition that is ready to send it on someone else. Speaking of sending it on someone else, it's Gen G themselves, the team that had sent it onto Alliance in the previous game, and Alliance weren't the first team that has experienced that this tournament, and they certainly won't be the last as well. Gen G have been known for their aggression. They won Pro League doing it, and now they are looking to try and find some more success here in the Matchpoint Finals.
Well, SBI are in a fight with Legacy right now as we jump over to watch that, and Jaguares is going to be the last alive. It's a huge numbers advantage for SBI, and it's going to be Legacy who cannot survive. As SBI, I think when you talk about turnarounds in form, looking back on day one, we were like, okay, SBI, like, done well to get here. Yesterday it was a completely different story. It was like, wow, you guys have made Matchpoint Finals and you're looking phenomenal.
They just started to understand the meta of the game. They understand how these lobbies were going to play out. They looked pretty woeful on day one, but now a completely different side. They completely earned their spot here in the Grand Finals, and they are a team that is a genuine threat as we look forward as well, because their fighting ability has been fantastic, and even their macro has really surprised me as we've got further and further into this tournament.
Team Falcons are all up to purples. They'll be ready to fight. You can see that they've got Overflow on Imperial Howl as well, so he's going to be able to get those heals back nice and quickly to re-engage in fights. And they do have a walk in here on Grow Towers. Nobody's holding this high ground at the moment. Even with a couple of drones in the air, they're not going to be able to spot out Falcons, who are just taking this one slowly. There is Hot Dog Mafia, who playing on top of one of those towers and will be slowly rotating like a rotisserie chicken, trying to hit some shots. But for now, Falcons are good. Hot Dog Mafia will be fine. The teams outside of the zone is the concern, though. Unlimit, SAUL, Go Next, Grow Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas should be okay down on that southern side, but a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of cover to do so with.
Just a reminder, Falcons Imperial Howl 3 kills away from that 2,000. I'd be surprised if he didn't hit it this event. Now, Grow Gaming, second place at the moment, an incredible game one. Again, as I was referencing, dropped. Has been such an amazing player, an amazing IGL at times. They had to do it the hard way to get here. Just missed out on that winners, on the Grand Finals via winners bracket, and then battled their way through elimination round 2. And they looked very comfortable in that lobby last night.
I think for TSM, they're the team that really are commanding how this game is going to play out, though. They've already got some KP. They have one of the best spots in zone. In a zone where there's very few spots to play. Grow Gaming, though, going to be EMP'd here, and also you can see the Rolling Thunder come down from the Bangalore. Grow Gaming really struggling to move across this open ground, and this is the challenge that Olympus does offer teams. You cannot cross without taking damage if you're not there early, and McLovin with that triple take is causing problems. Unlimit will also be eliminated as there's a Kraber in play in the hands of E36.
Also, this is Olympus without Newcastle as well. I think it was a very important ban that happened. It would have been a completely different game if Caustic was the one that had went instead. And now teams very much struggling to get across open ground. You kind of want to rely on an altar in this scenario where you just go into that void and you end up on the other side. But even then, you've only got a second, 1.5 seconds of invulnerability. It's Hot Dog Mafia who are looking out over this one. But even they don't feel safe right now, and Al can't even get back.
Oblivion are going to cause problems. Abralele is going to be dragged back, though. You can see he's going to be recalled. Grow Gaming have finally been eliminated, so that crossed just too much for them to make and dropped will be the final player to fall. But Alliance have made a really smart rotate, by the way, right into the backside of this zone from where they were a few moments ago. It's a pretty good move from them. Falcons Imperial Hallow onto Hot Dog Mafia. He's managed to hit a big banger there with the frag grenade, and they are going to push this one. They recognize that KP is going to be probably their best way to accumulate points in this game.
And they are very much sending it onto them, and he's got his initial knock, and then you back off because two are dead. And that's going to be yet another kill for Imperial Hal. There is one member of Hot Dog Mafia who has been able to survive and potentially able to escape here. But even then, where do you go? The zone's about to close. You're going to be forced in. Genji just got eliminated as well in that kill feed. 11 squads now left.
Yes, TSM, they tried to make a play on in one of the best spots in zone. They weren't able to do so. Go next. They're taking damage as well as E36 will continue to rack up a few kills. That'll be Go Next, who are completely gone now. So that will be the final damage dealer to get that final player in light down to his knees and back into a death box as Imperial Hal steps forward now for Falcons, who are trying to force their way into this zone, and they're doing it by killing E36.
And that will be his 1,999th kill. He is one kill away from what will be a historical 2,000 kills in his ALGS career.
McLovin from NIP also doing some damage onto E36 here. And Falcons have somehow managed to weasel their way into zone. They have tiptoed up to this zone and now are part of our top 10 squads. Kraber now also in the hands of Supernova. It's Elka who's got it.
Falcons just look unstoppable. They look fearless at the moment.
Just so measured. CNAP is measuring heads, and one of them belongs to Kazak. Last player alive here for E36, but with that big gun in his hands, he's still causing problems.
Falcons are hunting. And if I was the rest of the lobby, I would not want anything to do with them right now.
I was probably just thinking, someone give it to me. Someone give me that.
Does he even know?
If I know how, he probably knows. Albrelele, ex-teammate. Wow. History, that would be. Supernova have been eliminated as Sinat with that Kraber takes down Kazak. And Hal has to retreat to the safety of his teammates now. Shield cell going to be popped. The overflow will get him back. But no, there's a player maybe sneaking behind him that he wasn't aware of.
The rest of the team are aware of it, though. It's going to be Oblivion who are on the other side of this. Those stairs just protecting your tippy toes so you can reset here. Albrelele trying to go for a little cheeky respawn.
Hot Dog Mafia want back in this game. Albrelele goes down. It's panic from zone once again for TSM, who'll clean that one up. How cannot get this 2,000th kill? It's always that situation. It's the hardest one. It's always the hardest one. Oh, wait a minute.
Zone's about to close, by the way.
Hold up. Hold up. 2,000 ALGS kills for Imperial Hal, but now he's got to find some more because his teammate has just been taken down.
We've already seen what can happen in a 2 versus 3, but what an achievement that is, much to the delight of the audience here in the Sapporo Dome. But now there's bigger fish to fry here for Team Falcons. They are back up to a 3. Great job from the rest of the squad just to make sure that you're going to stay healthy here.
Safe.
7 squads now remain as Falcons have actually been able to find their way in on this western side with SPI above them.
Kraber in the hands of Hal as well. 4 bullets to play with. Oblivion. Lucky not to connect. Monsoon, though, with the R9, a little bit more comfortable for Hal. I will say he's one of those players with the Kraber in his hands who's a little bit hot and cold. Sometimes it doesn't look too comfortable. Sometimes it looks like he can't miss.
That's another knock as well. The stick from Imperial Hal onto Fun. All the meanwhile, Alliance are dominating the eastern side. Whilst we're following Falcon's journey, and for good reason right now, they are definitely going to have competitors on the other side of this zone. NIP will be eliminated. TSM were able to get those kills. Can they reset though? Dupe is down. Alliance might send onto TSM, and yes, they will.
It's the Kraber again! It's the Kraber again. This time it's SPI, an egoist who connect with a big shot here, and TSM, who have done a phenomenal job this game of holding this spot down, are now finding themselves increasingly under pressure. House found another kill onto Fun. It's going to be the Zone who does the final piece of damage after that initial stick. But Alliance, like you say, now controlling this eastern side and making the move. They hear the res. They want to see the end of TSM.
It should be a comfortable one, but you're going to not have an easy fight against Panic. Let me tell you, he's going to be going out, in, back, forth, and he does take down Unlucky. He'll at least take one with him, and he's not done yet. Finally, he gets eliminated.
Yeah, this egoist again with the Kraber who gets one of those finishes. Alliance down to 2. Unlucky needs to be brought back to his feet as Effect We'll jump back behind that Trident to pop this battery. Even with 2 players alive, we know that Alliance can still be a problem. And it looks like Hackis is trying to move into a position to stick this res now. It's Effect's job to hold off this push from Oblivion. The alternator is hitting. But Hackis has to go huge. Last player alive for Alliance cannot do it. Oblivion through the Void Passage will take out Alliance.
Oblivion have been so resilient, but now we check back in with Team Falcons. SBI were above them, SAUL in front of them, and Hal continuing to deal damage, but they are being very passive right now. They need help, and they will push in.
That Void Passage is absolutely perfect from how it takes them right into a very weak SBI. They get the kills, but Guild now on his own. Barely any health to play with, gets the shield swap, and looks to confirm these kills, these downs to get the points on the board here. It's a 1v1. Oblivion just been eliminated. Elsewhere, Egoist versus, I believe it's Guild. As Guild will now fly in. Guild wins it against SBI! As the last player alive here for Falcons, but surely now, SAUL have the simplest of jobs of winning match number 2. SAUL will be a champions here on Olympus.
Well, what a game of Apex Legends. Olympus certainly does offer up entertainment, if not anything else. A beautiful game from Falcons, who somehow, someway find second place in the end, but it's SAUL who will take the crown alongside 5 kills to send themselves up into second place in the series. But Team Falcons now find themselves 8 points away from match point after 2. And not only that, but we also saw history. Imperial Hal reaching 2,000 career kills in the ALGS. And how long is it going to be until anyone joins it would be my biggest question.
Well, how far away are Falcons now from match point? That's the real question. 2 games gone and a smile on the face of that man. And why wouldn't you be smiling? Even with SAUL taking home the win in the previous game, Falcons now sit on 42 points overall as we take a look at the IGL, the CEO, and some of his stats from day 4.
I mean, what an incredible player. He's now at 2,002 kills, may I add. He has surpassed the 2,000, and he really does look like he's at his very best yet again. Back into his most comfortable role, back on top. And will he be lifting a trophy yet again, an ALGS championship? That is another question that still has yet to be answered. But at 8 points away, they should be, in theory, the first team that does reach match point. And then everyone else is still pretty far away. SAUL is going to be the closest at 25 after their 17-point game there. But that means all these points are being collectively taken by Team Falcon, so it's very tight elsewhere. And whilst, yes, of course, we're going to be talking about who's going to get to match point first, but you've really got to try and catch up these lobby leaders. You can't afford to slip too far behind.
Next legend to be banned will be Caustic. So Newcastle Caustic continuing to be the first legends to fall out of the pool after the bans are complete. So neither of those defensive legends will be available until potentially we do see a little bit of a reset later on. This is how things look though. Like we mentioned, 42 points for Falcons. They need just 8 points to activate match point. The rest of the chasing pack will know that, and Falcons are not going to have these next games easy.
Yeah, this is very terrifying for the rest of the lobby. You know full well that Falcons are more than capable of picking up 8. Is anyone brave enough to start to look for them a little bit in the lobby? Can you stop them on their rotation? Very difficult thing to do, especially when you have no idea really of where they might be coming from. Especially with some of these compositions are so similar as well. Will Falcons stick out, or will they play something that maybe goes under the radar a little bit?
All of these questions, of course, we're waiting for answers for. I mean, we got fans from all over the world here in Sapporo. You can see them, so many fans of different teams, different organizations. And when I say so many, that's how many. It is a wall of humans in here, Dan. It is a sea of humans, and it is a sea of ALGS fans. And every single one of them has been a special, special part of this event so far.
It's unbelievable. And until you are here and witness it yourself, the pictures do it justice. But until you feel that wall of noise, it is not like anything I've experienced at an esports event ever. And if that does happen, if we do see a big win from one of these teams, maybe a Fnatic win, for example, I'm very curious to how loud this arena can get.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun indeed. We'll just have to wait and see, Dan. We're going to just still hold on to see if that's going to be the case. And I'll tell you what, man, who's been very busy this morning. His name is Ryan, and he's down on the stage right now. Ryan, who have you found this time around?
また特別な方がいらっしゃっています。皆様、オズワルド様でございます。大きな拍手をお願いします。I am blessed by the presence of an absolutely spectacular performer. I mean, what an amazing stim-up performance he delivered for us earlier today. And I just want to ask him a few questions about his inspiration behind that track. そうですね。時間くれてありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ここ札幌でこんなにもたくさんの観客の前でパフォーマンスをされていかがでしたか？
いやすごいなんか今回に関しては自分がメインというよりも自分がこの大会を盛り上げる一部になれるっていうことにもう本当に光栄に思ってます。
はい。So I asked him what it's like for him to come here to the finals and perform in front of all these amazing people. And he said that, you know, it makes a change because normally he's the main act, he's the main character, but he felt like he was just a small cog in a huge, well-oiled machine trying to boost the quality of the show. And that was a really nice experience for him. そして、I want to ask him about Stim Up now. What's his inspiration? Where did this all come from? 続いて、Stim Up のインスピレーションは何でしたか？
スティームアップ自分の作らせてもらった今回のテーマソングなんですけどそれのインスピレーションはもう完全に自分が好きなキャラクターのオクタンをから、はい、インスピレーションをもらって作りました。
はい。So his inspiration comes from his favorite legend Octane. That's literally where it comes from. And yeah, he's very adamant that, you know, this is what boosted his creative juices and brought Stim Up to fruition. So yeah, amazing stuff. 続いて。聞かなくても多分いいんですけれども、APEX の一番好きなレジェンドは誰でしょうか？
ヒューズです。冗談です。オクタンです。
はい。So I asked him what his favorite legend was, and it's Octane. For those who didn't know, it's Octane. で最後に決勝戦なんですけれども、誰の優勝を応援してますか？
いやそうですね。なんか。やっぱ本当世界から集まってくれてるみんなが本当頑張ってくれてねなんか切磋琢磨頑張ってくれるの一番嬉しいんですけどやっぱこの開催地の日本としては日本のチームに優勝してくれたら嬉しいですね自分は。
はい。So I wanted to know, you know, he's watching the tournament as well. He's having a great time. He's been up in the bleachers there, chilling with people, and I wanted to know who he thinks he's going to win. And he says, you know what? He's got to be really honest. As much as he appreciates everyone that's traveled here from all over the world, he wants to see a Japanese team go all the way. 日本チーム応援してますね。
応援してます。
はい。皆様も日本チーム応援してますか？賛成ですね、賛成ですね。わざわざ ALGS ファイナルズまで来てくださっていますが、ネッシーのプレゼントがあります。ネッシーをどうぞ、ちょっとこれをちょっと見てください。メガネもついてます。はい、どうぞ。
ありがとうございます。おお、すごい、オクタンのメガネだ。
オズワードのパフォーマンスいかがでしたでしょうか？とてもかっこよかったです。とてもかっこよかったです。来てくれて本当にありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。引き続き楽しんでください。
ありがとうございます。That's it, Oswald. Amazing performance. Great stuff from him. Back to you guys at the desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Reinhardt. Thank you so much, Oswald. We are here with another ALGS championship. We got World's Edge Among Us, game number 3, and Falcons are looking to speed run already. 40+ points after 2 games alone.
Yeah, I don't know how many games we're getting today if they keep playing this well. And if it wasn't any worse for the other 19 teams out there right now, Vicky, we are about to go into Falcons' #1 draft pick. Skyhook West, arguably the most powerful POI on any of the 4 maps we are playing today here at the Grand Finals.
I mean, can it be done here? I mean, they have to keep up the momentum, right? And as we go through these different maps, and it's in the snake draft kind of format too, you have to also realize that there are legend bans to be dealt with. Although how Papanafi got his 2K career kills in the ALGS, that is not easy. But with the years of dedication, you've heard it from Hal himself. He means business. He wants to showcase why he is the best, why they nickname him the CEO. But Falcons, they haven't achieved that 50-point threshold yet. $2 million on the line for a total prize pool. And we have fans from all around the world, Japan, showing up in the crowd.
I mean, with an average of 21 points a game so far, it does not seem very far-fetched that they could get a third of that and make their way across the line to have the potential to win from game 4 onwards. Look, we've had some close calls, Vicky. We've been there, you know, holding our breath as Optic almost did it in 4. But it's going to be such a tough slog because we were looking at some of the other numbers before, and most match point finals at LAN tend to finish at game 7, 8, or 9. If they could do it any faster than that, it'd be incredible. Of course, Falcons currently holding the LAN record with game 6 at New Orleans earlier this year. Here's the draft. As you can see, a couple of teams going in for this one early with Falcons at Skyhook West. They don't get Skyhook East to themselves. A lot of times that has gone unpicked so far this LAN, but Ninjas in Pajamas will be slotting in over there, and I've got to shout out to them as well, honestly. They had, I think it was 19th seed and ended up with an incredible draft.
It's great with a lot of teams prioritizing World's Edge when it comes to these tricky rotations and expecting, I mean, we have no Newcastle right after game number 1, so that goes hand in hand with the amount of alters that you just saw in that previous game. I'm expecting to see more alters going into game number 3 here on World's Edge. But as you said, with Team Falcons holding that record, coming out of the elimination bracket, by the way, and taking it in 6 games, this is a different iteration of Falcons, and this is a different level of competition from the rest of our teams in this lobby.
No stumbles here in Sapporo just yet. As you said, the lower bracket run in no lie. We talked to Waltzy a little bit yesterday, and he was saying how, you know, sometimes it feels like you just need to get some games in. That actually sharpened their skills. It, you know, put them to the whetstone in the LAN earlier in 2025. But here, I don't know if they needed any more sharpening, Vicky. I mean, how much better could they be doing? Realistically, very little. We saw the moments at the end game there where people were taking aim at them with the Kraber, and they've said that's actually one of the only variables that they can't account for yet. Almost everything else, it feels like they've got sorted out, but the Kraber is the one thing that it still feels like can deal with the #1 team on this stage right now.
Maybe leaning into some human error like we saw there in that previous game, counting their blessings as much as they can as we take a look at where this zone is pulling, perhaps towards that cliffside or even that building by that Moby respawn. And you can already see Oblivion making their rotation where they have a ring console in landside as well as that survey beacon. Fnatic trailing right behind them, and we talked about the POI priority from Team Falcons, who like to split loot here over by Trials as well as Skyhook West. They have that survey, they have that ring console, and they're denying that information from the team that lands in Skyhook East, which is NIP.
Yeah, sometimes you have to venture over the other side. But yeah, with the 2 survey beacons there, actually they're pretty blessed. They've even got an Evo Harvester like right on the way out. It couldn't be any, they couldn't make it any easier for them to grab that first little bit of Evo, especially if you happen to get some bricks over in Trials. This particularly is what makes this POI better than any other, Vicky. It's the fact that you can get 1, sometimes even 2 Evo upgrades immediately. Look at this. Hal is on purple. Do you see anybody else on the map on purple, Vicky? No, you don't, because there's nowhere else you can get a brick until you open a vault and get lucky, or maybe get one of the early care packages, which of course haven't even spawned yet.
It's going to work amazingly to the composition of Falcons, playing on the edge, trailing right behind some more of these teams who have already gone ahead and rotated like NIP through the choke of the Volt Tunnel that exits out of Skyhook. Alliance, who sometimes split loot over to that northern side of the train tracks where there is that balloon, so that way we have that one straggler rejoin with the rest of the team, but not risking anything, right? Because they had the survey beacon, they had the ring console, just in case Ninjas in Pajamas wanted to do something similar. So a lot of these teams also opting for the altar. I believe altar will actually get banned in the next game. 14 altar picks in this lobby as Alliance now move up to see if anybody's in the tunnel, because Hot Dog Mafia are right there trailing on the other side of the map. But now you have to be careful, because S8UL, your winners of game number 2, could go in for a sandwich, but they're going to be evacing as Alliance are engaging the fight versus Hot Dog Mafia.
S8 also looking on from landslide here. Hot Dog have to be very careful. And it might be too late for them already. Albralele full kill. Rambo down. It's just Skittles, who I believe is still up and running.
Now as a solo. No Cossack in sight after we said goodbye to Cossack and put him in jail after game number 1. Glizzy Mafia trying to hold on to their life with just the solo. And you could see the scan too on that survey beacon to call them out. And TSM, I love the energy in the arena when TSM had their walkout. Trying to hide here on the other side of Harvester. And in a zone like this, there's a lot of spots to coexist in Harvester. Could get a little risky if you go for some early rotates in the middle, but even better though, if you look at Fnatic, we've seen so many zones pulled to this side, but we talk about rotating early. This is another one of the spots where you have to be careful because then on the other side to their south, there could be teams that could try to snipe them out. You can see the triple take out in the distance, but their main focus are any teams that rotate from that tunnel side that exits out of Landslide, which is where Alliance is going to be moving from.
Yeah, I'd also say it's anything but a no-fly zone over here, and with Valk still in play, Fnatic do have to be very worried about those missile swarm slams. Skittle Cakes trying to get away here and grab the res. I was looking at some interesting news stats we got access to from our boy Hugo on the stats desk, Vicky. Skittles was actually, as far as team fights go, the least likely player to get knocked in the entire server. So you can understand why he's the one still alive here, even though he's not the Crypto with Invis, he's not the Alter with escape options, even on the relatively slow Watson, for this game at least. Somehow, he is always the one getting the job done or getting away.
I love the survivability, and with the Watson, he can bunker down because Hot Dog Mafia are looking for this reset, and S8UL have heard of it. They're rotating on the edge of staging, and they had a ring console on their rotate, leaving out of Mirage Etoile, where there's also a survey, so they got the information to see which teams have been moving from the north side before they try to show their face over by the house on the cliffside of the south part of the survey beacon by staging. And trying to make sure that their backs are cleared because technically NIP, they actually ended up rotating back towards Skyhook because they wanted that Evil Harvester that put How to purple, and they're going to take a solo rotate out of Countdown. So this could be two teams that could opt to rotate from S8UL's western side of the zone.
S8 have already proven themselves as a team that is very capable of getting to those end zones. Last game, it worked out for them. They actually bided their time and then came in for the third party. The game before that, Vicky, it wasn't quite as good. Falcons were taking more space, and S8 could have been more proactive and maybe changed their fate. I'm going to have a look at this map right here. It goes down towards Harvester, extremely expected. All the teams know this. If you look at where the mountains are in this zone, there's not enough space to the north of them for this zone to end in Landslide or towards Monument. It has to go Harvester, extremely easy zone to read for all of these IGLs.
Which is why when you still have the Valkyrie in play, like you noted before, you have to be careful to see which one of these teams want to go for a Hail Mary dive and trying to find their own spot into that next zone. It would be very difficult unless it could coexist in the underparts of Harvester, but with the amount of altars, you also have to keep your eye on for any kidnapping opportunities too. With this zone now moving over to that cliffside that Fnatic had called out by Harvester, Alliance have also taken their time because with the Crypto drones, they're also going to be able to scan to see which squads are going to be rotating in their direction.
There you go. Something you can do with the Void Passage, you can do with very few other abilities. So much mobility. Just with that one piece of utility there. And I guess the other thing to note here, Vicky, is for Shopify Rebellion, you don't have the IGL on Alter. Zainu has taken over. Obviously, he's talked about how this is his first LAN as an IGL. Obviously, he's been doing pretty well. He's made it to the finals. But he's got Koifel on the Altar, and part of the reason for that is that these guys are just so in sync, and he trusts Koifel to make plays on his own. Altar is basically impossible to micromanage a teammate on because the windows you have to make these plays is just so short, like you almost can't even comment. So the fact that they do have Koifel on that is, I'd say, a luxury that most other teams cannot afford.
It makes the most sense when you have a heavy fragger player like Koifel. As we take a look at NIP, who again are playing objective, we talked about how they took their time going right back to Sky West, going through Countdown, now through Mirage Etoile, trailing behind S8UL on the exact same pathing of side quest that they were doing. NIP are approaching right behind them here as S8UL have to be careful. Sharky with a nade at his door, loses out on his shield, but the ramparts are out. You have to be careful with the Sheila, and it blocks out the Sparrow ult just slightly.
I think that was, I think that was a bit of a mistake there from Kurev, right? He wanted to get it in there and push them out, isn't able to. Now they're facing down a Sheila.
And Fnatic also gets some knocks here in the feed. They're getting involved as NIP get the next knock. One left for S8UL before they're the first team to fall in this game 3.
I don't think there was anything SA could do about that. They try and move back room by room and hold themselves, but with the damage coming from the other way, nothing to do. Falcons, they need 8 points for match point.
Alliance versus Falcons with Hao being the first to get knocked. They want to go for a reset. They do not like taking this fight. We saw Alliance holding this tunnel side for a very long time, and Falcons now rotating on this end. Also had the beacon behind them, but they don't want to risk it before backing away as Waltzy, they could not get Hao. They took the portal back, and now they have to get the banner.
This could be an opportunity or maybe very unfortunate for S8UL. They're currently in the area. They thought Landslide would be unoccupied and perhaps they'd be able to get the reset there, but all of a sudden, Falcons have to use the Void Nexus to back out, and they push S8 even further out into the zone.
Can Guild get this res? Waltzy looks like he's trying to get finished here, because he already got the banner, and after utilizing that replicator, he can only get Hao's banner. S8UL, though, didn't have that same legacy.
He had 6 syringes. I don't know if he can even survive. I guess he'll have to try and find a replicator and maybe get a med kit out. I mean, we are in zone 3. It ticks hard.
Guild trying to plan ahead with the Evil Harvester right next to him. Can he get this reset for Team Falcons, who are at 42 points? Match point being 50. It's looking a little grim here. Hopefully he's got the meds, it looks like, before trying to back into the zone. Go next, at least. Now go and take the place of Team Falcons to look at Alliance, who have stationed up in the choke, where we saw Hot Dog Mafia by staging and these rampart walls. Gen G being another one of those teams. Asia has not let go of the Mad Maggie, and I don't expect anything different here for a team like this. As also Legacy really improving coming through as Team Falcons do get the respawn and the reset on Waltzy and Hao.
Yep, S8 got it just before them, and they are Valk ulting, maybe evacing in right now. They go over the respawn ship here as Falcons drop in. Ultimate's dropping down now. S8, they don't really want to fight. They've got so few health.
Exactly. That's why you see Legacy's 1 HP. They didn't want to risk it at first. They want to be able to reset. If they can't take that fight as Supernova, they look at Unlimited. They get eliminated. First squad to go out with our Red Bull first strike. Supernova looking at to make sure that there is no 3P here before going right back up to the high ground. You see 9 Impulse too. Gonna be able to try to get that reset with Falcons now moving in for the fight.
Here's that forced fight between Falcons and S8. The zone is coming in. Neither of them really have any options, but you saw S8 had 5 or 10 seconds to their advantage, and they've used it to take out Team Falcons. They will not find match point in match 3.
Double donut game for Falcons. Not a single point on the board for game number 3. We keep this going as Crazy Thieves, Jen Burden on the Mad Maggie himself, left knocked 1. Bro Gaming get eliminated, and this is where Crazy Thieves, they see the craziness happening in front of them because it was also the fight for the ring console that's right beside them. We saw that Legacy were holding that split angle over by Harvester, and they had the information on where that zone was pulling.
This is a super weird zone, actually. I don't think the teams are going to be expecting how much of this is in the middle of Harvester. We're seeing it in the map pip right now. Look at that. There's barely any space outside of the Harvester building and the Snake. I mean, Oblivion are sitting pretty. 5 Fears and Legacy will love this. Crazy Thieves should be able to rotate around from that northeast side, but my lord, teams like Shopify Rebellion and Gen G, who thought they were in a primo spot, are going to be, well, probably slamming their desks right now.
I mean, if anything, 5 Fears, so this is their POI. As Supernova get eliminated, they had gotten that ring console. They saw this as they predicted where that zone was pulling when they had the opportunity. Legacy now looking at SBI. Look at where they're coddled, though. Into this corner with the rampart walls. I mean, they have to, right? Because there's so many teams holding the high ground, but it's going to be difficult with Legacy being right there.
Look, like some fire Pokemon down there. Like, why aren't they taking damage from the lava? I guess they found just that little bit of cool rock to sit on.
Some volcanic foundation for them. See, snipers as Fnatic still hold on to the high ground. The Blaze with the purple Evo. Colonel Garcia behind the rampart walls. As everything is sent in their direction, from nades to the lava. They may have heard Eugino, the EMP to delete the rampart walls. Asia's hungry, and they're looking to take these fights. And look at the stacked alternator and the R9 in this weapon loadout that he's rocking.
I think Asia's actually going to be pretty mad right now. How did that wrecking ball and the drill not hit? If Mad Maggie is meant to be able to do one thing, it is to absolutely pulverize teams who are in small corners like that. Somehow, it didn't work out. Whatever, they got the kills, it's fine. Put enough pressure on them to swing, which Genji needed, right? Because they were on that southern side.
You know, just a rock in a hard place here. And as NIP, they lost to McLovin. Vayne having to play around the other side of the knockdown shield. Lou, though, he was one. He gets sent down. Slayer having to reset around these rampart walls. NIP have been jumping on top of the heads of a lot of these teams as Kurip still alive. Gold G7 in the hands of McLovin.
Ninjas in pajamas, are they thinking about the almost land win they had near Harvester, or have they been able to clear that from their minds and play with a fresh perspective here? It's going to be a little tougher for them as they move in from the west side. They're on top of Virtus Pro right now, a team who has had a fantastic tournament until today started.
One of those teams that takes a little bit of time to find that momentum. We see Shopify, by the way, popping off in the feed. Genji have now traded places with SBI that they harassed and now are playing off that low ground. NIP have been taking a good chunk of damage, but they got 2 knocks onto VP. It's only up to NT. And Vayne, as the kill leader, this entire squad now has 10 KP as they wipe out another team, it looks like, just trying to find that last straggler as VP. They finally call him out. They get taken out. 11 squads now left.
Vayne often cited as one of the most underrated players in Apex, flies under the radar a little bit. Maybe we wouldn't be saying that if he had been the one lifting the trophy earlier last year. Asia continues to impose his will upon the lobby.
Oh my goodness.
Gen panic down now. That's the full team wipe.
I mean, that's what happens when you have an R9 and alternator with the double tap included in your weapon loadout. He's looking to take every fight. TSM get eliminated. Now Fnatic, they drop down from the high ground after they see the zone closing right in front of them, but the Sheila is harassing them from the back.
That's Oblivion underneath them. They are center zone. If Yuka can get the reset here, maybe Fnatic are in for a big game, but it is not to be. Verhulst chips in and Fnatic will be eliminated.
Remember where Oblivion was from the very beginning. Coming out of landside, they went for a quick rotate. That's why they find themselves inside this side building with Monsoon dressed up in the mid outfit. Legacy, Nizul getting the follow-up with the nade. Ninjas in pajamas get eliminated. 7 squads left, and Oblivion are trying to get involved in this fight. They see E36 hiding from right underneath their building.
Genji grab 5 KP, but they can't make it into the top 7. Shopify, they look like they're in all sorts of pain here, trying to take the 1v1 against Flow. And it's the Hipfire Scout to finish it off.
He still got the KP though. That's what they wanted. Remember, this is match point finals. You still need 50 after they get taken out. The S8UL now climb up on the height.
I think there was an Arc Star after 5 Fierce died that finished Shopify
The Marty
off.
Dome. The Marty Dome in a different form. Getting a little bit of that revenge. No placement points, no reset.
Oh my god.
Shopify is S8UL. They're looking to take the back-to-back.
Yeah, they're also up to 36 points, Vicky, and looking to overtake Falcons with a big end game here. They are just so judicious in the way they decide which fights to take. And that's why you're always seeing them in these end games. They don't take risks that they don't need to. Sharky is known for not making mistakes.
Legacy are right behind them, though. They've also been able to secure 5 KP behind S8UL7. And looking at Oblivion, In a three-way box, everybody's stationed up in a zone like this while Legacy are hiding right below. CRT, Phony's looking at them. You see the EMP. It's just a 3-2-1 go as Jen's on the Mad Maggie. It wasn't their EMP. Now they have to look behind them because the Alter TPs set them from right there. Legacy get eliminated. They deter the pressure, but this is time for E36 to clean up what is left.
Couple of cryptos left. Do we see the EMPs come out?
S8UL, though, there's no team looking at S8UL. Oblivion do know they are there, but Crazy Thieves are focused at E36.
They creep in. I'm sure they're setting up those rampart barriers.
Oh, but they moved out from the high ground. Crazy Thieves, they get eliminated. S8UL, they capitalize. They're at 43 points right now. They're looking to take the dub. 2 squads left with Oblivion still on the other side of the building.
Oh my god, Jesco looks so locked in. Oblivion, they are going to be running straight into the crosshair of Jesco. Maybe they can wait it out. An Alter TP? No, doesn't go. Maybe the backstab? So many options. They could take match point with this.
They're looking to steamroll the speed run, but they lose on a 1. It's only up to Legacy. Can he keep it up? But Oblivion,
oh my god,
triple takes shots. The melee, he's won. Legacy, he's hiding behind the knockdown shields. No! Oh! Oblivion! They stopped them short. Remember who we are. As Oblivion take game number 3. Can't keep them in the retirement home, Genome. Oblivion with the clutch in a crazy 1v1.
Let's go, baby. Monsoon may have left his earthly body if he had lost another 1v1 to melees. For his mental health, I am so happy that he won that. And it would, I mean, the decision-making from Legacy there at the end, honestly, I think it must have been pressure, right? Because he hits 1 melee. Like, he can see the health bar. That's a change we've had in Apex for a while now. He only needed 1 more melee. I mean, how much do you practice? It's not necessarily that easy to hit, but God, that triple take felt like it took 150 years to reload.
Thought you had to rely on that triple take hip fire, man. It gets tough, but with Oblivion coming out on top this time with that 1v1 and the dub, they keep themselves in contention with 18 total points that game.
I kind of wish Jesco had felt himself a little bit more there. He had the option to swing behind and get a backstab as they were pushing out of the snake. He doesn't do it. He decides to stick behind his amped cover, right? And then it's Oblivion that get the swing around and catch him off on the off angle. It could have been them.
Now forcing them to hide behind those knockdown shields here too. S8UL, so far in the series results, look at how intense this is. S8UL almost went back-to-back, but no match point, 50-point threshold. 45 points right now for S8UL, as Team Falcons didn't put a single point on the board for game number 3.
No, I mean, they could have an okay game next time and still not tick over.
And that's what their POI, by the way. The POI advantage that they had as first seed into World's Edge. And of course, here in Match Point Finals, Genome, we got E-District on the horizon.
And I mean, you can get unlucky with Skyhook West sometimes, right? It could pull to you. We've seen, we've all seen Alliance struggling with that, and we say sometimes that's why they didn't win a whole LAN. You can also sometimes not get the brick when you finish trials. We saw Hal; he got it. He was purple straight away. So things, it's not necessarily that they weren't going their way, but Falcons, look, still 42 points. S8 overtake them now. Oh my God, Sharky? Sharky with the 3rd trophy?
I was going to say, he heard you, Genome. He heard you, and you gave him the power. But can they keep it up? Because that is 3 games done, and we already are looking at 2 teams that are inching closer to the 50 points. I want to hear more from you guys at the desk after the action that we just saw.
Thank you, Vicky and Genome. Great cast there. I got to say, if Genome casts any more games, Apex South is certainly going to win the championship with how much of a fan he is. And, you know, I love it because he's got to represent. Welcome back. Rain Day here as your host. After 3, we've seen Falcons, we've seen S8UL, and Oblivion take a win. Big implications for that. Remember, prizing goes to first place for our match point finals winner. But those push-ups, that represents a potential tens of thousands of dollars that could be in Monsoon's hands if it were to finish with them in 3rd. So a lot to be excited about, and for me as well, because we've got a new desk joining us at halftime. It's Dia, it's SpiderTiff off the cast, and Graceful back in the mix. Welcome, guys. Dia, that was a great game, and what's better than a full stadium in Sapporo and a 1v1 to finish off Game 3?
Yeah, it's been incredibly impressive from minute 1, even before the game started today, having the teams welcomed by such a massive sold-out arena, I might add. But the games certainly have not disappointed. Falcons, of course, with that big Game 1, really set the tone, and since then, the Oblivion win just now demonstrates exactly what you're talking about, Rain Day, that scrapping, never giving up can really pay off in these match point finals.
I mean, a dominant performance from Falcons. S8UL have been there, almost back-to-back wins. Tiff, what stood out to you in these first 3 to set the tone for our match point finals?
I mean, match point finals are just something that's completely different, right? You look at our winners bracket yesterday, S8UL and Oblivion were both in it, but unfortunately they were in the bottom 10, forced down and having to scrap through the elim round 2. So to come out on this stage was almost very similar to what that winner's round looked like, and to perform this much better, that's a regain if I've ever seen one. That Oblivion win right there was more points than they earned in an entire series yesterday.
You've got to be happy, Graceful. 32 points at the end of a lobby like this. You're going to be somewhere in a decent mix. One more big win, one more big game. Oblivion's looking good. Having sat next to Monsoon, as Snipedown basically missed his flight, Monsoon and I were barely on ours to get here. It's a long way away from now sitting in a position where you could be 3rd place with hundreds of thousands of dollars in your pocket.
Yeah, I mean, life-changing money, really. But the biggest thing that we've seen throughout the all 3 matches is how hungry people are. There was 12 Team Circle 5, and you see proactive plays endlessly. Right team is trying to ape you, left team is trying to ape you, they're trying to go for you, you get double swung, you down one, somebody is altering behind you, like it was absolutely crazy. But here, even the clips that we see overall here, Falcons in general, you know how Hal said it felt like a ranked game? They won the first game and they got second the second game. They have been absolutely crushing it, and I've got a little bit scared, but at least for the 3rd game, as you said, it didn't, you know, pop up the 3rd game, so the other teams are showing up even more as well, because there's only so much you can highlight when a team or 2 is taking over the game.
I mean, this is a benefit not just to the players in the lobby who get a chance to not have someone else on match point, but it's to the fans as well. We're going more games. S8UL just narrowly miss out thanks to Oblivion, but Dia, this game too, I mean, this is where they started to find their rhythm.
Yeah, this looked like a real comfort zone for Falcons as well, to be honest. Even the fact that Guild managed to secure them 2nd place by eliminating SBI proved to me that Falcons were still firing on all cylinders. They had not taken a break from Game 1, but it was a big step up for S8UL, one of our most consistent teams from the group and elimination stage.
You cast Olympus, Tiff. Do you feel there's just a sense of being able to go for it more when you're on these familiar maps like World's Edge, like Stormpoint, that give these players a sense of comfort heading into a big moment where nerves often sometimes take main stage?
I think so, because if you were watching the POI draft, a lot of the teams were focusing on those Stormpoint POIs, those World's Edge, so they know that they can get the majority of their points there, and then they'll filter in with maybe E-District or even Olympus. Olympus is still that really large question mark in a lot of our team's tool belts, which is why you're looking forward to the analysts, the coaches, to make sure that they've done their recon. Of course, we had it in scrims, but it doesn't always play out like that once you get to this main stage. Now, I do want to give a huge shout out to Ruby Caster there. That's going to be the Oblivion coach and analyst, and that is so much information to bring to the table to put them on the top thus far, and I would love to see that momentum continue.
Let's take a look at our standings here after 3 as we settle into not yet a team who has crossed match point finals threshold. For those joining us, you have to reach 50 points. But if you reach 50 points, let's say next game, Falcons get their 8 or 9 needed, that's not the win. They've got to win after that. So we at least have 2 more games, considering that S8UL and Team Falcons most likely will cross it the next game. But you never know. And of course, when you look at Team Falcons, betting against them, it's a very difficult thing to do. Statistically, not only have they been one of the best performing teams this tournament, but today, their first overall in the ability to have points on Storm Point, Olympus as well, 16 points. They dropped the dud on World's Edge. Graceful, what does that say to you? What went wrong in that third game?
I mean, it's so hard to pinpoint immediately, but looking at how many teams were alive and people were opting for fast rotate, it was absolutely crazy. That reminded me of several years ago when everybody just knew how to play fast zone and were kind of scared of taking fights because everybody was going to 3P, which ended up happening. And now every Alter was absolutely just trying to get whatever KP they could, which is why we also see that Alter ended up getting banned. Yeah. So now the proactive play is going to be way less because the options you have now is you can't really just take a peek and try to get something. Right. You're either committing now, either for the kill or get wiped. And that's going to make people maybe even prone to be more passive, I would say.
It's going to be an interesting one, guys, as we head into the second half of these games, or I guess the next 3 before you see this desk come back out. For those who are a fan of ALGS Esports, we've got something even more exciting to announce than Game 4 starting. That's Year 6 starting. That's right, an announcement for the pathway to the ALGS Year 6. You already knew we were coming back to Sapporo for 2027, but we've got our locations of our lands ready to be released now. Riyadh will be where we take place with our Split 1 playoffs, but we will return to having a Split 2 playoffs, and the home will be Las Vegas for this year. Exciting stuff. Book your tickets. You know that is going to be popping. And of course, Sapporo, we will return to champs. The dates are right there. Take a picture, settle in, take PTO now because it is going to be a jam-packed year, returning to those fan favorites of the global lands. Also, a big note, we're actually increasing the prize pool. It's going up to $7 million. So each of those playoffs will have a $2 million prize pool, the same as champs. Very exciting, plus our $500,000 per each split for our regions. What a treat. Everyone in the ALGS community and fans, I'm sure you're very happy. And speaking of news, well, Nicewig had his own idea of how to present some news about Apex Legends. I happened to be, drawn along with him, and it didn't turn out the way I was hoping for, but I think he had a lot of fun. Check it out. Good evening. Welcome to ALGS Today, tonight, the home of all of your ALGS news.
And I'm Wig.
Yes. Our top story tonight.
I talked to an eyewitness who reveals the real truth about why HAL and Zero split up.
I can't wait for that. But first, let's check in with our weatherman, Monsoon, who's outside the arena now. Monsoon, how's it looking out there, buddy?
It's cold out here, guys. There's a lot of snow. It's getting pretty dangerous.
Glad that's not me out there, Rain.
Ooh, you're telling me. On to roster updates. 100 Thieves will compete in this event as Crazy Thieves. And full disclosure, my co-anchor is also the co-owner.
Damn right. How about you tighten up when you're next to a co-owner like that, Rain? The next segment isn't really news related, but anyone knows the next land location, please tell me. They don't tell me anything anymore, and I don't know why.
They don't tell you these things because...
Oh my God. Yeah, Wig likes to leak things. Yeah, dude, I get it. Whatever, man.
Exactly. It's time now for our Phony Report. We've got the main man himself standing by with some of the players.
Yo, Phony, what's good, my boy? How we doing down there, man?
Honestly, I'm just chilling, bro.
Facts. Be good, bro. Be good out there.
All right, see you later, big man.
Wait, Phony, come back.
What do you want, Rain?
You didn't ask anybody anything. Listen, there's some players behind you. There's Sorale. I see them over there. Ask them a question. They must be excited to play in front of their home crowd.
I got it. There's a big moment for you. What are you looking forward to the most today?
相手を札幌に来たことに後悔させるぐらいにぶっ飛ばすのが楽しみです。あなたも含め誰一人として要請はしません。そこのお前もな。
I don't know what he just said, but I'm sure it was nice. Back to you guys.
Phony, there is no one like you, my man. You're doing the best out there. You're the best, bro, I swear.
Yeah, the best. Let's just go to our top story of the night.
HAL and Zero, rivals, turned teammates, now rivals once again. We all know the story. Zero left HAL. It wasn't a fit of personalities, or was it? I have received some information from a strong insider source as to the real reason as to why they split up. Now, I know you want to keep your identity a secret, but tell us what you know.
Zero and Hal, they didn't hate each other. They were the bestest of friends. They knew they needed to split up in order to bring the drama back to Apex. The arguments on stream, the crash outs, it was for content. They did it for us.
You heard it from me first. Two of the ALGS's biggest players conspiring together for the good of the scene.
Wait, Wig, this is not quite adding up.
I know you're going to doubt it, but we can hear it from the players themselves. Here is what Zero had to say.
That's right. We had to separate in order to grow.
Wow. Is there anything else you want to say?
Nice haircut. I am jealous.
Zero admits it all. What does Hal have to say?
Zero and I are best friends. We watch television together every night.
And there you have it. You can catch more exclusive ALGS information over on the B stream at
B stream? Man, I knew there was something to this, man. That didn't look like Walsey in that clip. He was a little smaller. Play the rest of that clip.
They did it for us.
Listen, Wig, I don't think we're fooling anyone with this dude. I don't even lift as much as Walsey.
God damn it, Wig. Why are you guys always trying to come up with a conspiracy?
You are telling me that he just left randomly. No.
You two keep trying to bring viewers to the B stream. What is going on? Y'all don't have enough?
You never know about this stuff, right? You literally never know.
They are clearly not best friends.
What a load of best friends? Who would believe that?
I know, right? So stupid. You want some chocolate?
Well, you got to leave it to Nice Wig and his reporting, Tiff. He never fails to make things interesting here at our lands.
I just think you need to give that boy an Oscar. I'm telling you, that was some really good chemistry, Rain Day. We're going to need a round 2, but I wasn't expecting the ending there. Hal feeding Zero a little chocolate?
I mean, Dia, are we exposing the truth here?
We're exposing something. I'd like to think it's your acting skills.
Okay,
I don't see you angry very often.
That's true.
Right
Whenever
now.
Wig interrupted you, I saw that little...
Come on. The B stream, like this is main stage, baby. This is finals. You better be on the A stream today.
Please.
I'm gonna go take something up with Wig here if you guys go over there. So stay with us. Graceful, obviously, is somebody that is looking forward to these 4 games coming up, or these 3 games before we see it again. As a pro in this situation, you're trying to stop Falcons from getting the match point. What do you have to do if you haven't got the gas yet and you need to turn things around quickly?
I think they have to strategize a little bit better and change things up, because now we always have 2-3 games to feel out how the lobby is playing out. Clearly, everybody was fast rotating, specifically tied to World's Edge. Other maps now, that especially since we're swapping 1 by 1, they will have more time to play their own playstyle, hopefully, rather than getting mashed up in macros with everyone.
Well, it's been a great opportunity here to take a break, give our players a chance to reset. Falcons, S8UL, almost on the cusp. Who's going to stop them, or will they keep on going? Let's bring our casters ready into the action again. It's Vicky, Kitty, and Genome to continue it on.
I believe in those news. I believe in that. At least it's not Nice Wig crashing out during Roster Mania when they were in the back room together, Brain Day and Nice Wig. I love our content pieces here in the ALGS, but I love the competition even more because we got some more Apex and we get another Legend Band as Alter is sent to jail. We got E-District on the horizon.
Kind of interesting, right? Her best map, E-District, Alta, is no longer on the table. And also interesting what Graceful was talking about there with, teams just trying to survive a little later, or the turbo rotating teams, because when we looked at our stats across the 4 maps and the differences between them, one of the things we saw was that more teams were alive later in the game on E-District than any other map.
A lot of space to coexist and a lot of energy in this crowd. As we get started, everybody, game number 4 on E-District. We got the back-to-back, by the way, on E-District, which is important to note for the teams that may find that momentum very early on here in this game number 4, because again, game number 5 will be brought back to this map, and I feel like at this point, since it is match point format, a lot of teams, even though they have been playing more reserved, like we've been seeing at the beginning portion of these games, they have the opportunity to try to frag out. They want to get that extra KP and play for that placement, as a lot of these teams also playing for the objective in getting these ring consoles, because we are moving all the way down south towards where Legacy is by Shipyard Arcade, and they'll get the scoop too because they got the ring console as well as a survey beacon.
Yeah, look, I'm definitely expecting a pull back up to draft point. I think we've had about one Shipyard Arcade ending in the last, like, 1,000 maps we've tracked or something. So if that happens, we can pop off. It's like unlocking one of those,
Gotcha. Are you talking
the cards? I don't do cards enough. Unwrapping them? Is that what it's called? Anyway, unwrapping like a Holo Nessie, man.
Ooh.
Like the ultra rare stuff. That's what would happen if it went down to Shipyard Arcade. I'm picking draft point. Viaduct, don't know about that one. Might be a little on the outside chances. But either way, Legacy are pretty close. Of course, the other Legacy on the map, S8 Legacy, he's a little bit further away. They start over at City Hall, and they were very happy. They got 3 out of their 4 POI picks.
And with 5 points left needed to be at match point, S8UL, they make the rotate. Falcons 8 away, but Oblivion have now closing the gap ever so slightly with Hal being on the Mad Maggie. Waltzy back over to the Crypto, while Guild, the Pride and True on the Catalyst. They're looking to get the information here too. You can see them now rotating on this side as Oblivion. They call them out, rotating on top of the bridge to overlook the action closer to that Evil Harvester.
Yeah, so Falcons, have they moved all the way down to Shipyard Arcade there because they think that's where it's going to finish, or because that's a good staging ground to then go north into draft point? I'm going to be fascinated to find out. Definitely wouldn't be second-guessing Hal's ring prediction the way that they have been playing so far in this tournament. It's been fantastic. And Virtus Pro going here as well. Okay, if there is one thing that could indicate it's going Shipyard Arcade, it's the fact that we do have the circles touching at the very outskirts of the map. That is one indicator that it's like a full pull and not a pull back. But I was just really scared to believe that because, again, we've had like almost 0 endings at Shipyard Arcade.
It's been so rare because we usually see it pull towards the City Hall side, right? The northwestern side, but a little bit of a different point here too. Nice shots coming in from Lou as everyone are looking at the teams that still need to find more of these points. VP sitting with only 2 points alone. We're trying to get our predictions going. I want to hear predictions from you guys back at home watching in the chat. How far do you think we're going to be going? Who do you think is taking it? Tweet at us. Tweet at the Play Apex team. Hashtag ALGS. As Oblivion, they keep themselves in the conversation. Double white, 1 blue for fun here. They take to the skies, but look at the amount of G7s. You can see the line of sight of the firing from the teams that are right below them.
We got a lot of teams heading to the arcade here right now. Everyone wants to get on the machines and have a jam here, and the fact that Oblivion have moved in as well. Falcons, by the way, actually went back to Old Town. This is easily their worst map pick if you're just going via the draft, having to start down there in Old Town. You're kind of tucked in behind Humbert Labs, always at a risk, and you're kind of just at the mercy of the team who plays to the north of you. So they're going to grab a drone scan over there. We look at Shopify Rebellion. They are the furthest from the ring right now. So who are they going to head towards? Vicky, they go towards Hot Dog Mafia, who have yet to really get up and running today. Ninjas in Pajamas, they're currently traveling through Energy Bank, or perhaps Gen G, who also, despite grabbing those couple of kills in our previous game, are still in the bottom 10.
Playing objective too, because there is an Evil Harvester at the very least, exiting out of the choke from Galleria. They're also going to be able to get a scan, see which teams are waiting for them on the other side of Energy Bank, especially since they probably already have that ring console coming out of Heights too. Hot Dog Mafia being another one to try to rotate quickly. We know that they land in Electro Dam. So they've opted to rotate all the way from the east side where there's another ring console, another survey. Supernova on the horizon, and since they're prioritizing specifically Hot Dog Mafia and getting that survey beacon, Supernova will note with that light that they were called out, and Team Falcons are to their south, rotating out of Humbert Labs, where they also have a ring console, and they have the high ground too, as well as a crypto drone, to look at Supernova, who are forced to back away into the zone towards Stadium.
Yeah, look at that. Opting to take the zone damage purely, you would imagine, to grab that Ring console information. Do Shopify Rebellion or Hot Dog Mafia want to follow in their footsteps? Perhaps they can hear them. Perhaps they have that information from a scan. Looks like Shopify Rebellion actually have a closer one inside the zone. Might be able to hit that first. Meanwhile, Falcons are doing exactly the same at Humbert Labs. A player is waiting as the ring closes to hit that immediately.
Love the patient play here, too.
Oh, my God.
Knowing that they have to play objective at this point. While Shopify also have that ring console, but Team Falcons, once they get that info, they have the evac tower, and they're going to start rotating up while Shopify Rebellion look at Hot Dog Mafia. It's a little bit of a pile-up that is inevitable on the east side of the zone. But in a zone like this, pulling so deep towards Shipyard, I mean, where do you go if you don't have the ability to fly, right? You're going to need a rotational legend to really help you out.
But it's still kind of 50-50, right?
It could still pull a little bit more.
Half a Shipyard, half a draft point, and the thing that's getting me is the fact that we're no longer touching the circles, which, again, one of the things that indicates it will keep pulling in that direction, but also there's a lot of water. And, I'm a broken record at this point, but canals are basically all the end spots in E-District. So does that mean it pulls towards the draft point canals, favoring teams like SBI and Crazy Thieves?
With the teams that don't have access to that ring console, they're really banking on that Northern Circle pool. As Oblivion are smack dab in the middle for Shipyard Arcade, let's jump into a team radio with Oblivion.
If it's a flip, we have the best going to leave, so.
Yep.
The low ground shops are also not that bad. No, it's not bad, but like landing on it is sucked us on.
Yeah, I agree.
Quick little blurb here with some information. Oblivion have taken control of the ship. As Monsoon, he is the captain now. As Blinkster too, still sticking with that Wraith, looking at the teams that are hiding up on the top of the high ground of these buildings, but denying more of that information. They have already set up the Watson fences down here in the middle. My biggest fear though, Gino, is the amount of cryptos in the lobby when it comes to the Watsons who have already stationed up with their fences.
Yeah, one of those Watson teams is in big trouble. Hot Dog Mafia have lost their Watson, in fact, and I think that only leaves Crazy Thieves. Again, they are kind of banking on this being a North pull, but it's so hard to tell. I mean, there's a couple of people you look at, Hal, MT, Phony, people that you rely on to be able to call these zones with great clarity and effectiveness, and they've gone for different options, so it's really hard to pick between them, as we do see the Rebel first strike with Fnatic going down.
Hal also gets a little bit of revenge for Fnatic because they follow up for the 3P and catch Henchman. Now go next, thankfully, have a portal in play, and they get that reset. I was hearing the arena hold their breath when they saw that fight as Fnatic go out early in this match for Hot Dog Mafia. Meet them back in the lobby at the young gun hands of Panic, who has been popping off this tournament. He's always been such an insane player, a crazy fragger at that, very talented. And with a lot of pressure under the legacy name of TSM. Here in this finals lobby, go next now. Hiding behind these rampart walls, safe and sound, but getting information from Kinda in the crypto.
Obviously a lot of cryptos in this lobby, so teams will be pretty much aware of where everyone else is set up. It gives them a lot of information to be able to plan their next moves. For Team Falcons, that's probably just staying put here. Obviously they're quite safely ensconced in this room. No altar means there's very few options for people to come at them. No doors to blow off. There's a single zip line with a small aperture, as well as the indestructible doors on either side. Oh my God, it's a Shipyard zone.
It is pulling straight up towards the southeast side of Shipyard. This is going to be crazy. Team Falcons don't have this info, by the way. They know Oblivion's right on top of them. The nades set in their direction as the bunker doors open. They have the catalyst and they have the spikes, but they look like chameleons because they're looking in front by these bunker doors. They're looking at Oblivion right above their heads, and they're hearing the fighting all around them as they take out the amp damage from the barriers.
So one of the fun things about this, Vicky, is because these zones are so rare, we're just going to see some freewheeling, right? These teams have had extremely little practice on playing a tight end zone in Shipyard. I don't know if it's ever happened in like the ALGS splits, and always remember when they're doing this in scrims, there's less teams alive. They're not playing as high quality, so this could be a completely new experience for many of the teams in this lobby right now.
I'm not gonna lie, looking at the zone gave me whiplash. I mean, it gave the other teams too, like forced to rotate so quickly because look at the Mythic bin, untouched on the north side of Draft Point after all these teams that have congregated over to that north side, saw that circle pool, wasted no time, said we gotta go over there because now there's a bridge separating us and that next potential zone. I honestly have only seen the zone like once within my own personal games. It's crazy to see Shopify, though, specifically have set up on the further north side where they really don't have to worry about late rotating teams from the right choke that leads you into Shipyard.
I mean, if Vicky hasn't seen it, I'm barely anyone has seen it. I mean, she's on 12 hours a day. Wow, that's really saying something.
Dang, you gotta expose me. It's true, though. Live, breathe, and we get to watch even more Apex while the teams that are going to pile up on that north side, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, the other thing is this is such a hard road into Shipyard. Maybe this is why we don't get a lot of those zones. Maybe this is why the devs sort of structured it this way, but coming across that bridge is a death trap, basically, especially with no altar. You can't, just get that like mini invisibility as you're ducking between different elevations. And now S8, they've had to come in from City Hall, and this is one of the few times we haven't seen them in a really good endgame position.
And this is a fight that could get 3P'd by TSM, but I don't think TSM is going to move from their spot because they know that there's 3 other teams next to him, but it's NIP versus Unlimit right behind TSM trying to take that fight.
Unlimit, of course, a team who is very used to being on the outskirts, and this is their bread and butter. If we look at teams who want to fight, Vicky, Unlimit have taken the most fights out of any team in the entire tournament. They are drilled, they are ready, but are they good enough to beat Ninjas in Pajamas?
Or are their skills limited with NIP playing this very patiently? On the other side of that wall, you can see the pings, forced to call in an evac. I'm not gonna lie, Yulari Man having this alternator is terrifying. The gold barrel, he's got the purple mag as well as a double tap. Oh, but they're baiting, making it seem like they're gonna take the evac tower to save. If NIP want to push onto them, maybe take the evac tower themselves, they're getting involved in the fight as it finally starts, and it works! It worked for them! The Wrecking Ball sent out as they get the first knock onto Vayne, backing away. They don't want to try to overextend, but a huge nade confirms that pickoff. With 18 squads left, I love the utilization from Unlimit.
20 seconds left. Not willing to swing. They had done so much damage to Ninjas in Pajamas there, but they wanted to take that sort of swing angle, but they sat there in the zone, and then...
I mean, it's because, look around 4. It's closing in the next 8 seconds as SBI get the respawn. They can't risk this because this is going to make your eyes water.
They are so far from the zone as well. Literally pulling to the northeastern side of Shipyard. Crazy Thieves have actually managed to make themselves fantastic chances to win this game, perhaps if they can get Burhulst back up, because the zone is very much pulling to them, but it looks like Shopify Rebellion on the other side is causing them some issues.
Hopefully, maybe they could work around to get a beacon here, as Legacy also try to fight right in front of them, but they try to play their life, and they get eliminated. It was only Yanya left as Genbitter picks that up as 8UL 5 points away from match point. But so many nades hurdled at their feet. Oh my goodness. Everyone sent those nades as S8UL cannot qualify for match point.
Our number 1 team goes down. A scarce 5 points needed for them. They try to play it safe, but the rotation is just too hard. Late into Shipyard Arcade is a death sentence.
They know what's waiting for them since we have the back-to-back E-District and the Grim Reaper of match points coming up as the duo of Onset and Yasin. We're gonna have to see, because we always like some more Apex as Burhulst is back in the game. No team looking to contest them, because guess what? We have a pileup between Go Next, E36, and VP, but Falcons, they've lost out on Wolsey. They may be the next team to go out unless Wolsey can get revived.
I mean, this is a kick-ass wall from Guild, completely blocking Unlimit to try and get in. They just get the res, but no time to get his health back up. Now it's all up to Hal.
Hal, the last one alive. It's a lot to deal with, but he's playing up the blue knockdown, and with a jump and the push, Team Falcons get eliminated. That is our 2 top teams out of this lobby. We are going the distance as Oblivion are still alive.
Al is statistically, undoubtedly the most dangerous player in this server, but not even he can turn that fight around. Unlimit with too much aggression will get in there, and that means we've got at least 2 more games, Vicky.
It's not Monsoon without a sniper in his hand, by the way. Charged up Sentinel. Mozam's in the other. Oh, panic. Almost gave him a haircut, but it's fine. The Mozams are all he needs to get that knock. As Oblivion want to keep this pressure up, zone closing in, it's round 5, and they're not in that next zone. They're looking to get more KP, because they know they are right behind Falcons with 35 points. Alliance also looking to reset as 5 Fears get eliminated.
It's a little harder for Oblivion. They've got to do more work, but they do find themselves on the high ground above Alliance and SBI.
Effect comes in from the skies of the dropship, and they look at Egoist, SBI, having Egoist back away for now. Alliance combined together. Look at UNL, Unlimit now dropping in from the top. SBI get eliminated, and it's all these teams looking to desperately get this KP. Oblivion are hailing from above all this extra damage without overextending.
Oh my god, they just got quite a few kills there. 7 kills, Oblivion. This is just desperately needed KP if they want to hit match point right here, right now, up to 42. They have the high ground. This is exactly the kind of spot that Monsoon thrives in, that he succeeds in. Every time we see him up high, you know, maybe some kind of sniper in his hand, that's the kind of games it feels like Oblivion always wins.
Positional advantage, you got a Sentinel in one hand, the Mozam's in the other. Phony finding MT and finishing him off. VP in a lot of trouble as Oblivion. We highlight this before, and he's literally doesn't have an extended mech, he doesn't have the sniper stock here, but that's fine. He still has a charge up Sentinel and 6 shield cells. That's all he needs to find the cracks and the nuts if he can try to steal some KP from the fight that they see in front of them.
VP go out with just a mere 2 placement points.
Galari man is back in the game. The crowd rallies after seeing the res, and Oblivion are just waiting patiently.
Blinks up on the Wraith. He loves this pick. A couple of people have joined him on it, of course, because Alta is now out.
Oh, no.
What can he do with it? Is he going to go for one of the risky kidnaps, even in this position, even when they're on the cusp of match point? Or does he save it for a more, you know, prudent kind of move?
And they may not have a choice because he doesn't have a lot of ammo to work with. And with Fun getting deleted, it is Jen Burden getting more KP. He gets that first knock. Monsoon playing this patiently, though. I like the way he's playing around the other side of the gen as extra makeshift cover. But Shopify Rebellion, they're hungry. They hear what's going on, and they travel uphill. They capitalize. As they don't hear them, they were so focused on CRT. Verhol's holding onto the high ground.
CRT did get that respawn, by the way, with all 3 members here. We said if they're up and they're 3, they've got a chance to take this one.
Wow.
SR will go down, but now Oblivion are looking like it could be over for them.
Unlimit and CRT shaking hands and allowing Oblivion to stay alive. But with Bleaker looking at the rampart, them trying to get the res, he gets sent down. Fun, he didn't have a shield, and they survive. The scriptwriters are hard at work.
Oh my God.
As Oblivion are 49 KP away. 49 points. He just needs 1 more.
Can he get a kill? Can they survive? No! Oh no! God, 49. You see the hands go up. Well, still a couple of teams to play. Okay, Crazy Thieves, they've jumped down from the high ground. And Jen Burton puts his hands up in the air. He wants the adulation, and frankly, he deserves it after that match. It was a tough one for Crazy Thieves. We talked about how hard it is to rotate in from the north side, from draft point in this rare shipyard zone. Crazy Thieves managed to do it. They take 1 down on the way. Somehow they get them back into it and finish with 11 kills. That's 23 points for them in the game and puts them up to 39 overall. 4 matches done and dusted, Vicky. Still 0 teams on match point.
But they get closer. Oblivion a point away. When I was stuck in Tokyo with Fun, he told me, you know what? This may be it. Looking to maybe look at the retirement home, take a step back. Yet here we are, a point away from match point. It's so crazy I mean, even crazier the way that Crazy Thieves were able to reset too, coming out of Humbert Labs and holding that choke on the northeast side of Shipyard. But with that reset and being able to claim the high ground of that building kept them out of a lot of the trouble that was forced on that bridge, right? They wanted to clear their backs from the beginning. That's why originally when they got the res, there was no other team that really pushed them there because everybody else was coming in either from the north side or even the west side of that zone.
Yeah, and look, you know with Oblivion, Monsoon has one of the most, he's a darling of this scene. One of the coolest backstories, and as you said, this could be Fun's last land. I don't know, man, if they take home the trophy, maybe he's going to start rethinking things, but that's what he told me when we had to spend the night in Tokyo together, delayed on the way to Sapporo by all of the snow that you can see coming down around us. Now, at 49 points,
must be feeling yourself. I mean, with Crazy Thieves, the way that they were able to play that, they must be pretty happy to see that they weren't the team that everybody wanted to jump on top of. I mean, imagine being Monsoon in this situation where they were at risk at potentially not even qualifying for this finals after he lost out in a very intense 1v1 that you and I were able to cover. But it's the reset, right? And everyone's like, oh man, I mean, the alt tab, it happens to everybody, but it was an expensive issue, but he still was able to make it.
You know what I love about Monsoon, though?
The faces.
Yeah, look, he's intense inside the server, but hey, as soon as he takes the headset off, just such a lovable human. You can hear the crowd loves him. We love him. The scoreboard kind of loves him right now.
And shout out to his fiance for all the support. Riley in the crowd, always coming side by side with Monsoon. The dynamic duo to show her support to Monsoon as they're able to find themselves in that first place.
You know, I think they got, I think he actually made the proposal here in Japan at last year's championship. Imagine if this time he could give her a trophy instead of a ring.
Ooh, it's a nice big, I'm not gonna say diamond, but achievement here that transcends these different accolades as they're 1 point away. I mean, when they were here last year, Riley was showing everybody her ring, so happy. And Monsoon basking in the food, obviously. He's an amazing chef. He gets to take pictures and have his own personal streams in the Monsoon cooking show. And SAUL and Falcons falling short once again with mere points away. This is what I love about Apex Legends, especially with Match Point Finals. As our teams take a quick break, you have to imagine what goes through their head, right? GG, go next. We got to do a reset because we are going back onto E District. And you also have to consider with other teams, knowing that Oblivion are 1 point away, are we going to have other squads, knowing their POI draft, try to grief them on their rotate?
Well, one thing I will say is it's pretty unlikely we get a replay of that game. As we said, Shipyard, we rarely see it unless something's changed. I imagine we'll be going somewhere else. But as you say, Vicky, it's been donut and a donut for Falcons in the last 2 games. But I think they've done well enough in the rest of the tournament that they've still got plenty of confidence left in themselves, and they should. They're just absolutely destroying some of these lobbies when they have a zone that goes to them, and frankly, when they don't.
And destroying my voice too. I want to hear more from the crowd though. They were excited as we tune into Lace, who's hanging out with some of our fans.
Thank you so much, Vicky. This is probably one of my favorite things to do, is to find the only Aussies in the crowd. Oh, we've got an American now. That's fine. I've done a little bit better this time round. We have Misery and Rai standing with us now. Now, Misery, you have pretty much gone to most ALGS events around the world. How is Sapporo Year 2 faring up for you?
I think Sapporo is like honestly my favorite place in the world now. It's such a beautiful city. So to anyone watching at home, if this is your chance to attend championship next year, go for it. You won't regret it. It's a beautiful place. It's so magical with the snow.
Exactly. And look at the fans. Look at this crowd. Now, Rai, we're going to ask you, which team have you been cheering for today?
Crazy Thieves.
I heard you were sitting a little bit with Papa Jen. He gets a little bit crazy, doesn't he?
Yep, certainly does.
Obviously, after that win, that's pretty exciting. But I do have something fun for you guys. We actually have the ALGS Championship little card packs here, okay? So I want you guys to pick one from the deck, because there could be a little hollow Nessie in there. So why don't you open that up and show the camera exactly what you guys have?
I have fake nails on. This is hard.
It's very difficult with us with nails, yes. You got to really rip into it, guys. Like tear it with all your heart. We could do some like little bit of a card ASMR right now.
cannot.
And what do we get? You've got the Nessie there, Rai. Look, well,
I'm sorry.
She can't open it, but what I do want to do is I want to take a short little moment to shout out our darling friend, Fee. She is currently very sick in hospital, and she's the biggest Apex fan. So I want to say we absolutely love you, Fee, and we hope that you stay super, super strong, and we'll definitely be home to give you a big cuddle. We love you, Fee.
Love you, Fee.
Back to Genome and Vicky.
Or so you thought. Or so you thought. Well, indeed, you thought it was going to be Genome and Vicky. Unfortunately, it's going to be Gaskin and myself on set, who are back on the mics to take you through these next few games down. We got a lot to talk about, and certainly got the energy going as well, because I cracked myself a fresh Red Bull down. It was delicious.
Oh, lovely. Well, no team has made match point yet. I thought when we were coming back, I didn't know, actually, I'm going to be honest, I didn't think we would come back with how Falcons were playing when we left it at 1 and 2, but still, no one has made match point, albeit Oblivion very, very close, just one single point away from being that first team to cross the threshold, but we're still going to have to get there going into matches 5 and 6 here.
Yeah, I mean, we will do indeed. We've still got a lot of work to do, and like I mentioned, if you fancy cracking a fresh Red Bull to get a little bit of energy in you, you can head over to the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, which is in the fan zone. Plenty of Red Bull available for you to enjoy, and Dan Gaskin has just gathered himself what I can only imagine is a half-empty Red Bull, because you've been chugging through them today, brother.
That I have, keeping me going, that's for sure. And we might need it at this pace. Who knows how many matches we are going to be going. If everyone keeps going back and forth, trading out games, then we could be going a little bit further than usual, or maybe further than expected for some of these teams. You can see plenty of fans in the audience for all different teams. And yeah, a wild RKN has appeared.
So, back to business then. Back to the business of what we got in front of us, back to match point finals. Like you mentioned quite rightly, no one yet has crossed that 50-point threshold. That is when match point gets activated. After that, that team who's on 50 or more points has to win a game to be crowned champions. Now, we do have a lot of teams in the lobby extremely close. And one thing that's a standout to me, Dan, and I'm sure for everybody who's watching right now, is how close the leaderboards actually are. And also, a quick thing, by the way, double E-District. We're back-to-back on E-District as we snake back.
Yes, it is a snake draft back, so this is going to be the only time for now that we see back-to-back matches until we get to Storm Point again at 8 and 9, when it would be back-to-back thereon and thereforth. So will we be able to see the same success from the likes of Oblivion going here into E-District? They only need one more point to be that first team to cross the match point threshold.
But you can see at the top of the lead, at the top of your screen, excuse me, momentarily, the scores for the teams, and now you can't, so we'll read him out for you anyway. Oblivion 1 point away. Heartbreak. He saw fun as well. I think he thought that he got it, but 49 points is where they find themselves. 1 point required to activate match point. SAUL just behind them, 45 points. 5 points needed for them to activate match point. Then you go on to Falcons, 42. And after that, Crazy Thieves with that big win in the previous game. They're on 39 now, Dan. It's very, very doable for them to hit match point right here in this next match.
Since those first two incredible matches from Team Falcons, they've yet to find a point in matches 3 and 4. So either we're their good luck charm or Vicky and Gino maybe are their curse at this rate. But they will certainly need to pick up the pace and start to find points, because otherwise teams are going to begin to surpass them. Of course, Crazy Thieves started to get a little bit closer after their victory on E-District as well. Now, in terms of the legend compositions, we know that Rampart was banned going into this one after we've already lost the likes of Alta, Caustic, and Newcastle, which means that Watson is now going to be the biggest and most prevalent legend selected here in this lobby. 13 Watsons, but that's how the compositions are going to look. 25% of the lobby with Crypto, Watson, Wraith, and then you see everything after that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that kind of lends itself to, I would say, a more consistent game here is, even though a lot of our strong defensive legends outside of Watson have already been banned, the fact that we are back on E-District, which we previously mentioned, is probably one of the most building and cover dense maps that we have in our competitive map set. It means that it doesn't affect you too much when it comes to being able to play a little bit quickly to zone. And as we look across some of the comp shifts as well, and some of the legends that have been banned, it's always interesting to see who's switching things up. You see Fnatic changing from Rampart to Watson, a lot of Ramparts to Watson kind of doing the same job.
Supernova from Valkyrie to Pathfinder, from Rampart to Maggie. I think there's going to be a change of pace from the cheeky, hard-decky game plan, and I'm definitely excited to see what's going to happen on that side. In terms of legend selection, remember, when we get into match point finals, there is the possibility we might get a reset in certain particular groups. Controller legends typically are the first and usually only, legends that do get reset if we get there. So for example, Watson's going to get banned now. If we were to see Catalyst banned next, then that might open things up once again more for Caustic.
I just learned that Phony can control cameras with his mind. That's insane. That's a skill to have. Impressive stuff coming in from the IGL. Interesting to kind of mention as well. I think that some of the IGL responsibilities have actually been shared about a little bit on Crazy Thieves, which has been one of the reasons maybe for a bit of an upturn in form. I know that Verholst has been a little bit more vocal in some of the calls that have been made by the team and the squad, and seems to be working. So everybody contributing to the success. We're also still in the pause here if you're wondering what we're doing and waiting for the game to get underway, and it might be a reset of the lobby here. So no harm, no foul. Nobody even really got to 2 or 3 steps through their loop path before we had to unfortunately jump into that pause, and hopefully we can get back underway as soon as possible. And you mentioned the composition change, and this is the team in front of a Supernova who made that quick change. But Crazy Thieves we were talking about, and Dan, impressive to see their run and what seems like just peaking at the right time here with that win in the previous game.
Yeah, and I think that's always been what it's about here in the ALGS. It's about not peaking too early and also, of course, not peaking too late. If you can find that sweet spot, you might be that team that lifts the trophy. And of course, Crazy Thieves are not just a team that is, you know, going to be avoiding trying to lift another trophy. They are a team that was designed and built to lift another trophy. All 3 members of that squad have been there, done that. As we look back at the previous game on E-District, Crazy Thieves were able to get that victory on set, and this is how they did it.
Yeah, I mean, they got the respawn just previous to this as well to get, I believe it was Verholst back into the game. And from there, just took a really simple third-party opportunity that presented themselves, and why Oblivion were just focused on getting that 1 extra point that they needed to qualify. This is about as simple as a win as you can get in the Apex Legends Global Series. Extreme difference in verticality between the 2 teams, and it's quite simply a job of cleaning up the damage that's done by others.
And there's a lot of Crazy Thieves fans in the house here as well. They erupted after this victory, and it means that Crazy Thieves are on their path to match point. But again, no one has been able to achieve it yet, and the first team to pass it should be Oblivion, but we've been here before, where we've seen a roster get very close, be 1 point away, and then not quite able to get over that finish line.
Another team who's extremely close to hitting match point is SAUL as well. Some fantastic performances, almost saw them what felt like back-to-back wins to put themselves in that position. And this is a team as well. It's Apex South just seem to have this consistent crop of talent that comes through, hits these match point finals, and whether it's ALGS Year, whether it's teams with Zero and Jim Burton, there's always an Apex South powerhouse that comes through and performs in these match point situations. Sharky's been there before. We know about that, and we know his caliber. That man's a LAN champion, but I mean, it doesn't get too much better outside of that match number 4.
Yeah, and will they look back at match 3 though, when they were in that final 1v1, not able to clutch up? If they had, they would have been on match point, which is, I think, what is kind of insane. You've got to look at this team and say, you know, when you're in a 1v1 like that, the pressure is on the line. Are you going to be able to step up to the plate in that moment? And the fact it was against Monsoon after what had already happened previously in the tournament as well.
Did not alt-tab this
when
time.
When he had alt-tabbed, he kind of made up for that one in the individual 1v1.
Well, still some work to do for them, of course, to hit match point, but very, very close to doing so. And that man on your screen, Sharky, previously mentioned that man has lifted trophies. He knows what it takes to win in those big moments. And speaking of big moments, now that we're getting to the point, Dan, where we're 50 points is kind of on the threshold for so many of these teams. We're expecting maybe one of those teams to hit match point. It's time to talk about what happens when you hit match point. I personally feel, when I've had this discussion with some of the talent team, and I think there's a lot of people out there who believe that when you hit match point, you usually get one opportunity to win a tournament. Whether that's a zone that goes your way, whether that's a rotate that opens for you, whether it's an end game that you participate in. It feels like there's one real clear opportunity that when you're in that moment, as a team, you will feel this is our do or die win tournament moment.
Well, a team who has been in that position before, albeit not in an ALGS tournament, is Alliance. They have been able to lift a trophy. It was at EWC prior to it being part of the ALGS system. Are they going to be able to find a little bit more pace here going into this next game to live up to the expectations that are set for the EMEA powerhouses that are Alliance? 2 of the most incredible fraggers around, and one of the best IGLs around. I know there's a lot of talk coming into it about Zero, about Hal, but we have to give Hackers his flowers. The only thing he's really missing is that elusive ALGS trophy.
Yeah, that's the big one, right? And it's so difficult to win an ALGS event. We know that it's a battle royale. There is an element of luck on zones that have to go your way. And don't get me wrong, there's also an enormous amount of ability and skill that has to go in it. But this is what I'm talking about with the one opportunity. Alliance sometimes are a little bit late to the party in match point. And I mentioned this before. Even at EWC, that win that they had a couple of years ago now, you've got to remember, it went deep in that series. Very, very deep. And if I'm not mistaken, the longest match point that we've had at a LAN event. So for Alliance, it can't be that same story. I think they need to be there a little bit earlier than they have been historically. And if they can do that, then there is an opportunity for them to have that one chance to strike before other teams get theirs. But at the moment, it feels like a very similar story.
And one of those key differences for that LAN is the match point cutoff was 60 rather than 50 as it was being tested at that tournament. And perhaps that did help the likes of Alliance catch up with the rest of the lobby because they hadn't quite crossed it. Whereas now they find themselves on 14 points and the leaders on 49. That is still quite a significant gap. Even if we saw Alliance win this next game with a lot of kills, they are not crossing the match point threshold. You're very unlikely to see a 36-point game to find yourself on 50. So we're going to need to see multiple games from Alliance where they're at the top. And even then, another team is probably already having the chance to get onto match point.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting thing. And this is all like situations and mathematics that's going through the heads of the players, the IGLs, the coaches as well. So you're going to see game plans change. You're going to see approaches to games change dependent upon how many teams are on match point and how many teams are chasing down that elusive 50 points. There is going to be more aggressive. The more teams that hit match point, if you're not on it, you have to be aggressive. You have to take those teams out, and you have to find a way to get those points to join them. It's a really interesting kind of tapestry that we have to kind of navigate when we're talking about match point and all these different permutations that go into being a champion. It really is just a fascinating format.
Now for Fnatic on our screens, it hasn't quite been the match point finals they would have liked in front of their home audience. That being said, they did get to the grand finals. That was their target, and there is still a time. Right, the game is loading. You can see the legends are being selected, and albeit any little last-minute changes, we should know what legends we're going to have going into this one, and it should be a Watson ban. But remember, it is E-District here yet again, back-to-back. And can Crazy Thieves go back-to-back on this map to put themselves onto match point?
I mean, Crazy Thieves in the group stages didn't look great, but they kept themselves alive. They went on a run, and now they are here on a Sunday in match point finals, and they've now got that win on the board. Is this the journey that ends with them lifting an ALGS trophy? Well, first of all, they've got to hit match point, and there's a lot of teams who are trying to do the same thing. We expect one of those big boys to hit match point in this game, or will we have some more surprises?
For you and me personally, this is the first time we've covered E-District this tournament, and I'm very excited for that. I told you, this is my favorite map to watch, cast, play. It just has something a little bit special. Just the way it looks, it feels, and it runs. Now, you can see on the right-hand side just how many points these teams need to cross match point. Remember, that means they have to win one after that. So for Oblivion, it's as simple as getting top 15, 1 point secured. Get 1 KP, 1 point secured. And then you just have to start thinking about that next match. But you could also deny points from the rest of the lobby by going on to win it yourself here.
Well, Falcons have had a couple of quiet games after an electric start, an almost perfect start. It almost felt too perfect, and maybe it was too perfect for Team Falcons. They find themselves still needing 8 points to hit match point. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see how many points are required. Oblivion, if they don't hit it, by the way, I mean, you thought Mon was a bit pissed when he didn't win the 1v1 the other day. I think they all might be doing something similar if they can't get that one single solitary point.
Just looking at Oblivion as well, they are very close to Supernova and Alliance. They are two very difficult teams to take a fight against. And also, Oblivion find themselves a little bit split right now. I'm not sure whether they tried to split up in hope that maybe they could catch an individual on their looting path and maybe they would be able to just steal that 1 KP that they need. But either way, they do have the information that they are going to be moving down towards Draft Point, down towards SBI, Fnatic, and now TSM are also moving pretty quickly there as well.
Yeah, Draft Point going to be where our game is going to be ending. Oblivion, by the way, a very interesting game for them. You think about it, if they pick off one player, they hit match point, Job is to stop everyone else at match point. Try and find a Falcons composition. Try and find an S8UL composition and see if you could recognize, not just through composition, but maybe just through a few characteristics on how they're playing the game, who those teams are going to be. Now, reminder, if you're watching ALGS for the first time, if you're watching this particular competitive format, teams will not know who they killed until they are fully dead and they pop up in the kill feed. So you're kind of playing a guessing game a lot of the time about who you are fighting.
And it's also far more difficult now with legend bans in selection as well, because it's going to be different compositions every single game as people switch things up depending on what is available to you from those legends in question. Now, Fnatic, one of these teams, they were already down over towards draft point, and they're starting to see that other teams are joining them here. They're going to be the furthest southwest team. Apart from maybe Virtus Pro, who could move in a little bit later, Fnatic are going to have watch over a lot of this lobby joining them here.
Be a little bit of a slow burn in this game. Like we mentioned, E-District just in general, lots of places to play. Phony in the kill feed has taken down Oblivion, one of them, and been finished. So that 1 point is a little bit further away for Oblivion here, and it's Crazy Thieves, the winners of our previous games, who might be looking to deny them. Just trying to have a look at our map overhead at where Oblivion are. They're kind of trapped in the middle of the zone at the moment, so to actually exit might be a bit difficult for them.
And it sounds easier than it actually is to get to that top 15 and secure that 1 point as well. It's very different from a ranked game where you could just do it by playing edge and surviving whilst everyone dies in the first zone. Instead, you've got to actually try and...
It sounded like you that was loaded.
It definitely is. Anyway, here is Oblivion against Crazy Thieves. Can they get that 1 point?
Crazy Thieves is going to back up here momentarily. Fun's got to be careful that riot drill doesn't singe away at places that he doesn't want it to. Watson in the composition is certainly going to help them slow things down here, but finding a way to get Blinkster back in the game, looking very, very difficult. Monsoon on the Seer is going to be able to get some information on where the surrounding players and teams are, but they don't have the banner at the moment. Oh, with no crypto available for them in the composition to go and grab it, it's going to have to be done manually here. It's looking pretty tough, and I think they just want to play for that 1 KP, by the way, but the way that they're playing right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if, as a duo, they decide to just send it if they do see an individual that is there for the taking, so they can get that point and then just relax going into the remainder of the game.
I mean, it can't end here, can it? The tournament does not end in this game. No one is on match point. So if they hit it and someone else does cool, they get a chance in that next game. So I think it's the smart thing to do. 5 fears, only 5 points on the board for them. They'll need 45 in this game if they are to hit match point. And as good as they are, it's looking like a very, very tough thing to do. Fun is down, Supernova eliminated in the meantime. Elsewhere, Monsoon last alive. Oblivion cannot get the single solitary down point that they need.
History has a horrible way of repeating itself sometimes.
Oh, that is heartbreaking.
They are not the first team who has been only 1 point away and then fallen victim to the next game early exit, and they will not be the last either. So now we turn our attention to S8UL and Falcons. Can they cross it here in match 5? Just felt like it was going to be a simple, over-the-line finish for Oblivion. But as I was alluding to, these lobbies are so difficult to get into the final 15, let alone get into the final circles.
5 fears are outside of zone right now, not by far. Zone closing behind them. They're going to get a little bit of info on where the lay of the land's going to be and hit an evac tower when they know that someone is not going to be when they land. Again, a long way to go for them. Only 6 points in the first 4 games for them. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see TSM and Grow having a little bit of a playful fight as Gent is going to get that knock. As we turn our attention to Falcons.
Well, they have been able to find 1 extra point, Falcons, through a KP. That's 1 more than they had done in the previous 2 matches, so at least a positive. I think you were right. It was a situation where Falcons looked unstoppable, but then suddenly they slowed down. Now, we can look back at a replay of the Red Bull first strike of the game as well, where we saw our first wipe and our first team eliminated, and it was 5 fears against Supernova. Now remember, Supernova did switch over to a very aggressive composition, but sadly it was unable to keep them afloat here, and 5 fears put a point on the board, a much needed point for them.
TSM's duplex is down. They're trying to stick the res right now. Panic is going to have to do the job of playing bodyguard. VP also have 1 player knock, and they're going to get their IGL back onto his feet. Duplex is going to slide back and should be able to reposition himself safely enough to get that battery popped and stay safe, and for TSM to stay healthy. Fnatic now moving up a little bit closer from the building we saw a few moments ago to see if there was a third-party opportunity. It looks like the call's been made to back up, though. Nothing clear-cut safe enough for them to commit to.
Oh, nice EMP. That's going to change this fight entirely. You can see now Falcons are going to be able to shortly walk through Shopify Rebellion here.
You would imagine so. A lot of damage done from the EMP, a lot of damage done for the surrounding areas. And it's not just Falcons who are doing the damage to Shopify Rebellion. A lot of teams getting involved, and Shopify are out. 17 squads now remaining as we've lost 3, and Falcons find themselves 6 points away from match point.
Yeah, everyone seemed to want a piece of Shopify Rebellion there. Crazy Thieves got it, Hot Dog Mafia got it, and the Falcons all have 1 each. And of course, that's just going to be 1 extra point each as well. Virtus.pro have got the respawn. And remember, Oblivion have been eliminated from this game, so they won't be able to get towards match point until the next match. As Go Next look to try and find their way a little bit closer, but Light has just got a lot of information here. And it's TSM on the receiving end of this one. Yeah, maybe don't take that portal, guys.
It's a scary sight to come through that portal and see Duplex out in the toilet. It's a terrifying proposition to go up against, and maybe this pure aura of Duplex being in that position was enough to send Go Next back. Alliance, though, taking some damage. There's a bubble down on the outside of their building, and a couple of nades being thrown through. It's Ninjas in Pajamas and 5Ds, I think, who are trying to do some damage to this position. Alliance are having to share a building they really don't want to. And they've also got a cheeky phony who's extending to see if he can really influence and force these teams to fight.
And it's so funny, isn't it? There's so much of the map still to play, but you know how important it is to try and secure one of these locations for the late game. Having to play friendly neighbor for now, but it can't last forever. One of these teams has to be brave. Now, it is going to be an armor check. You can see on the other side, they had purples.
Alliance with a big swing outside. Elsewhere, by the way, look at the distance. It's going to be Falcons who are actually picking up the majority of these kills. Guild got 1. Imperial, how with the right draw. Mad Maggie from distance managed to pick up 1 as well. And 5 Fears will be eliminated. So Alliance will be saying thank you, Falcons, for the help. We'll survive for now. But Effect will fall, and it's Phony who was lurking this whole time, being a nuisance, who'll get the KP.
Yeah, Effect got a little bit too adventurous, but there is going to be a respawn beacon as Virtus.pro are eliminated in 16th. So now we do see 1 more point added to every team alive here into the top 15, which is 1 more to the likes of Falcons and SAUL, who are now 3 and 4 points away from crossing that match point threshold.
And Falcons are safe in zone here. There must be opportunities for them to pick off kills of late rotators into zone. Teams who are being desperate, teams who are having to cross the open, or maybe people who are just standing still in the open. Guild hit him with some good damage with that 30-30 repeater. As Falcons trying to kind of work their way slowly, not just towards match point, but in the context of this game, towards purple shields, so they have a little bit more of a comfortable time to do so. Also, you can see infinite ammo here for Imperial. How he's going to be good on his double energy loadout for the entirety of this game. Should he switch over to another power amp at some point? We'll have to wait and see, but for now, he's going to be able to output damage consistently.
You can see the zone's going to be shifting a little bit further west now. TSM still dead bang center and just had a mythic bin spawn on them as well. Go Next is going to be holding the far western side, which I actually really like this position right now, because you can not only have a lot of tabs on what's happening on the east, but you can probably pick up some kills from the likes of Genji and Unlimit, who are probably going to be forced this way after their engagement, and the zone does pull them in.
Crazy Thieves right on the edge of zone now. Ninjas in Pajamas are the team who are kind of holding. They will be safe. Like, this building they're in is going to be in. And they do have a lot of options to make, but if you look at how many teams they're going to have to go through in order to get into a position to put the 7 points on the board that they need to hit match point, it is looking a little bit difficult. I think that it's going to be a big moment in this game for Crazy Thieves. How they rotate in towards this zone. They do have Wraith, and Phony was on Wraith to try and thread the needle when it comes to finding a place to play, but this is a tough moment for them. To be safe for the next zone, it's one after that that's a struggle.
I'm being told by the voices in my head that TSM got a Kraber from the Mythic bin as well, so maybe some last-minute action is going to happen inside of Draft Point later on.
Voices in your head tell you much more friendly things than mine.
You just got to keep tabs on them. Got to be friendly with them, as now Unlimit having a couple of pop shots over towards Fnatic. But I don't think this is going to end up in an actual engagement, but Unlimit will use that Ash Portal to head on in. And remember, Go Next were very close to them here, but this is a very stacked area in terms of elevation and the different places you can play. So Unlimit are going to be more than happy where they currently reside. A little bit vulnerable to certain angles, so you just have to kind of keep your head on a swivel here.
There's going to be a lot of responsibility on Stubby here to get those hands up, use that heartbeat sensor on Seer to find out where the teams surrounding are going to be. Don't have any real defensive legend whatsoever to hold this space down, so it's going to have to be damage output that forces teams away from them. Maybe the Seer Q will be enough to force teams to retreat for a few seconds, but when you get EMP'd, things become a little bit more different. Just an update as well as we see the zone continue to move, by the way, over to the east away, excuse me, to the west away from Crazy Thieves' position. No team still has hit match points. 7 points here as Crazy Thieves finally have to be put in a position to make their rotation. Let's jump into the comms now. It's a massive moment for Crazy Thieves.
I got stuck. Can you push back? Get away from me. Drone. Get there. Careful of mirror. We're good. No mirror. Shoot them off, and we can go back. They're enough. We can go back. Taking it back real quick. Pop the strange, I'm going. Wait. I'm going now. Going back. No fence.
So through the portal once, through the portal twice. Weren't able to take that team down in front of them, Hot Dog Mafia, but they've been dealt with by other hands in the lobby here, and Hot Dog Mafia now being out of their way, maybe clears a path on this bridge. Imperial Hal finds another kill onto Yanya. If they can finish this one off, not just the fight, but the KP, that will be another point, and they are getting closer and closer to match point.
Yeah, full wipe here would be that match point threshold crossed, and it is going to be good shots coming out of Hal as well. Just the one more required.
They'd have that knock, but they haven't finished it yet. 48 points in the bank for Team Falcons. 2 more, and they will be our first team to hit match point. 14 squads now remain in the lobby. A kidnap attempt? Did he get someone? He did! Yeah. He got killed! Guild gets kidnapped, gets ripped away from Team Falcons! It's Panic who makes the play, and now Waltzy and Hal have to find 2 points on their own.
Panic has been unbelievable on Raid so far this tournament, but here comes Yanya.
Well, it's still a 2v2, remember. Yanya, still alive. I'm pretty sure there's another Legacy player alive. They only got the one finish initially. So there is the opportunity for Waltzy and Hal to make a play on that duo. Elsewhere, back to the bridge. Crazy Thieves and SAUL are having a look at each other here.
Remember, SAUL very close to that match point threshold as well. They need 4 points right now, but Crazy Thieves starting to get closer and approach them. Look at the amount of damage that SAUL have taken so far.
Prime Bow, though. That can make a big difference. Work good from distance. Sharky with the Volt. Does make a difference. Sharky now versus Verholz. Verholz with the RE45 will even it up for just a second. But the initial damage done means that Verholz is now last alive. Jesko is in a position to help out his teammates, and Crazy Thieves will be down. 48 points now still for Team Falcons as we change our attention back over to Imperial Hal.
That's both Falcons and SAUL. They need 2 more points now to cross this threshold, and Imperial Hal is getting aggressive. It's Legacy, those 2 remaining players you were talking about, and the utility being thrown.
There's one!
There's the first!
Frag grenade follow-up here, Nears all last alive. Still haven't got the finish. The point does not count until that player is dead. But with Nears all ticking and Legacy falling, it's still 1 point required.
Yeah, Noct got the initial one onto Diesel, that's why.
Yep. Just when you thought the Falcons had done the job, Grow Gaming and Noct make it a little bit more interesting.
Well, at least you've still got the Crypto alive, though, and you have the banner. Still a chance for Falcons to get back up to 3. Just the 1 more point required. And they will be our first team to cross the match point threshold. Or will SAUL do it? But it is a slightly different journey SAUL have to take. They are further away, but technically they might have to go through Falcons to get to zone here.
They do have Valkyrie, though, and they do have the Skyward Dive available. Now, this is going to be terrifying. SAUL do use the Valkyrie ultimate. They take to the skies, and by being able to scan where those teams are, they are hoping and praying they can find somewhere to land. Falcons still need this 1 point, though. And we saw Oblivion came into the game needing 1 point. It's not as easy as it looks. Oh, McLovin!
Oh my
How's out
goodness! In and out, there's 3 rats in the tunnel, and you have to be avoiding that, and he does. Alliance also in the kill feed. Unlucky and Hackis both get to.
Walty got one! Walty gets the finish! Falcons hit match point! As SBI Esports will be eliminated as well. Team Falcons, the #1 seed, hit match point first here.
But as for SAUL, did they land? Yes, they did. If they get one more position, they will gain one more placement point, but then they would also need that extra KP. Will we be seeing 2 teams on match point? At the moment, they're under a lot of fire. Riot drills here, there, and everywhere. Unlimit are below them. Gen G just on the other side. Crow below them as well. There's definitely kills available for SAUL here. But the zone now is going to naturally force all these teams together. 11 squads left in this final circle.
Yeah, Alliance still alive, by the way. Hackis. I think it's Hackis. Excuse me, I think it actually might be Effect who's last alive for them as a solo on the Catalyst. No, it was unlucky. Got there eventually. He was on the Catalyst.
It's one of the
I was going to say, at least they're getting nothing there as well.
There he is. And as I said, 11 teams left in a final circle. You wouldn't see this on Olympus, let me tell you that for free.
Drones up in the sky for the Cryptos. You can see 4 of those knocking about. That's Jesco! Oh! He's on his back! Sharky! Can you be the hero that SAUL need? Sharky trying to commit, trying to find it. 1 point! 1 point away! SAUL will not be able to join Falcons on match point. Alliance eliminated, Gen G eliminated as well, and that's that darn Gen G causing problems once more.
2 teams fall short of match point by 1 in this lobby. Can anyone else get there? Go next, perhaps, at 37, but it looks like they're falling as well. Henchman, the last remaining player. Fnatic just wiped out in 8th position. And Henchman is not going to be long for this world either. 6 squads now remain as everyone dropping.
Falcon's still alive as a duo, by the way. Unlimit will go out next. Ninjas in pajamas. Great shots coming in from McLovin with that double tap on the alternator. And I was saying in some of the shakeups as End of Force 36 are eliminated next that this guy on your screen is one of the most talented controller players and slayers that we have in the ALGS. TSM. Think of the play that they made, that this young man made on the raid to kidnap. A little bit earlier on, a member of Falcons. Well, TSM have now taken Hal down as well, and if they can find Waltzy, then that will be them all gone. Falcons are eliminated, but it's job done for them.
It's Grow Gaming who are working so well together at the moment, targeting, focusing, and it might just be able to wrap this whole thing up here.
Just got to be careful that they don't overcommit here. Wrecking Ball will go down, but it doesn't really connect. Noct using that evac tower to jump up, to soar through the skies, and now by changing to the scout, hold on, should be able to win it, but no! It's Ninjas in pajamas from the low ground who will put themselves within 4 points of match point. They are the champions of match number 5 on E-District. But the story coming out of it, Dan, is that Team Falcons are the only team who can now win the tournament in this next game.
And I thought we were going to be here after match 3 rather than match 5, but alas, all that matters for Team Falcons is they will be the first team that has the chance to win this tournament, uncontested as well. If they lose this one, it's a freebie. You move on to the next. The question is, can they do it in 6? I think Hal tweeted out saying he was going to do it in 7 today.
That's foreshadowing.
But SAUL and Oblivion were unable to cross that elusive 50-point mark. NIP get close. Crazy Thieves only 7 points away. Grow Gaming 8 points away now as well. So teams are starting to close in. If Falcons do not win it here, you'd have to imagine going into match 7, we should at least have 3 teams on match point. But a 23-point game there from NIP was huge for their chances of trying to catch up here. They will be hoping they can deny Falcons a victory so that they will have the chance to win this entire thing.
And it's just swinging backwards and forwards at the moment. It could have been so different, this game number 6 that we're about to head into on World's Edge. Should 2 more points have been shared between 2 teams. Oblivion 1 point away. SAUL 1 point away. But it is the ice and the experience of Team Falcons who are the only team who managed to do what was required to be eligible to win the whole thing in this next game. Head-to-head in front of you, here's some of the stats from our top teams.
It's going to be a frustrating one for SAUL. You could see the disappointment when they just realized they hadn't quite got there. And the questions will be asked, could we have gone for a little bit more of an aggressive push earlier on? Should we have tried to wipe that squad? But the focus of the entire lobby now has to be, let's stop Team Falcons. And now the beauty of Matchpoint, the beauty of Apex Legends, is this crowd will now be willingly going against Team Falcons just to witness more Apex Legends. If Falcons are eliminated at any point in this next game, the crowd will erupt, bar the small pocket of Falcons fans, I'm sure.
I was going to say, we were talking about this backstage, it's one of the only esports in the world that celebrate a team not winning. It's a wonderful, wonderful dichotomy that we have in Matchpoint finals. If you want your team to win, you have to hate watch for a game or so. The teams that have hit Matchpoint, it is a fascinating thing to watch and spectate as a fan of whatever team that you find yourself in. But this man, what a turnaround. I've got to give a huge, I always give that man credit, and I'm not talking about Drauga, lovely bloke, but I'm talking about Imperial Hal, you know, took the risk, said, I don't want IGL, I believe Zero is the best IGL in the game. That's what he said in his own words. And it didn't work out, right? And then he takes the responsibility of saying, do you know what? I was built to be an IGL. I'm going to go back into that seat. I'm going to find my way back in. He's probably realizing as well that there's going to be some teething pains with that. There's going to be a lot of eyes on him, but you see why he's so damn good. You see why he leads from the front. He's superb then.
Job not done yet, though. I will say, job not done yet. Lace, job is not done yet, but they have found themselves on Matchpoint. How are you doing out there?
Yes, thank you so much, Gaskin. Obviously, it's been absolutely exceptional today, but there is one more thing that I want to talk about today, and we have the MVP trophy right next to me with my lovely assistant here showing it off. It's actually one of the Phoenix kits, but it is for the MVP. Our wonderful Hugo, who runs through the stats with damage, kills, damage differentials, will actually head towards the MVP at the end of the day. So it's about 50% the player stats, and the other 50% is from the talent on the broadcast. So I'm taking bribes just a little bit. But by my side, I have another lovely assistant here. We've got Snipe with one of the beautiful jackets that the MVP's team can actually win as well. So we've got some beautiful prizes here for that most valuable player. And in the running at the moment, you know, we're looking like Imperial Hal. Yulari Man is up there as well. Jen Burton sneaking on up, so it could be anyone. I want you guys at home in the chat there, maybe write your favorite MVP player, but I'll head it back over to Gasket and Onset.
Oh, it's back. That Phoenix gets cool, isn't it?
Bribes?
I want one of those.
Bribes?
I hate that we're in charge of making big decisions.
I didn't agree to this.
I do this job to avoid making big decisions.
Let me go discuss
in my life.
with some of these players just a second.
Yeah, let's actually, I'm going to go around with a little whip around, see if anyone's got any cash.
I am glad, though, that Hugo is getting the majority because, yeah, the stats, for me, as a stat man, you know, Hugo's addition to this broadcast team has been unbelievable. The journey of just creating website, is Apex down or not, and now he's running everything just on stats. Love you. Now, anyway, moving on to match 6, we have our first match point team. Can they do it in 6? We move over to World's Edge. Do you know where they're dropping, by the way?
Skyhook
West.
Sky West is number 1 seed.
There was a time where Skyhook West was the winningest POI on World's Edge. Probably still is statistically, I'll ask Hugo. But there is a fantastic chance here for Team Falcons to win this entire darn thing.
And they will know it. And now we talk back, or we turn ourselves, I should say, back to that conversation we were having about the one chance. Falcons have a free hit at it right now. No one else in the lobby is on match point. No one else in this match 6 can win the tournament outside of Falcons. Now, that's interesting for a few reasons. One, everyone knows that Falcons are dropping at Sky West. Everyone knows probably where Falcons are going to be rotating from. But 2, Falcons really can kind of put the nerves up everyone else, because Falcons, if they do it here, it would be with everybody looking at them. It would be an insane thing to do as the first seed, the first team to hit match point, to set a new record, to break that curse and go through to be champions.
Crazy thing is here as well, they were running Catalyst already, and I don't know if this is foresight from them or just a happy coincidence. a lot of the lobby are going to move to Catalyst now because Watson's just been banned. It's one of the last controller legends that's actually left available to hit ring console. Obviously, there are legends that can do it elsewhere, but alas, expect to see a lot of Catalyst going into World's Edge here. More difficult to target a Catalyst team that was playing it previously, one of the only few. Now we're going to probably have at least 10 plus teams doing the same thing.
If I was other teams, by the way, League Ops would hate me. I'd be walking.
They already do.
No, but I do, and I'm not even on the stage. But I'd be walking through, I'd be going, I'll put my hand up, I'll be like, I need the bathroom. And I will be walking past, and I will be making a note of everyone's comp. Looking at. And I would be banned from tournaments, which is why I can't compete anymore, Dan. It's not because I'm not good enough. It's because I find any competitive edge I can, which is outside of the rulebook.
So good news if you are a Falcons fan. Mark isn't behind the stage. He won't be able to give them the POIs. At least, I'd hope not anyway, give the comps away. Other good news is they have found a World's Edge victory already this tournament. When teams start to cross match point, that's when I start to look at the statistics of how many teams have actually won on this map. What is their percentage conversion from top 5 to winning the entire game as well, which will go a little bit deeper into that if Falcons are able to find themselves in that top 5. Anyway, Team Falcons, excuse me, have been one of the best teams around, and World's Edge might just be their home.
Well, what we'll do in the meantime, while we're waiting for match 6 to get underway, is take a look back on one of those Team Falcons victories, and we're going to hear what it sounded like to be inside of the headsets and inside of the comms.
Keep on. I'm on. Pull up your bat. Pull. It's left guy.
I'm healing.
He's Newcastle. They're double resing.
Can we swing?
Good heal. Hustle. Dead. Let's go. I got it. Don't worry. Let's go, baby. Come on, bro. You're not fucking gonna worry about it. You're not gonna worry about it. Time shit.
Waltzy's full of confidence. I love it. He's
full of beans, some may say.
I mean, how's like his hair's falling out. If that would have carried on a few more seconds, he would look like me. And Waltzy's like, don't worry about it. I got it. I want it. All good. Like, and he does that a lot actually. It breathes confidence. A few times you see Waltzy in 1v1s, he's like, don't worry, I got it.
I mean,
like, stop panicking. You're making me panic. Just let me win it.
As an anchor player, it's your job to just kind of calm things down, anchor the team, and Waltzy, you've said it so many times throughout broadcasts over the last year. Such a vital part to this team, and you do need that person that sometimes can calm things down both in and outside of the game. The question is now, with pressure on...
You said outside of the game and it reminded me of the boot camp. The boot camp where all you could hear was Waltzy scream and a coffee cup smash. Outside of that one really obvious, memorable example, you are right though.
I definitely am right. All right, that is going to wrap up, of course, match 5. We have one team on match point. Will Falcons win it in 6 games? There's only one way to find out. We have to get there first, but before then, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Inside the Grimace Dome. New dreams in the dome.
Razer, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Deserve this.
Clever tactics, bold maneuvers. You've a curious mind. Care to fathom the mysteries of the universe?
Welcome back to Match Point Finals. Welcome back to Sapporo, Japan. A packed arena here, waiting to see if this will be the final game of our Match Point Finals. Team Falcons have crossed that threshold. They have the 50 points they need to go on and win the tournament and get their hands on that trophy. Gaskin and myself on set, still on the mic here to talk you through this next game. And Dan, Falcons have that chance, that free shot now as the only team who are on match point.
When they do get to the top 5 on World's Edge, they have a 25% win rate of converting it. So I think if they are able to get to that late game, stats are definitely on the side of Team Falcons. And of course, they are dropping at Skyhook West, one of the best POIs, or at least it was back in the day. Of course, it has slightly dwindled now with changes that have come through, but still a very strong position to be on the map, especially if the zone does pull a little bit further north, maybe even northwest if they're lucky. Will it be that one chance that you've been speaking of? Will Falcons get that moment here? Will we see an early elimination? Of course, there is only one way to find out. We are just about ready to head into the game. Legend selection is starting to begin here now. Remember, we are going to see Watson banned from this, so I'm expecting a little bit more Catalyst to come into the fray as that controller legend, as that legend that can give you ring confirmation and ring information.
Well, let's give you the lay of the land of everyone else chasing, though. SAUL, just 1 point required. The same can be said for Oblivion. 1 point for either of those teams, and they will join Falcons on match point. Ninjas in Pajamas only need 4. Crazy Thieves only need 7. And Grow Gaming only need 8. So if Falcons don't do it here, Dan, boy, does this lobby open up. There is a lot of opportunity for a lot of teams to join them on match point. 50 is what they need. Falcons need the win. We're on to World's Edge.
On to World's Edge, and we'll start things off with Team Falcons. And say what?
Symbolic.
It is pretty symbolic.
It's not a Falcon, it's a Raven, but like still pretty symbolic.
Can they get the job done from Skyhook West? Now, interestingly, they don't have the entirety of Skyhook. Skyhook East was taken by Ninjas in Pajamas during the POI draft, so they will be somewhat contested. It's not going to be a free lay of the land up in the northwest. In terms of the zone, though, we're going to be heading, I guess, a little bit north. We're going to be going over towards, like, Monument Fragment
It's pretty
area.
darn central, Dan Gaskin, if you ask me. We're going to see Monument and Fragment be very populated by teams. Hot Dog Mafia will certainly be one of those teams. By the way, shout out Rambo. I told you he was going to bring something special to the main stage today. That man walked out to a $2 million tournament grand finals dressed as a hot dog, Dan. What other esports can you do that?
I've not seen it personally, and maybe we'll never see it again. Who knows? But just to confirm, 14 catalysts on your screen, so that will be banned going into the next one. And of course, then that's when we start to talk about resetting those controller legends and Caustic coming back into the equation once we get rid of all of them, which is going to be a little bit stinky for some of these teams.
Yeah, certainly a legend that everyone knows very, very well with the strength that, of course, Caustic has had in recent times with the continual buffs that have been given to the legend. That's what's needed for everyone outside of Falcons. On the top right side of your screen, SAUL, that's the points they need, just the one. Oblivion need 1. Ninjas in Pajamas 4, Crazy Thieves 7, Grow Gaming 8, and even Go Next and TSM are within striking distance. I mean, you could argue with big games as well. The list below might have an opportunity, but it's the fact that multiple teams don't need a huge amount of points to hit match point now, Dan, that will be both good for them, but also concerning for Team Falcons if they don't win it here.
Oh, Fnatic will go down.
Oof.
And our Red Bull first strike goes in favor of Hot Dog Mafia. But now Crazy Thieves are going to be on the back end of this, looking to try and third party, looking to try and get more of those 7 points they require to cross that match point threshold.
Yeah, fantastic shots coming in from Jen Burn with that R99. A Spitfire here for Phony. He hasn't had the opportunity to even gather himself his weapon of choice so far. Crazy Thieves with the quick rotate. And with those kills being secured, they now find themselves just 6 points shy of match point.
One other fact, statistics, I'm going to throw them at you again. The one win Falcons have got on World's Edge so far this tournament was from Skyhook West as well. Everything is leading in their favor right now. It's just a matter of converting now in front of them. As you can see, Rambo, not in a hot dog costume anymore, but instead invisible behind a van.
Visibility cloak may be the choice of wardrobe for him. Virtus Pro, who the first 2 games very rough for them. After a very impressive road to this grand finals, maybe they can start to turn it around a little bit here on World's Edge. Long way to go for them. SBI Esports are playing in and around Grandma's house, which is going to be in front of them as they can try and cross through the ravine in front of them over that hillside, and TSM have found themselves inside of zone as well. Or maybe looking for a kidnap again. It's actually Panic on the way to try and take someone with him once more.
Is Blinkster going to try and make a push here to try and get that one kill? I noticed that he certainly saw there was a knock on the E36 side in the other building. But you don't want to find yourself as a duo yet again, but Monsoon trying to provide as much information as possible as they still look for that one single point to cross match point.
1 point. And now it's different, right? We talked about the previous game. Oblivion, their game plan could have been just int a team, get the 1 kill, finish it off, job done. No one else is going to win the tournament. Now that's different, because if they int, get the kill, but then get thirded, get traded, yeah, they hit match point, but Falcons are still alive and could end the tournament. So it's a very different game now that Oblivion have to play. They have to play the more traditional game, look to win it, and deny Falcons as well as getting that single point on the board.
Yeah, that's the focus for everyone, really. If it's difficult to find a team and target a team, which we know it is, the only way you can stop them is by winning yourself. And usually that'll come along with a nice amount of points, and you might find yourself on match point going into the next one. We already have almost 75% of our lobby within this next zone. Still a few late stragglers, though, are just moving from the further POIs. The likes of Shopify Rebellion still moving, which Shopify Rebellion have been a little bit quiet so far in these match point finals, but the longer it goes on and the longer they have to catch up and get to potential match point, they are another one of those teams that could go on to win the whole thing. And that is the scary thing about these match point finals. If you do not take that opportunity that you're presented with, that Falcons have that opportunity right now, the more teams that get added, the more likely, and I guess the more difficult it becomes to actually secure it yourself, and you open the door to these other teams.
Taking ourselves down to the southern side of the map now. Shopify Rebellion looking to walk up towards more central areas. Actually kind of counter-rotating right now. They do have a blue bin near them. Maybe they're thinking about just grabbing that for a little bit of extra evo. As they find themselves quite far off the pace at the moment. 30 points Shopify Rebellion need to hit match point. Long way away in context of where everybody else finds themselves in this lobby.
It will be a similar composition that we see across the board with Catalyst, Sia coming in for a few as well. It's interesting we've seen less Valkyries since you lose the Newcastle, you lose the Caustic. It's much more difficult to try and plop yourself in zone and build up a base. No Rampart to do it either. But remember, I was talking about the Legend reset. Will happen after this match. After we see the Catalyst get banned, Caustic suddenly becomes unbanned. Then once Caustic is banned again, we once more get the addition of another controller legend coming through. It's going to be a back and forth, potentially, of just constant controller unbans and bans here.
That's how things are looking right now. We are pulling over to the Monument side. Pretty central, this zone. Probably pulls out towards the respawn building like we saw the other day. Out to some of those, yeah, out towards Hot Dog Mafia a little bit, but we do see the ones that move up a little bit more central. And Shopify Rebellion, if we do see that ring pull, again, might be able to wrap from this southern side and end up with everyone in front of them and the zone going their way. It's going to be an interesting one for them. I'm trying to see if Shopify have a ring console somewhere near them, and it doesn't look like they do at the moment. They did dip back into Lava Siphon by the looks of it because they've evac'd back away, and there was a ring console there. So they're going to have the current information that's on your screen, but it's the ring pull after this one that I think is going to decide which teams are in the best positions on the map.
Yeah, I'm trying to look, is there anywhere you can play late? I mean, Epicenter, you could get ring console information if you are able to play on that northeast side as well.
For that spot, by the way, that we're talking about, that southern side of where the potential zone could go. So they're trying to stay away from the build-up of teams in and around the center of Monument here. It's pretty smart.
So NIP need 4 more points. After an incredible victory for them, it will definitely be a confidence builder. And another team that have been building up throughout this season. And now they find themselves in a position where maybe they could be up there with the greats like Team Falcons. But can Falcons deny anyone's chances of getting an attempt to win this thing? Remember, they've been through so much. We think back to right at the start of this ALGS season. It was a very different look, Team Falcons. We didn't really know how it was going to go. Of course, that ALGS Open was it seems like forever ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, 300 games they had to play to win.
Yeah, it could be a very different finals for them here as well. Although saying that, at the ALGS Open, when they did get to match point finals, they made it look pretty easy there as well.
I still look back on that game and I'm like, how is everybody fighting each other? Not Falcons. But you'll take it if you're Falcons. The work that they did before that put them in the position to win it.
So SAUL and Oblivion still haven't found that one extra point. As a reminder, you just need to get into the top 15 for a placement, or of course, a kill. Easy, right? No.
Ooh. Over at the streamer building. We've got Grow Gaming. They are not going to be safe, you would imagine, when a big zone pull does come, unless we see one of those ping-pongs back towards them. But for now, they are completely and utterly safe. Got about 60 seconds to go. If you're wondering why there's not much fighting going on at the moment, well, it's because everybody's pretty safe. By the way, Team Falcons on Limit is something to look at right now, because Team Falcons might have to hold off on Limit, who are coming through the tunnel down on that southern side of zone we were talking about. Go Next trying to do something similar, holding out Ninjas in Pajamas on your screen right now. And remember, Ninjas in Pajamas don't need many points to hit match point themselves.
It's almost identical fights happening on different sides of the map with these tunnels. Go Next and Light, excuse me, looking to try and be aggressive on that Pathfinder now. VP will get a respawn onto Slayer as well. And now here is the push you were talking about.
This is big, this is massive. Falcons on match point right now, the only team in the lobby. Big damage done to Unlimit. But the first knock not coming in as yet. It's actually Guild who will go down. How gets that battery off? But he's stuck in a Fusel. A Fusel of all things is going to force Hal back here. A couple of Skynades do go in. A lot of damage was done on either side. And in the meantime, Falcons have got Guild back up.
They've been able to get him back up. It's because Hot Dog Mafia were looking over towards Unlimit and they refuse to let them push. Shopify Rebellion will be eliminated. No extra points for them. Hal has now gone down. You can feel the tension in the arena because everyone's starting to think that maybe there could be one more match as Unlimit start to press up onto Falcons.
Volz is doing what he can to hold the line at the moment, but he has his shields broken as well. He has to slide away. But is this going to be Falcons' hopes fading away here, trying to knock this final Falcons player down to his knees, but the battery will be popped. Ilari Man can't get the kill, but Falcons are down, and we go one more match.
Much to the delight of the Sapporo audience here, not only because it's one more match, but it was Unlimit who did it to Falcons as well. And that will open up the doors, not only to the rest of the lobby, but to Oblivion, who have reached match point and will have hit that 50-point threshold.
Fantastic stuff. SAUL still need 1 point themselves. Crazy Thieves are in a great position for endgame, by the way, right in the center of zone. And they only need 6. Now, the question is, with Falcons eliminated and the tournament continuing with one more game, how many teams are going to join them on match point?
I think that's it. It's how many, because it could be 3, 4, potentially even at most 6. If it goes the right way with points being secured here, there, and everywhere, I mean, actually, in theory, mathematically, it could be 7, but we'll get into that later if it happens. Now, Crazy Thieves, one of those teams that could be on match point, 6 away. Still 17 squads left, and the reason why there could be so many teams here on set is because there is so much KP available for teams.
It's 17 squads still remaining. Exactly. There's only 3 teams gone out of the lobby, so many bodies still to fall, so many teams that will have to find their way towards this endgame. And with Crazy Thieves still needing these points, they're in a really tough position right now. Do we play for some KP? Do we play for Zone? Alliance a long way off the pace at the moment. But they've got a team walking up on them.
Yeah, it's Go Next. This is a horrible rotation for Go Next because they're being forced into zone and they have Alliance above them, but I love this position. Make sure you get into the tunnel, but Gen G out of nowhere.
Gen G, 2 down, Gen G down, but Alliance from the high ground overlooking them at Epicenter might be about to move into third party this.
That is terrible news for Go Next. They're going to try and get back onto their feet.
They're going to reset. Effect tried to slide down to stop this, but I think it was only him who fell down, and now Effect is going to be finished. Now, Alliance do not have Alter available. Alter is banned, so they cannot recall, and that is going to be them done. SAUL, in the meantime, have hit match point. They are on 50 points now.
It was just with that one knock across the map. Changed it as well. Alliance do get the respawn onto Effect. Go Next is still struggling. Here comes Unlimit. Again, it's aggression as Go Next get eliminated and Hot Dog Mafia might be next.
Unlimit and Yulari Man leading the charge once more. The double tap onto the human Hot Dog. Frambo, enough to send him scarpering. TSM still in this building, by the way. Panic having a little look at this one, and Panic did have a Kraber a few moments ago. He used that on Oblivion to get a knock. Not sure if the kill got confirmed. but he certainly is being a menace. And yeah, they still have the Kraber. It's Gent who's now got it in his hands. Albrelele just found that one out, and he's not going to be able to get back up.
The future of this region, Unlimit. Yellariman in particular has been the standout player of APAC North. For Ninjas in Pajamas, it's only 1 point required for them, as well as Hot Dog Mafia will be confirmed as out. Will we see a fourth team cross that match point threshold? Or will we see them fall just short, just as teams did in the game prior? They still have to get into zone, and they are being focused.
Oh, Vayne does just about get to that fence line. They use the wrecking ball as a way to get from A to B. Kurev is trying to stick his teammate to get him back on his feet, but it's a risky play to have to make. McLovin is a big 1v1 for him to win. Does he buy the time? Oh boy, does he! McLovin! Single-handedly takes apart VP. Ninjas in Pajamas hit match point. They're on 51.
And now we pass the baton over to Crazy Thieves. Can they be the next team that gets there? Legacy have lost 2. Alliance also falling. Unlimit continuing to be this aggressive force that doesn't seem to falter when anyone is in their way.
Yellariman just being careful not to overextend in this position. Peace. He fancies a barbecue though. He throws the thermite down. Ninjas in Pajamas have been eliminated, but they have done their job. Alliance will fall next. Their rough start to this match point finals continues. Still down on this low ground though. Unlimit and 5 Fears and Grow Gaming overlooking this.
This will be quite the run from Unlimit if they can go on and find a position to play in this final circle. They have just continued to hold their W keys forward. But now they find themselves on the southern side of the zone with Grow Gaming in front of them, Supernova as well. Arguably one of the best positions in the game right now, Enter Force 36, who seem to have done very well at finding themselves in final circles, but just haven't really been able to add the KP elsewhere. Remember, Grow Gaming are very close to getting that match point threshold as well. 6 points away, but it is Crazy Thieves on the other side who are also looking for those 5 points.
Grow Gaming had a great game, number 1. Remember, Noct had a huge amount of KP in that game. Really was a force to be reckoned with. Unlimit trying to sneak their way up towards zone, but so many players and teams will be able to put damage down onto them as they try and cross into this central area of Monument. Where this zone is finishing, by the way, is bang in the middle of the street. There is no playable spot whatsoever.
Unlimit did have a little bit of trigger discipline there. They didn't want to give away their position just yet, but now you kind of have to, because when you get a freebie like that, you have to take it. And now Unlimit can probably press on this southern side and actually have a relatively free walk-in. They're going to be pretty covered from any covering fire that's going to happen on the western side in particular. And the eastern side, they're all going to be occupied. Crazy Thieves, Grow Gaming, 5 Fears are all going to be fighting very shortly.
Crazy Thieves. They find 1, that's 47 now. 5 Fears will be eliminated. 3 points is all they need. Verholst is taking damage. Teammates trying to hold for him while he pops this battery. Jim Burn trying to use all of his utility to force teams away. The catwalk goes down now from Verholst. Phony trying to make a play to get them safe, but the ball is bad. It's Jim Burn, the last hope here for Crazy Thieves. They won't hit it. Crazy Thieves will fall. No match point for you.
Legacy on the receiving end of yet another aggressive push from Unlimit here as well. Yellariman continues to be a thorn in the side of everyone in this lobby. Grow Gaming still alive, still scoring points, and they are getting closer and closer to that match point threshold. They need 1 more point as well.
Well, that riot drill could start cooking some SAUL players. Supernova eliminated in the meantime. Grow Gaming need just 1. And they are getting closer and closer to getting it, but close is never enough. You have to secure it. You have to get this job done.
They could do it via placement. They are one of the closest teams to where their zone's going to be finishing. Naturally, other teams are going to be eliminated if you are patient at this point. Unlimit, still alive, still causing mayhem. This has been a generational run from this roster, who are trying to close that gap to match point themselves single-handedly in this game.
Don't forget TSM as well. 8 points they need. Still doable. Well, it's just a few moments of silence breaks out across World's Edge. The zone will force the hands of all of these teams left in the lobby. TSM make their rotate to center zone. Suvi's going to pop the ultimate accelerant here. He's trying to get that exhibit back. Panic has a Kraber. SBI Esports will be eliminated. Panic, you're a young man with a lot of responsibility on your shoulders right now, and he can't quite connect.
SBI Esports eliminated. And that might just open the door for Grow Gaming. They need one more placement. And they will be on match point as well. TSM can use this cat wall now just to kind of avoid all of the gunfire, potentially get into a spot, but Unlimit again, fearless in their aggression.
Panic's weak. Yalari man does not care for you. He comes in and he tries to claim these kills himself, but he ends up going through a portal. He's not sure quite where. Grow Gaming on to 50. Grow Gaming on match point as well.
It's job done. Can anyone else get there? That's the real question. Or can Grow Gaming put a victory on the board alongside it? Unlimit eliminated. TSM go down as well.
5 short TSM. They will not hit match point, but End of Force 36.
A chance.
Hold on just a minute here. Blinkser, you're dead. 1 point remaining. Enter Force 36. Welcome to match point.
That makes 6 teams on match point going into match 7. And it is some local favorites that get the job done. The team that never says die. All tournament long, they have survived when you just don't think they're going to. Whether it's a revive, whether it's a rat play, whether it's just avoiding gunfire, but this time, they dominated the final circle. And they will have the chance to win this entire thing going into match 7.
What an incredible, incredible game of Apex Legends. Falcons had the free shot at the tournament. They go out relatively early. One of the first 3 teams to fall in the lobby. And then every other team, it felt, who even had a sniff at match point, found a way to get the points that they needed to join Falcons with a chance to win the whole thing. An exceptional game from Enter Force 36. 22 points on the board for them.
So for 6 teams, and one of them is Oblivion. They do cross that threshold. They were unable to get it done that first time of asking, but now they are not only a team that's on match point, but they are currently the lobby leaders in terms of points as well. And think about the journey they've had. They were not part of champs when it comes to Pro League. They went through the LCQ, and now they find themselves all the way here at champs at the #1 spot with the chance to try and win everything here in match 7. There's your confirmation.
Oh boy.
And you can hear what it means to the crowd as they notice just which teams could be winning it here.
Oblivion, Grow Gaming, and Falcons. All from the Americas region. Enter Force 36, APAC, SAUA, APAC South, and Ninjas in Pajamas from the Americas. I will say, featuring a player from South America as well. We combined the 2 regions recently to the Americas. But it's important to highlight Kurev on his journey as well. In this next game, if one of those teams wins this game, they will become the ALGS Championship champions.
And we're 1 region short there. Where is EMEA? Can anyone from EMEA step up to the plate to keep this thing going and maybe give themselves the chance to become champions? Remember, EMEA won it here last year. Go Next, they got that job done when no one thought they could have. They were the underdogs. This time, could it be Oblivion, perhaps? From LCQ to champs to lifting a trophy. They're certainly going to have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, an incredible, incredible run from them, but nothing has been won yet. We will keep going here in Sapporo. We have at least 1 more game of Apex Legends to bring to your screens, but before we get there, we're going to send it to the desk because there is so much to talk about. We are in a wonderful situation with so many teams on match point.
It's a blast. Thanks, guys. Onset and Gaskin with another great set of games and a great set of games for us to watch here. Whether you're in the Dome with us live or watching at home, thank you. Welcome back to the desk as we break down what has happened thus far and start setting up where we could be going, because an end is near. But if you don't win, we go again. My name is Randy. I'm joined by Glitter Explosion, Snipe Down, and Jayhawk. Lauren, we've seen so many different iterations for the start of this 4-5-6, excuse me. But really, the big story was, I think, in Game 4, Crazy Thieves coming out and putting themselves in a position to be a talking point here heading into this. A team, we were wondering, would they mesh? Would they put it together for final state? They certainly have.
Absolutely, and we were talking about them as a team. We were looking to be towards the top at the beginning of the group stage. Things kind of petered out a little bit. They've had to now kind of fight claw, tooth, and nail to get back to where they are, and now they find themselves right outside, just barely missing that match point, but they have really started to pick up the pace.
Another team that we talked about too because of the legacy of winning. TSM's former coach who won with Verhulst, with Howe, with Rebs back in London a couple of years ago. They've split up. He's found himself as a coach of NIP. And Jayhawk, this team has had so many things to talk about, from McLovin's kind of surge into one of the premier players to, as Onset mentioned, Kurev's journey from South America into this roster. Talk to me about NIP. How are you feeling with them having had a chance to cross match point?
Their journey was incredible. I mean, Vane, it looked like he was on the brink of retirement and was going to be coming back. Like you said, McLovin, he was kind of an LCQ Pro League player, kind of bouncing around. And like you said with Kurev, from South America, he at one point had moved to EMEA to try to compete there and hadn't found success. And so they were sort of thrown together. And then at the midseason playoffs, they made their names known, and they have proven it is not a fluke. I mean, you can't talk about the experience that Raven brings to this team when it comes to winning on match point. And I don't want to give too much away, but in terms of the POI draft that they had, 19th pick. Absolutely terrible. Yeah. And we're going into Olympus where they have Summers University, the best POI on the map, and they have Zoo Station on Storm Point for the next 4 games. They're a legitimate chance for that team to win it.
I mean, let's take a look at some of the plays here that kind of told the story over the last few games, because Snipe, obviously, we started off with Crazy Thieves doing it, NIP coming out as well, S8UL, also a major topic here, and Ender Force 36 finishing it off. But walk us through Game 4, how Crazy Thieves kind of got involved.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Thieves just took the bridge here. They started cleaning up people, and then you could see they just decided to take the height. This is one of Phony's best things. Once he gets to endgame, he is one of the greatest closers of all time. Whenever I played with him, whenever we got to endgame, it was almost always a win. I think we had like an 80+ percentile, and you can see they're just looking down on these other teams. And then we're going to talk about, you know, the E36s, the S8UL, like you said. Those players and those teams have won countless games. They might have more wins than any other team. So now that they're on match point format, got to look out.
Yeah, you look at the NIP here, kind of trying to get their win. It would turn the tide for them, Lauren. And, you know, playing from the low ground is not the easiest thing to do, but there's just a simple synergy. And what I love, too, is Kurev on the Sparrow. Not a character we see kind of gone to as consistently across the lobby with most, but now that we're getting towards those later games, we're going to start to see those types of picks come out, especially comfort picks like that character.
Yeah, I mean, they just had a really, really well-timed push there at the end of that as well. Played it perfectly for that trio. I know Jayhawk was really excited to see them get that win.
And E36, Jayhawk, Japan, APAC North, they have been looking for the person or the people to put this region on their back. E36 started out this tournament as a top 2 seed coming in from the group stage. They're looking like a top seed now, having just crossed match point.
Absolutely, and I got to say, it's really impressive that they're all Korean, and obviously we think back to Reject, another Korean team that also won. I remember talking to Obley after that win, and he said Korea doesn't really have that many talented players, but clearly the ones at the top of the game are incredibly talented because they're making noise here.
It reminds me of APAC South. A lot of those players exports into North America, exports into the top teams, snipe down. We've seen that happen across the way. Another team I want to mention, Grow Gaming, who've been steady and solid. I mean, I don't know what it is, but you look at Keon and you look at Dropped and Knocked, the ability for them to be so consistent, not just in getting into the right situations, but getting into top 5s very, very often. There's something about that team that is dangerous. You cannot turn your back on them.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about players, a lot of the time, you know, Dropped goes unacknowledged. You talk about the empties who have made all these finals and all these top 10s but never closed it out. Dropped is another one of those that has made, he's only missed 1 grand finals, and he's always there in contention. He's never won the whole thing, but this is the best I think that they've done up to this point to make them into the match point finals. This team, you could just tell they really enjoy each other, they trust each other, and they're growing out there right now because they are looking phenomenal so far in this set.
And I think, you know, Lauren, a little bit onto that story as well. Keon, he's not known with Grow Gaming. He's known from being on Furia for so long with that iteration of that team with Madness. Having found maybe a different home, a new home, there were question marks, but they have undoubtedly performed above or at least at expectations, and now proving that they deserve to be considered a top 5 team.
100%, and being able to catch up with Keon too is what when we're in the hotel in the breakfast time in the morning, being able to chat a little bit. Yeah,
he's about 7'2".
The height, you know, makes it a little obvious, but even talking to him about it, you can tell it's just a different vibe. He's talking about how well they're synergizing as a trio, how like this could potentially be an opportunity for them to really take it home. We're now seeing that reflected in this, one of with now 6 teams on match point, but also finding themselves in a good spot in the overall leaderboard in general, this is an opportunity for them to take it home.
All right, guys, before we get to some things and move into the next game, I will ask your questions on how many games you think it's going to be going. But I also want to make sure all of you at home know that we've got a brand new update to our ALGS website. If you want to keep in touch with all of the stats and all of the great things that we have going on in our league, from how these pros are transitioning teams in our midseason breaks, or maybe how well they fared in previous tournaments, and check up on how they're doing now, go to our new ALGS.ea.com. You can find all the action and all of the information there. It's a great resource, and honestly, if you're an ALGS fan or just becoming one, or maybe thinking about watching this tournament and saying, I can get used to this, that's a great place to start, ALGS.ea.com. We also, before we move to something else here, I do want to get a number from you guys, because this is important. It could end at any time. 6 teams on match point. How long are we going? Lauren,
9.
start with you. 9? Snipe.
9. I think it's 9 as well.
9, okay.
Yeah.
Jayhawk?
My number before we started was 11. I'm sticking with it.
11?
Yes.
Long way to go.
The chaos.
All right, I'm going 25. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Honestly, I was thinking 9 as well. That seems like it would be the right place to end. But you never know. These teams are in a position that is so hard to determine. And the beautiful thing about it is that they've got themselves in the best place ever to perform, in front of an amazing crowd and also in front of some amazing peripherals. That's right. We have Sony InZone that is actually powering our teams. The monitor and audio experience for the ALGS Year 5 champs. Lightning fast OLED monitors and their lightweight wireless headsets, giving our pros the tools to win. You can check out our Sony InZone booth here at ALGS Champs. There's a lot of people running away with some cool stuff here. All right, guys, what's the number as well? A lot of the desk says 9, Jayhawk going 11. I want to hear what our casters think as we head back into action. Vicky, Genome, when is this thing ending?
Yeah, I guess you guys don't want it to end on us, right? Because I'm expecting this to end in the next 2. Come on, guys. Got to give us credit because we have such amazing Apex playing out before our eyes. It only gets better and better every year, Genome.
It does. It just seems to keep getting better, Vicky. And it's looking pretty good for E36 right now, isn't it? Taking the dub there. In fact, it just so happens that they have won the most games out of any team in this tournament so far. But we always say this, winning 1 just before you get to match point, like, oh, you're gonna pull a TSM, you're gonna do a back-to-back, let alone back-to-back-to-back. So it's looking good for them right now. But, you know, if we think about Olympus, the next map we're moving on to as well, they haven't won there yet.
It's almost like a little bit of deja vu, except we've changed out the ALGS map rotation. Will history be made on a new map of Olympus with the changes that we've seen go down on this map here in the ALGS Match Point Finals for Year 5? Or will we go back to the map that we've seen end our season time and time again on Storm Point? Monsoon feels the love from the crowd. Oblivion could come out and take this dub. They would be coming from the last chance qualifier if they could end it here.
What a story. What a journey that would be. Ninjas in pajamas as well. Remember, they were struggling in the mid stages of this tournament, but they're not struggling anymore, Vicky. 51 points now. They, alongside the other 5 teams on match point, have a chance to close it out here and now. No team prioritized Olympus in the map draft. There was no first round picks. In fact, we talked about this before, the amazing little draft that Ninjas in Pajamas managed to put together, and that actually started with a 39th pick onto Summers University, the first team to opt, prioritizing to some extent Olympus.
And you wonder why, right? Because with these teams still trying to get used to Olympus at the same time, I've tuned into the comms of the teams, and they still sound pretty chaotic. Obviously, we have legend bands coming through. No Watson, no Rampart, even stemming up from the very beginning. Newcastle was the first one to go, then Caustic. Comes to wonder how Olympus is going to be played. What Trident shenanigans will we be exposed to? 6 teams have passed the 50-point threshold to be at match point.
Caustic's back in.
Oh, yes, because we get the reset on the control. Of course. Of course. As we take a look at E36, can this team win it for APAC North? You talk about a team that is very consistent in taking wins. That's what matters in a day like today. They got it. They got the points. But can they win?
It's certainly not their most favored map. If we think about the teams who have done historically quite well on Olympus, it's actually more your Crazy Thieves. They have a ridiculous stat, 16.7 points on average coming into our match point finals here. That's an incredible record. It's actually the highest average of any team on any map.
You see the beautiful flyby of this arena? This crowd is so stacked. The Limit fans, RKN, by the way, over to the side here, showing his support. Lovely seeing him earlier on throughout the course of the week.
Yeah, look, insane story there. He might not be a pro anymore. His company is actually sponsoring.
I love it.
Unlimit. I mean, imagine that, an APAC North team, and he is the one sitting in the stands cheering them on. And my lord, he's had a lot to cheer for this tournament.
It all comes back in full circle as we are rearing to go, guys. Will it end in Game 7? We were predicting how many games we're going to go today. It's my favorite little mini game when it comes to a lot of our ALGS lands. But here in the championships, $600,000 goes into the pockets of our first place winners. History will be made in Sapporo, and it could be made on Olympus. Catalyst no more. And as you were talking about, Genome, the controller legends have been reset thanks to it.
That's right. That's why you're seeing a lot of the Stinky Boy on your screen right now. Everyone going back to basics. Sure, a couple of his other best pals might not be joining us in match 7. Newcastle still banned, likely to stay banned, but we do still have the Caustic in.
Time to make some noise! They're excited for the reset. They're excited for the possible end of a Year 5 here in Sapporo. Japan has been lovely. It's been chilly outside, but the competition has been hot. Our legends have dropped on Olympus, and let's get this started. S8UL, Oblivion, Falcons, Ninjas in Pajamas, Grow Gaming, and E36. You heard that crowd go wild after E36 just took our previous game. Or will there be other teams meeting them at match point? You think about Crazy Thieves at 47 points, TSM at 45, even Go Next. I cannot believe how top heavy this first half of the lobby is. All the way down to TSM sitting in 8th.
Here's some of our other match point teams. S8UL, one of APAC South's best. They didn't take out the Pro League split, but I tell you what, they have powered up since then. They've found new heights. And they could be conquering Sapporo right here if things go their way. And talking about where it's going, it will be going very central in the map right now. Hammond Labs is going to be hosting the end zone here in match 7.
In the don't pull up zone? Oh, man. Go Next, landing by Hammond, by the way, have that ring console, and they have that Surrey beacon. So they're going to be posted up on the high ground, looking down at all the action to see where this zone is closing. And when I was mentioning the comms of these teams as they navigate through Olympus, seeing how the IGLs want to take these rotations, especially the compositions that we're currently seeing with the Stinky Boy coming back together, as the Valkyrie also can make some really interesting rotational plays, but we also see the other side of the teams going for the Wraiths.
Yeah, Valkyrie creeping back in a little bit with the addition of Caustic, but not everyone going for that. Lots of Bangalores around. Considering we're in match 7, it is interesting to see Bang still sticking around here. There were a lot of Game 4 bans for Bang earlier on in the tournament, but I think the amount of, conservative play that these teams are showing. That's part of the reason why we're seeing a lot of these controller legends come out, especially as more and more of them, as indicated by the pink outline on their score, have reached match point.
When they want to bunker down, you talk about the teams that are right around the corner, it just takes just a little bit more KP as Crazy Thieves. They're hungry. A team that had such a slow start are trying to stop Oblivion. Fun jumps over to the other side. Jen Burden, he pressures him out. He tries to juke him. Oh my goodness. When he was literally so low on health, Jen loses out on the 1v1, but Fun, he gets taken out as the backup is there for CRT Oblivion with only Blinkster alive.
Points don't matter for Oblivion right now. They just need to reset. Blinkster gets out. This is great. Not on the Wraith this time. He's actually gone for the Bang. Interesting. I think partly because they've decided not to go for Rampart, of course, because she's banned, and we've got Caustic back in, and that means they need some sort of cover. Caustic is great, but he doesn't provide cover, so that comes from Bang this time.
Very good point. It also means, though, with Blinkster getting out, that Crazy Thieves do not get match point.
Here we're having a look at Shopify Rebellion. We'll just switch quickly to another fight because there's a lot of early action here, which maybe you didn't quite expect when there's so many teams vying for the title right now. But it's Gen G, one of the teams we have really seen struggle so far. They haven't placed higher than 9th so far, which is really sad, Vicky, when they are actually one of the best teams at converting from a top 5.
It's great to be able to get a lot of that KP with their composition, but what's more important is finding this dub and getting even more points, because with Crazy Thieves finding that last pick onto Fafa Feeve, this means they join the Match Point Club. Can we see another game in hopes for Crazy Thieves? As we take a look at Blinkster hiding in a corner, you could only imagine how they're feeling, while VP and How find themselves some KP too. And as you mentioned, Falcons, they don't need it. It's about getting that dub, but it's getting very aggressive in a lobby like this, and even with Caustic coming into these competitions in Olympus, a zone like this, you only have so much space before you have nowhere to go. Inside Hammond, where you could try to coexist, but good luck if you do not find a spot early on. Unlucky now, involved in a fight with the rest of Alliance. Crypto Drone overhead trying to get this information, and it's versus Legacy, an Iceland fight over on the north side.
Alliance, one of our many strong teams left alive in the lobby that could easily take away a dub here and prolong the series even further. A 13th, I think that's somewhere around where they actually finished up at our mid-season playoffs, and they don't want a repeat of that. I mean, you know, last year, in year 4 of ALGS, they were the most consistent team. And that's, I don't think, something they really wanted to let go of, and something that has actually surprised us a little bit throughout the year, because it doesn't feel like any of them have gotten any weaker. They're still their same, their same selves that excel in so many areas of the game.
It begs the question is it the map rotation? Is it the lack of adaptability with the legend bands here? I mean, we know that Hockey's rocking out on that crypto, gets that information, and then sends out his units, but not having that fragging opportunity. While NIP, the car is burning up. You talk about Tokyo Drift, and we gotta see where they're gonna be drifting over to on the left side before finding themselves in the choke. It is smoking a little bit. They don't want to risk it breaking right in front of them, so they get off the cart to play off the line of sight of those rocks and holding this choke at the team who is having height coming out from the terminal side.
Zone pulls. Goes a little bit left of Hammond, and Ninjas decide to go back around through the terminal up towards Crazy Thieves. I think this is a good rotation from them.
Okay, we have to pinpoint where Falcon's position is right now, because considering they land in Dockyard and they see where the zone is pulling, as long as they clear their backs, look at the zone. It could continuously shift towards Falcons, or even out into the open between where Falcons and Crazy Thieves are. Even towards a little house where SBI have found them their own home. I've seen this zone before, a little bit open, but you do not want to get pinched if it does continuously pull over to the south side, because you could play around the lip of the mountain, but then you're forced to be playing on that path where a lot of the teams that do have their backs cleared will be able to take shots at you from the high ground.
Yeah, Falcons sitting in those 2 buildings up on the platform. That could work for them for now. I guess one of the other things people should note here is that they have changed the architecture coming into Turbine, and now there are those 2 large mountainous places where teams can hide under. Oblivion have gone down in 20th. Blinksa, unfortunately, cannot hide out long enough. And this is so rough for a team who was sitting on 49 and then finally gets over the hump. It's not theirs in Game 7.
And Unlimit get the extra KP as well as a ring console if they haven't scanned it already. Happy after that one. This leaves 5 match point teams in this lobby. SN2, Supernova, also just trying to claw their way to get some more KP. G7, R9, weapon loadout from 9 Impulse, Elka. Looking overhead at the team that's holding onto the terminal side. We saw Crazy Thieves rotate here early on. They can gatekeep the other squads that want to try to push in through this choke, but lovely nades controlling some space, forcing them to back away with round 2 closing in. They don't have information on where that next zone is pulling, but you can see the pings in case they do want to backtrack away. There's a ring console on top of Hammond, but it's going to be incredibly risky as one of these teams could find that opportunity to get that information.
I think it's kind of only the Wraith teams. Maybe if you phase while you're climbing up the Hammond building, that might provide enough cover to actually slip in there, place the port down, and then have your controller character hit that potentially. But like, yeah, kind of a tough one. A couple teams are in that main building, of course. Shopify Rebellion, they're coming down from the south side, running into Fnatic on the other side of this. I actually had a chat with Luke from Shopify Rebellion. He was hoping that they'd take it out in Game 7. They had a detailed plan to win the championship here on Olympus in Game 7. I can tell you, it's not gone to plan, Vicky. They're not on match point right now. They didn't do well enough in the tournament earlier to get the POIs that they were making this plan for. And for Shopify, they're going to have to do it the hard way.
A lot of people were expecting more from a team that we know has insane fragging potential, as now we get to see UNL trying to get into the zone.
It was actually Gen G who have come even further from the zone. Ziki got the reset as he has had to do so often, respawning Asia and Dexter back in, but Unlimited with the gatekeep.
Trying to get the knock into Asia, they get it, but taking way too much damage. This only leaves Peace alive. They're only in 10th. They only have 35 points. They need this. Leaving Dexter one shot, looking to the other side, but having to be careful with the Sky Nades.
It's so hard against the Caustic, but here we go. TSM Panic pulls up. They've heard this, and Panic is pulling in. They're going to get the reset, or are they? How quickly can TSM get on top of them?
Dun, 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 dun. TSM with the John Williams music.
Oh.
Jaws is coming to take a bite, because they only need one more KP as Gen G get eliminated before TSM find themselves with the invite to the Match Point Club.
Gen G have the highest top 5 to win conversion ratio of any team. But as I was mentioning earlier, they haven't placed higher than 9th. When the lobby quality goes up this high, Gen G's plan isn't working.
Hopefully they'll have another opportunity. Now they could only wait and see what happens. More picks here in the feed as Lou goes down. VP picking that up. It's a trade though. Legacy 2 in trouble. Hot Dogs with Our Lady picking that up. 5 Fears have taken this fight versus VP and Falcons. They've gotten a whiff of this because they know their priority is taking the win, which means they need to clear their backs.
Talk about not going to plan. That's been VP's day so far. Slayer trying to hide out here, but no. He's going to get found out here by Team Falcons, who are pulling up. It's not 5 Fears, actually. It's the Falcons trying to put paid to them, but Hal says, look, I'm not going to commit too hard for this. We've got match point on the line. We don't need a little kill here and there. We need the dub.
And that's a difference maker in terms of pacing, because they know that there's still Valk teams that can fly overhead as McLovin and NIP, the next match point team to fall. Their fate is out of their hands. Verholst with the rest of Crazy Thieves, who have already hit match point this game alone. Continue on. 5 Fears get eliminated. Shopify meet them back in the lobby. And VP are left behind Falcons, which means Falcons do not want this contention. They do not want to get 3-peat, so it's only 2 members of Falcons looking at VP.
You got to clear your back. You've heard this so many times. It is a mantra in Apex. You must clear your backside. Falcons are doing that right now. They hear the respawn behind them. They don't want VP to start looting some boxes and then become a problem. They're going to take care of it before it even comes to that.
With Alliance also eliminated here, Falcons are hungry. They're looking to swoop in for the dub. VP, they get taken out by the smoke launcher from the Bangalore. How placing that chef's kiss, as now they hold the final zone pool. They hold height on top of this platform.
4 match point teams left alive. 8 are not on match point, but the zone is with the Falcons. All 3 members within it right now, the only 3 members within the next zone pool. This is ridiculous, magnetic force here as they will the next zone towards them. Falcons are looking down at Crazy Thieves, a team on 54 points, but not on match point, who could make this go another game.
How originally said 7. They were looking at this map. They said 7. They're looking to make history on this map. Continue on a domination because they're going to go uncontested. But you know one team that could stop them? Crazy Thieves, who have not moved from the southern side of the zone by Terminal. And Supernova could grief Crazy Thieves, but I think a lot of teams could expect Falcons to be holding this position. Only a match point team will be holding on to that side of the zone as S8UL trying to stay alive. TSM now move up. A team that just hit match point themselves are trying to put a stop to what S8UL are doing.
Panic puts the portal out. The team doesn't really have many options other than to take it. They can't tank the zone damage and they can't tank the caustic damage. EMP will remove some of the barrels, but S8 trying to hold tight. So many other teams getting involved though. Go Next are also on this. Fnatic look in. Sharky, he needs to win this cleanly, but I don't think there's a way he can.
It's too much of a pile-up. Good luck, Fnatic. They wait for them on the other side as Falcons. They get pushed by Crazy Thieves. They moved up, and the 3P from Hot Dog Mafia. This could spell doom for Falcons. We could keep going, but again, with Legacy now getting eliminated, we have more opportunities from our match point team still alive.
2 is still alive from Crazy Thieves. Hal, he knows it's a 2v1. He doesn't want to stick around. I mean, there's playing for the win, and then there's suicide, I guess. It's not good options either way for Team Falcons. Grow Gaming are a solo right now.
And they're not the only ones. With Hal still alive, that means our 2 match point teams are down to a solo. Dropped, has to stay alive here. He's got the P20s and the G7. They're looking at him, but he's got to navigate away. This is what I was talking about, into the open area by the cliffs.
Oh, 1 respawn in. Guild will come in, but not Waltzy. By the looks of... No, Waltzy! Yep. I think he actually crawled down, so they only needed the 1 respawn. No way. Falcons back up to 3. Hot Dog Mafia have taken their place, as we can see on top of the platform. So Falcons no longer have the positioning, but they got the firepower. That was never in question.
They're soaring. They're looking on to see who will contest them. They were forced off their high ground, though. And I think that has to be noted because inevitably SBI will have to go from the east side of this zone. Some pressure from the crypto drone and still the solo that is left from Grow Gaming. The only other team at match points, but all these other squads, they could stop Falcons. They could keep this going as Grow Gaming get eliminated.
And it's Fnatic with the Valkyrie. Libel Ace guides them up onto the 2nd floor, it looks like, underneath Hot Dog Mafia, but still as a trio, they get in safely, break the barrel. Fnatic now with a chance.
Do these teams know that this is Falcons? Falcons are the only team running the crypto, by the way, left in this lobby before Hal drops down. The RE45 with the gold extended energy mag is all they need to take out SBI Esports. 3 teams left, standing in their way from being your ALGS champions. And as Hal resets, he hears the fighting over their heads.
Surely the other teams have been keeping track. They haven't seen the Falcons name pop up in the kill feed just yet. As you said, only crypto team left in the lobby. They won't know for sure what composition Falcons is running, but damn if Hal isn't so clean with this RE45. Not a weapon that everyone will pick up, but with a mag on it, it is incredibly impactful.
It's crazy seeing the impact that he's been able to have, breaking records. within the ALGS and his career kills. Verhulst does find Skittle Cakes, his former teammate from a long time ago on the Caustic Gas, but we saw him get knocked earlier. And Fnatic, with the crowd rallying right on top of their heads, are giving them their energy, but they have to look at Hot Dog, who still has the height.
But Hot Dog Mafia, they're down to 2. They've lost the Caustic. In these endgames, the Caustic is the most important legend.
Serving them up the glizzies, Carlo Garcia is looking to get the res, backing away with a Volt in triple take. They have to take this slowly. Last 3 squads, and Falcons are the only ones uncontested with the most space.
Are you kidding me? They're the only ones all alive right now. Fnatic do get the revive. They're back up. Hot Dog Mafia have lost Skittles, the OG Caustic. He doesn't have the barrels to throw. He doesn't have the gas grenade to take that space away from Falcons on the low ground.
In a clean 3v3, with Hot Dog only having a duo, the script writers are hard at work with Falcons versus Fnatic.
There's only really one question here, Vicky. Do they know who Falcons is? Do they know which team is Team Falcons right now? Because if they do, it's a 5v3. Surely they don't take it. But if they don't, it could be Falcons' game.
I mean, it's Waltzy on the crypto. This is what they like to run out with. These teams should know. But Fnatic are also worried about Hot Dog. Now with the zone closing in, they are all forced to go into the line of sight of Team Falcons.
There's a Trident in the final circle. Who knows how that's going to impact things? I mean, with the damage it does now, maybe they can push them into the zone. There's so many possibilities, but the barrels and the caustic grenades are what should decide this final fight.
Will this be it? They take to the skies with a desperate Hail Mary to survive, to stall the inevitable as Team Falcons. Victory in sight. Guild moves up, but after the res, he doesn't have an extended light mag on this R9, and now Team Falcons with the EMP move up.
This is great. It locks so many people down. Falcons have looked like they should win this tournament. Will they?
They're playing out of the line of sight. This is the chance. They wrap up behind Fnatic. They get the next knock. Waltzy takes a lot of damage. That's a lot of caustic damage here. With this gas, they get the knock onto Waltzy. 3 squads left. They have to look behind them, but there's still another chance.
What?
We get more advance! Fnatic! They keep this going! No way! They smoked out the Falcons! They cleared out the nest! And for Japan, we get more Apex!
I think all 3 of them died to caustic gas.
Yeah.
Or at least they took so much flesh damage from the caustic gas there at the end that Fnatic take it out. The gun damage, it was all Falcons. They were looking down upon them. It almost seemed like Fnatic didn't even know where they were, but they don't need to if they're dealing damage with the gas.
It's because of what we were talking about, Gino. They did know. Hot Dog Mafia knew it was Falcons. When they took to the skies as a duo, they delayed the landing. They let the engagement happen. Hot Dog Mafia was still alive. They got 2nd place. Falcons fell in 3rd. They wrapped up on the other side of Falcons, and they helped Fnatic. They kept this going. It was a risk way worth taking as you take a look at your match 7 results, because you have to imagine with Fnatic taking this dub, they haven't entered the club just yet, but it gets them even closer.
3rd? They came 3rd? The final ticks of that was so close. That was a photo finish between Fnatic, Hot Dog Mafia, and Team Falcons there. The way they moved in, the way they leapfrogged their barrels forward and pushed the other 2 teams into a corner, the way they missed barely a bullet in that exchange and somehow don't come out on top, almost feels criminal to me.
I love this game. My hands are shaking. We see our top 3. But then the next question, though, is, I mean, any person in this situation, you saw Hal's face at the very end there. You come so close, but it slips right through your fingers.
And you know what I think that feeling is, Vicky? It's because of what you said before. Teams feel like sometimes you only get one chance in match point. The zone pulls to them. They are there when they need to be. They get a late game res. How many times is that going to happen? How many opportunities will Falcons have on match point to realistically get the game win and lift the trophy? That might have been the only one.
It gets harder and harder when you have to welcome 2 more teams at match point, though. 8 total teams at match points. And we are going on to another game. This is insane. This time onto Storm Point.
Yeah, and it's harder in some ways, and it's also easier in others, right? I mean, as we were talking about, tracking teams, incredibly important. Falcons is probably the name that's top of most of these teams' mind, right? So if they haven't gone down yet, most teams are still probably saying, we've got to worry about them. But the more teams that get on match point, the less you can actually play around and focus them, like we think may have happened with Hot Dog and Fnatic there.
Time is of the essence when you have more games for Apex here, guys. Don't go anywhere. Our players need a break. We need a break. And when we come back, we have Storm Point for game number 8 on the other side of this break.
Red Bull is giving wings to the ALGS and the Apex community.
Red Bull gives you wings.
前にガスケル蹴ってる。
左前スイングしない？ダメだ。
いや、ゆっくりゆっくり、絶対ゆっくりでいい。
岩登れ岩登れ岩登れ。
直し
左前ピーク左前ピーク左前ピーク。
いや、前進んでノック張って。
いいよいいよ。ゆっくりチルチルガルチル。
俺チルしてる。
だからここでここがある。一人死んだ。
上にもくない？ローローローガスロー。
僕でもく。
半分。
Welcome back, everyone. As Fnatic, they keep this going. We go to game 8 onto Storm Point, and the crowd rallying behind Fnatic, giving them the home turf advantage. It's been beautiful here in the lovely city of Sapporo. Even better to be reunited with an amazing community that has turned out for our ALGS Championship. And Google Play, with their amazing booth, is powering a premium fan experience here in Sapporo for the ALGS Year 5 champs.
We had some premium team-ups between Fnatic and Hot Dog Mafia to keep it going. And like always when we're at LAN, Vicky, when you have one of those clutch moments and someone manages to eliminate the match point team and keep it alive, the crowd goes wild. I mean, you know, not at least to say the fact that it was Fnatic, the crowd's favorite team here in Japan.
They get so loud. I'm seeing so many signs, but with more teams making their way into the match point club, I have to say congratulations to TSM meeting the rest of these other teams there, because I believe TSM is the only squad that has hit match point that has yet to take a win throughout the course of this entire LAN.
That's kind of wild, huh? Imagine getting this far, being on this stage, and maybe the last fight is the last game is the one that gets you all the way. Look, we have to recap this. There's Bo. We didn't get to see him a lot while we were casting this, which obviously did change the factors, but there we go. There's that gas going down. I mean, how did Bo go down? I don't think we even
The ring at the very end.
It was
he
a
was
ring
one shot.
tick.
Yeah, it was a one shot. He was going to die anyways because you saw Fnatic. They got the Bo check ready. But it was the fact that Hot Dog Mafia landed right behind Falcons. It was the indicator. They knew what they had to do. If Hot Dog Mafia as a duo pushed from that platform, immediately they were going to die. And they didn't want to greet Fnatic because they would rather take the placement points and keep this series going than have it end obviously right here, because you also have to imagine the more points you also get, even if you don't win with the match point, you still get put into the placing, and with a $2 million prize pool, that could be the difference between, you know, $300,000 or, you know, just maybe even $200,000.
Yeah, it's pretty tasty. I can't lie. But something no one wants a taste of is the caustic gas in that end game.
Oh,
and of course, Hot Dog Mafia didn't have the caustic available, but they did have the Valgol. So for them, it's an obvious play. You go to the skies and you try and just play for placement there. Maybe a lucky win. It's honestly kind of crazy how many times we've seen a late Valk ult come down and impact a win in one of these lobbies. It's just crazy now with the missile swarm and the way that you can slam people. Caustic has been banned, if you're counting out there, for the second time in this series. But we also should talk about the legend bans, I think, now, Vicky, because what tends to happen once all of the controller legends have been banned, including Alta, we're sort of putting her in there as a pseudo ban, a pseudo control legend, I should say, is they just keep cycling through because, you know, people can't play Newcastle anymore, no more Alta, and so we just get this repeat of Caustic, Rampart, Watson, and Catalyst.
And as the crowd makes some noise, they saw Fnatic wake up as we move on to match number 8. Back to Storm Point we go, and we have to see where the zone is pulling, because as you mentioned, Dino, we could see the Ramparts, we could see our players locked in. 8 total teams now at match point. Will it end in match 8, or will we keep this party going? Fnatic landing over by Cascade Falls. They'll get some information shortly after they get the survey beacon, but they'll be happy to see it's pulling right close to them. But even happier is going to be Crazy Thieves after hitting match point in that previous game. The zone is pulling right on top of them by checkpoint.
Whoa. 6 becomes 8 in terms of teams who can take out the dub here on match 8. Crazy Thieves, as you mentioned, one of those. Alliance, not. Alliance somehow, once again, through their very long, years-long campaign of bullying other teams at Northpad, have managed to get the Trident Northpad double drop spot combo. And this time, the zone, Vicky. They're running Pathfinder. Hackers will be the only one in the lobby on that. I mean, you could call it a comfort pick, but let's be real. Alliance aren't the kind of team to fall back on comfort picks. It's just that they think it's strong and they know that Hackers is strong on it.
Not too sure if I like it, though, I'll be real, because the last time we saw them try this out, it was devastating, honestly. And it didn't even pull towards Devastated Coast either, right? Like, they had just gotten caught in the middle of a rotate in the group stages, but it's crazy to see how many teams already have gone ahead with this rotation. I mean, you talk about S8UL being one of the teams to get to that match point club very early on, already taking an early fight, it looks like, against Legacy, and Crazy Thieves wasting no time. They want to find themselves in the trenches away from the teams that could pinch them, especially teams that could call out where their position is, because if they stay in checkpoints, teams already know that that is their POI. That is what they drafted in the POI draft. So they do not want to get pinpointed by the other squads that want to greet them.
I think Alliance get lucky here. Obviously, with their composition, they need Pathfinder to hit blue shields and then pick the Ringmaster perk. Luckily for them, an Evo Harvester spawns near Trident, and they should have been able to pick that up, and then with all the PvE you've got around there, they are able to scan the ring at North Pad, I believe, and that's why they've taken the Trident and gone straight to one of the gazebos near Down Beast. This is a great position to hold. We saw Team Liquid win from here just the other day.
Uh-oh, but NIP, they've lost out on McLovin. Now down to a duo with Curve in the back. He's the real Sparrow out here, but can he make the Legolas magic happen now, stuck as a solo? It's SPI Egoist picking up Vayne next. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu, though. Gino, when I take a look at a zone like this, the fact that we're in game 8 on Storm Point, pulling towards the outskirts of Down Beast, we saw a year and a half ago or so, a Respawn come out, where we kept seeing some more Apex, where we saw it go, what, to game 12 or so? Can it happen again, maybe? As Oblivion, so much support for this team. Monsoon, he rolled out, wearing the main outfit, but now he has to play like he's in the Matrix around these nades. Blinkster looks onto the Seer, he gets the knock, and it is UNL who are trying to get these trades, but Oblivion, specifically Blinkster, he gets a finishing blow, but they can't stay alive. Oblivion, they get sent back to the lobby now. E36, they're clearing their path to take out these teams.
And of course, 36, number 3 in the lobby. There's a 6 in their score as well. Maybe everything's lining up for them right now, except that Unlimited Peace has just stolen their Trident. It's on fire. They said goodbye with the Sheila, but he's pretty happy to get out of there, frankly, because he's the only one left alive.
I'm not happy that he's on the Ash. I guess GTA Legends is out and about. Remember what I mentioned about the Trident shenanigans going into Olympus? Of course, it continues on to Storm Point, keeping up to the script as Falcons move up.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about comfort picks, I think that is actually one coming out there for Unlimited. We're going to see it from anyone, yeah, maybe from Peace, maybe from Asia as well on Gen G, who are sitting in 18th place right now. A couple teams are really struggling to get going. 5 years, VP, Gen G among those. Enterforce 36 have not had that problem, and despite losing that car, they have managed to get set up on Down Beast.
Oh no. Oh, they catch him. The drive-by. They take his shoes and they send NIP back to the lobby. Another team out. Their fate out of their own hands. And you talk about Gen G. With not much to lose, only 20 points from a team that we know can play so aggressively. But I really like the shenanigans with the Trident that we've seen Gen G pull off before.
Do you think they were like holding the gun sideways as they took them out with that one? Just like rocking up with the drive-by?
Oh no. You gotta show them where you're from sometimes. As S8UL, another team on the bricks. S8UL with only Jesco alive. They call him out. It's the crypto drone hovering overhead, scaring him a bit. They feel the pressure. Legacy is pinging, giving them the information because it is TSM who have moved up into the trenches.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, likely to be controller cycling on the legend bans from now on. Obviously, Rampart has just been unbanned. That's why everyone's rocking her this game. So Crypto very likely to be a fixture for the rest of this series, Vicky. It's probably not the place for you. Bangalore actually just behind. 13 picks for her, 14 picks for Rampart so far. If Bang was going to get banned anywhere, it probably would have been on Storm Point.
Yeah, exactly, because so strong, right, with those smokes and these rotation opportunities as Falcons. They get involved in a fight versus Go Next, and this is important because Go Next are the next team that are the closest to also hitting match points. And Hao wants to stop that opportunity from happening, but he's one shot backing away. Lovely cover fire from Guild to find Light. Gets that knock, playing off the side and the corner. See Go Next, they're pinging, but good luck on a reset. As Henchman at least gets the knock onto Hao, but they are bludgeoned as 17 spots are left, and Waltzy follows up to cover their backs.
I mean, it's almost like Waltzy has the ESP. Every time he pokes around, Henchman should have been there, but just managed to dodge the bullets. But Unlimit, exactly the kind of team You don't want to pull up on you when you're 2 members down. We'll take out Team Falcons.
Stopping a legacy from happening on Limit with the power of the crowd. Set themselves up with 40 points. They've been trying to brief these match point teams. They are on a quest. They have a duty to give us more Apex.
There we go. Ring pulls quite predictably towards Fnatic and Alliance. Bunker positions over there, very important. As it closes in more, you'll start to be able to use the little rocks on the high ground in the terrain. Crazy Thieves set up in the building at the south side of North Pad. That will be good for a while as well. We'll just have to see if the next one pulls in a little bit more or goes up towards them. Another thing I really want to note here, Vicky, is that most of the teams on match point are the zone teams. So they're already getting in, and we're not getting the zone actually any more clustered than it might otherwise be. It's really the edge teams that are still just all fighting each other on the edge, kind of hoping that they might make it, make some KP and then make it in for a dub.
Exactly. Different plans for those teams instead. While you have E36, who have been at match point for some time with only 4 match point teams left. TSM are holding the choke in the trenches behind the rampart walls. On the bottom end of the zip line, looking at checkpoint, looking at the pileup that is inevitable between Legacy, Hot Dog Mafia, SBI, Shopify, VP. Meanwhile, E36, not sure if they have that ring console to get the information on that next zone pool. But a team who could wait for that action in the west side between E36 and Grow Gaming, another team at match point, is Alliance.
They've been set up for the longest time here. As we said, blues coming from the Evo cache that they had over at Trident, but purples are actually probably going to be quite hard for them to achieve here, Vicky. They will most likely need some squad wipes for that, as I doubt they have much ammo to be poking endlessly into Zone 4, Zone 5 with.
But that's the clutch of the Rampart, because you're behind the Rampart walls and you don't burn through that ammo. It's something that is worth sitting behind and playing patiently.
Unfortunately for Alliance, they went for Pathfinder.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, hockeys.
Oh, it would have been so good. Oh.
Great plan, but now you're taking away the opportunity from being able to have that extra loot. Meanwhile, Crazy Thieves, a team that has really woken up throughout the course of this tournament. Coming out of the last chance qualifier to put themselves on the board, looking from North Pad, the zone. It pulls on top of Fnatic on the outskirts of the trench building that Alliance is holding on the south. And with more teams now having to rotate in, Gen.G taking their time with a roundabout rotation. They hear the fighting ahead of them. Supernova, they're trying to take this fight versus Shopify, a team with still only 20 points. They get shot from the side, they get that information, but SN still hold height. Supernova had a great performance, but Hardeki with the heat of the nade, hurtling it up into the sky to find that knock. And then now it's up to Elka to jump up on top of the roof. I was talking about 9 Impulse not finding anyone, but maybe shooting his ghost and having to look to their backs because here comes Gen.G for the 3P.
Something they're pretty good at. Something their composition is designed to do. You got the Crypto to spot them. You got the Bangalore to cover your approach, and you've got the Maggie to do the damage.
Oh.
And there we go. Supernova down and out. Koifel will get 2 of those KP. Gen.G picking up 1 as well. Ooh, respawn for Go Next.
Come back here, Zainu. Asia has your number. We're not gonna let you reset. As E36, this is so important. E36 just moved up. They just passed Grow Gaming, and they just found this spot for free. Now, can they hold it with Alliance to their back?
Falcons still in the number 1 position with 74 points. Grow Gaming a second, 10 behind them. A dub would surpass them. Shopify Rebellion go down. 23 points, 18th spot for them. If it ended right now, they'd be devastated.
Unlimit are the match point team hunters, but they want more KP. They're looking at Hot Dog Mafia, but after losing out on Yulari, man, they have to back away. Nomad Maggie to help them out, and when you're rocking an Ashe After the nerfs, it can be difficult having to hide behind your own teammate. Knockdown shield.
ArcStars, defensive bombardment even coming out from 5 Fears. Ordnance all around the map. In Growth Gaming, we were just talking about them being able to potentially take away a #1 spot, whether they win or not this game, but it's going to be pretty tough if Noct is the only one left alive to try and achieve that.
And that's what happens when you rotate even slower. As Dropped gets finished off, Skittle Cakes in the distance after the action we saw in Checkpoint is able to also re-knock Yulari, man. But it is Fnatic. The scriptwriters are hard at work. They're the only team in that next zone.
Oh my god, 2 in a row for these guys? I mean, Checkpoint is about to pop off, by the way. We've got Go Next, Legacy, Unlimited, Hot Dog Mafia, all jam-packed into a tiny little space that's left in Checkpoint. Unlimited do actually get the respawn for Yulari, man, and CRT now from the north.
Crazy Thieves have to force Fnatic to look at them. They could force a 3-peat if 5 Fears hears this. They're trying to take a different off angle. They do have to rotate into that next zone in the next 43 seconds. And Fnatic, they know this. They want to clear their backs, and now 2 of the members of Fnatic move up.
Oh my god, yes. Being so aggressive. An awesome move for Fnatic. I mean, hey, if they don't win this game, it's too risky. They have to try and take it into their own hands.
They have to do it even faster, though. They've moved away from the next zone. They clear out. Crazy Thieves as the crowd goes wild. And Genji, they hear this. They've gotten every invite to every third party thus far as they clear the east side of the zone.
Yeah, that's what Crazy Thieves were worried about. They kept checking to their left, worried that someone would pull up, but they weren't there yet. It's only now that Fnatic have moved out of position that Genji will be a problem.
This is an isolated fight for now, though, because all these teams are too scared to move up through the trenches. The only team that can look at this is Alliance and Genji. They push up onto a bludgeoned Fnatic. They're trying to reset. Colonel, he pops the bet for now as Hot Dog Mafia get eliminated in your feet, but this is such an important fight as Genji, they wrap around Fnatic.
TSM and E36 are the only match point teams left alive. E36 in a great spot as Fnatic get punished for their hubris.
Cue the green light, though. We were talking about Alliance on Storm Point. 5F still alive. UNL, who have greased so many match point teams, but there are still 2 who remain. E36, TSM with a different representation, with amazing young talent, have moved up with no dub necessary throughout the course of this whole tournament, have 55 points.
It doesn't pull to them. They see the zone in their minimap right now. Plans have to be made very quickly as they start using the CQs towards 5 Fears. Unlimited on a tear.
And TSM trying to jump in on this. They have to be careful. They cannot overextend. They know that they can wrap behind them. They're looking to their backs in case E36 push this, because this is a 3-4 team pileup. Legacy, Unlimited, Genji showing face, and TSM want to clear the south side.
This is complete chaos, though. Do you really want to get involved in this as a match point team? Certainly not with E36 coming up on the back. Fair. They want to win as well, though. Apparently, this is just too much for them, and they decide to play it safe. That leaves TSM alive.
History in the making with this young player, Panic. He tries to get the beam, and Dexter doesn't look to the side. The EMP procced, and with some help from Dupe being on the crypto, no! Panic, he gets taken out, and Ziki, but Dupe is right there. Gets down as he tries to get the reset. It's a trade. Ziki still up on the high ground, though. They're forced to play off the knockdown shield, and the 3P is coming.
Now they make their move. Enter Force 36 are in. Everybody's low. Surely they get both cleanups here. TSM are done for, and Genji are on the run.
Oh, TSM get eliminated. It's only E36. Can history be made for APAC North as they get the res? Alliance now looking at them.
Virtus Pro have the Gibraltar. There's the defensive bombardment. I was waiting for it, and Effect is trying to fly away from it, but has it come too early?
I saw Hockeys on the drone, and they heard the fight, but they want to take this fight versus VP first. They have looked at E36, but neither of these teams want to commit.
I mean, we know what happens here. There's 3 teams. The first 2 to fight should lose. If there is a way for Enterforce 36 to force them into each other, they can be champions right here, right now.
Surely, VP and Alliance know that this is E36. Neither of these teams want to extend on each other, and the only reason why I say that is because who else would run the Pathy? VP are running the Gibby. It's so important because you could still have a possible EMP in a final zone like this.
As we said, 8 match point teams, so that is a lot to keep track of. Will they be able to know who is left? The first knock is on to Justna.
Alliance said, do not forget about me. They have Pride Rock. They gotta back away. They see E36, but they do not want to push in.
Only just getting purple armor now. We talked about how hard it would be for Alliance playing that spot all game long and having to be chill and wait for their moment. This looks like it, but presumably E36 have got the revive by now.
Can't believe this with the Pathfinder and Alliance aside. VP looking at them from the rock. They notice E36, who will be forced to move in right now. Round 6 closing behind their backs. Will we get more Apex?
E36, no. 1 defensive character. VP have 2. Alliance don't really have any.
And now with E36 taking to the skies, it's only 2. It's to get information. It's to stall. They've left ILY alone. Sheila singing finds a knock onto Hockeys as E36. They drop on their heads, but Effect, he gets the knock.
Alliance decide to pick a Sheila. Doesn't work out well for them. Just net down.
Oh!
We get more Apex.
Bring it back around. Thanks to VP. We get more Apex, and they get the dub!
You see, that's the thing about finals lobbies, Vicky. The quality is just so high that even when you got 8 teams on match point, there's still a ton that can take it out.
The importance of the composition right there. Those teams, VP and Alliance, knew. They knew that was a match point team. They knew, based off that comp alone, a match point team isn't going to get isolated and called out by playing Pathfinder and Gibby. They knew. All they had to do was stop fighting each other. They waited for E36 to land, and even if they could clean up some KP, it's better to keep this series going.
Yeah, I think you're right. Who would be that insane to play Pathfinder when you're on match point? I'm sure they could have predicted that from the early pull. The fact that Alliance was dropping there, they were in the area, and Hackers is one of the only players in this lobby who would pick up a Pathfinder. And it's Virtus Pro, a team that was flying, thriving, and succeeding when Gibraltar was meta, that use him to its fullest extent here at the pointy end of a match point finals. Depth is important here. The more legends that get banned out, the more you need that depth. And look, maybe we'll just keep getting the controllers banned, but either way, they've been flexible.
The crowd's also really happy because I think being able to welcome another team to the Match Point Club is unlimited. They were fragging out, trying to grief all the edge teams, trying to predict where these match point teams wanted to position themselves if they wanted to take their time on these rotates.
And if I'm not wrong, that's the first Japanese team we've got who now is on match point and has the chance to take it out into Force 36, obviously also from APAC North. But the home crowd, they have absolutely been cheering for their own teams. And of course, Supernova for some reason. But unfortunately, haven't seen quite as much from them here in our match point finals so far. That said, 37 creeping up there. Maybe they're going to be next to hit it.
Crazy to say that almost half the lobby in our ALGS Year 5 match point finals are at match point. So much at stake here, Genome. And to consider the fact that that was Storm Point, to see the teams that were trying to hold back like TSM. You talked about it. It just looked chaotic. Do you really want to take some of these fights? Sometimes you have no choice but to clear that side of zone. Unfortunately, the zone doesn't pull towards you, and you did not get ahead.
Well, I think Fnatic, they just, it was the right decision, right? They had the spot. They needed to clear out their backs. There was an opportunity to do it. Genji and whatnot weren't coming over just yet. But they stayed there. They looted for like, what was it, like 30 seconds. They needed to go back. I was just like, yes, they've done it. And then I was like, you're going back now, right? You're going back. Why are you still there?
And it's great too because terms of timing, Genji was like always there. Genji was always there to fight the teams that were looking to reset. You could get the Evo Shield swaps, but they're out in the open, in the middle of the water. And even if it wasn't Genji, other teams are looking at them. Even Alliance trying to hold the split position without giving up that southwestern side of that zone.
And look, speaking of Genji, they actually picked up 12 kills there, Vicky. That's not too shabby whatsoever. Unfortunately, the prediction of, well, it wasn't a prediction, but, you know, bringing up the fact of they're so good at converting top fives didn't come true. But obviously, they were just farming kills on the way into that position. It wasn't necessarily on the cards for them that game. And therefore, we've got plenty of good teams still who can win more matches and bring the series even further into the evening.
You see Oblivion's face right there. It was like the back-to-back, going down in 20th? Gotta wake up here. As we keep going into Game 9, we will go back to Stormpoint, though, and that is important to note with the teams that found that success. We're able to go for those early rotates. We're probably going to see those different compositions line up. Maybe teams rocking unorthodox compositions to kind of let the other teams that aren't at match point know that, hey, obviously we're here. We aren't one of the teams that you want to grief. Maybe we'll help you grief them instead, kind of like a silent commodity. And now looking at the teams here, there's a lot of pressure for these players that you could currently see slumped over their chairs.
The longer the series goes, the more your energy gets sapped, and you know, some of that training comes into it. How much resilience do you have? Kind of hoping Gen G has a little bit. Obviously, they had a priority pick here, Lightning Rod. It paid off for them, finally, in Game 8. And in Match 9, as you said, they go back to Stormpoint. Maybe they've got a chance to run it back and do even one better. Virtus Pro, our winners. This was their priority pick as well, coming from Cenote Caves. The Gibraltar is good there, obviously. You've got the Tridents to run the bubble rotates with the car.
Looking at this final zone, this is crazy. Seeing VP with the opportunity, kind of like a handshake, a nod off to Alliance to wrap up on the other side of E36. A nice little flyby of where VP is currently situated.
And finally, some smiles. I mean, imagine going 7 games. MT's used to doing a lot better than that, and having to wait this long to really get going, you know, must have been weighing on him as the IGL, the one who a lot of this weight, this pressure hangs on.
It's also blissful to see it done with Lou being on the Gibby, right? Like, we've seen that so many times. Now they feel a lot more elevated. They could carry that momentum into match number 9. We got some more Apex, more action, and I wouldn't have it any other way, guys. This match point finals, it's heating up. I may have to clip onto Tencent. We'll have to see on the other side of this break.
Galleria, the official PC partner of the ALGS Year 5 Championship.
Inside the premise dome. New dreams in the dome.
Yeah, Ricky. Yeah 羽羽ばたかせて世界中横断でかいことになってきちまったようだミスタービーンじゃなくてマスターヨーダーえらくよく回ってくれてるトラ絶対遠く切ってよかったね俺がレなってお待たせ初めから知って止まらんねいけてるやつらごっちゃ混ぜ立ちなれましがた街に去った今日は俺たちなら基地で道の猛作パタヤでも忙しそうな後藤さん俺にとってはオズワルドの父さん今打ち上げる花火と関東南風が襲いかかるぜ関東オズワルド住んでるにラランド俺たちのビーフピースタンド
So that's the problem. I won't. Did they swing our left or they go right? They went right. They killed one. They killed one. Give me on the other. I don't have it. Report one. Report done. They traded, guys. They traded. I'm flying up. Okay, I'm looking left right now. Come down right. Come to me. Back one. Last team. Pop on to me. Blow me. Dead. Last one. Let's go, boys. Back in it. Good fucking.
Welcome back to Sapporo, everyone. Welcome back to the main stage. And boy, oh boy, this city has been a beautiful place for us to be in over the last few days. And boy, oh boy, that main stage could not be more electric as well. My question to you, Dan, I stepped away for a few games. Anything interesting happen?
I think that Fnatic were able to stop Falcons from winning the entire thing. Then we saw E36 unable to win the entire thing, and somehow, someway, we find ourselves in match 9. Resetting the maps once more, we go back to Storm Point as it snakes back again through, and it also means we reset the controller legends again for a third time, and that means we will lose a Rampart and maybe get a little bit of Watson back on our screens.
Absolutely ridiculous couple of games. Shout out to Vicky and Gino for taking us through those games as well. Phenomenal job from both of those wonderful people. And as we finish those games, you have to wonder what is the next turn and twist in this incredible story that we are seeing here on Championship Sunday during our match point finals. It feels like just as you have a grasp of what is about to happen in front of you, boom, there's a change, a right angle. You turn around a hairpin, and all of a sudden, there's something new that you couldn't have even scripted.
We now have 9. I make it 9 match point teams going into match 9 onto Storm Point. And here's an interesting fact. Only 2 of those 9 teams have won a match on Storm Point this entire tournament. That is Team Falcons. That is Enter Force 36. That is our number 1 and number 2 team right now. Can they close it out here in 9?
Well, shout out to everybody watching, not just here in Sapporo, but around the world. Whatever time it is for you, I know you ain't going to bed very soon. This is just electric, the action that we're seeing here on our main stage. And if you have the opportunity to open up a device and, of course, tweet the stream, we would love to see you do that. Share that with your friends and make sure we get some eyeballs in here. Because let me tell you, we are making history. And speaking of which, 2 match point teams are going to be very happy of where this zone is going.
Do you believe in plot armor? Do you believe in the script? We might just be heading down towards Team Falcons. So actually, it's not even a might at this point. We are going to be heading down towards Team Falcons. TSM already moving down as well. Remember, they are also on match point. Can anyone keep this going? I mean, there's still 11 teams that can change and maybe stop this going that way, and there are some brilliant teams there as well. Think about it. You've got Shopify Rebellion. You still have Go Next. You still have Alliance. Virtus Pro, who we already just saw get a win there previously. Fnatic, who have already found a win previously. There is no guarantee this is going to be done here in 9.
Yeah, this is going to be another incredible game, and just looking at where the zone is going, we had that discussion before, during match point. It feels like you get one chance to win it. I thought that Falcons game on Olympus where Fnatic clutch was that moment. It slipped through their fingers. Now, though, with the zone going their way, maybe, just maybe, they're going to be presented with a second chance. But TSM are already here. And the plays that we've seen from this young man have been way beyond his years so far. He's fearless, which sometimes you get with that younger player, but he's also been very calculated with some of those plays he's been making on Wraith.
Oblivion also moving very quickly here. They've been the target of teams in the early stages of the games for the last 2, falling in the very early stages. Can they survive a little bit longer? Diesel has gone down to Fnatic, and Yuka is full sending it across the cannon right now. Everyone is starting to head down towards Echo HQ. People want to beat the traffic there so they can start to cozy up, find somewhere to call home before it starts to get a little bit downright dirty later in this game.
E36 to the skies.
They were so close to winning that game as well.
So close. So close. It's crazy to watch it when you know where teams are, but you got to remember all those three teams are blind to who is in those final three. So for E36, they're just trying to make something happen, just cause some sort of carnage or confusion to call themselves champions. But they're second in the overalls right now, 71 points, but second will feel like almost dead last if they can't close out here on match point.
And the second most winningest team on Stormpoint, only beaten by Falcons. 3 wins this tournament on Stormpoint for Falcons, 2 for E36. They're definitely the favorites. Now, go next. They've already got 1 knock here. They're looking to try and take down the entirety of SPI.
Yeah, I love this. Jumping into the void here from Light to get behind enemy lines as he climbs up. That's going to be go next. 49 points for them. They still need 1 point to get onto match point. They'll be hoping they can play disruptors in this lobby and send us to 1 more game.
Just confirmation, by the way, Watson is the most picked legend, so she will be banned and once again will reset the controller legends, and it means that Catalyst will then get unbanned for the next. And I think a pattern might be emerging here that we're just going to be controller legend banning until we find a winner here in Sapporo.
SAUL have been on match point for quite some time now. They're on the Trident, they're heading over to the Cannon, which is going to be overlooking Echo HQ. As ninjas in pajamas. Might be ninjas in the death boxes pretty soon, as they do manage to thread the needle just about. Kurev, though, has to pop that medkit. He was a slither away from being taken down out of the skies. The interception pylon being down from the Watson, though, is going to make those grenades flying their way ineffective. Is going to gobble those things up.
And that's the biggest difference from the previous, where you had ramparts.
Panic.
Now you've got the pylon. That pylon going down protects you so much more than a rampart will ever really could, especially in areas like this where you have natural cover.
And especially, you don't have to play behind it and let Panic run in and get an easy kidnap. It's a little bit more difficult for Panic when you've got a bit more freedom to move about. But Panic is continuing to do that. He will continue to be a nuisance on the Wraith. Try and kidnap, try and get kills, try and steal your loot. To further TSM's cause here to become champions. Unlimit on your screens right now. They hit match point in the previous game. But they've got a long way to go here from Mill. They've got Alliance behind them as well. This is going to be a tough hold for them. Should Alliance try and move up on them?
This is what Unlimit like to do. They like to play as they go. They like to push teams and be aggressive. They don't like to play zone and hunker down. And you can see now, with the Wrecking Ball coming out, Alliance are going to be their first targets here.
Hilary Man once again with the double tap on that alternator. He is a problem. Zone starting to close. Unlimited Stuvie just essentially playing bouncers, gatekeepers to anyone who's trying to move in. Alliance are just going to eat up the damage that the zone is going to cause them. They're not too bothered about making this happen quickly, this rotation. They just want to survive for now. By the way, behind them is Virtus Pro. I'm talking about Alliance. As the drone goes up, luckily they spot them out. So Effect and Co in a little bit of a sticky situation here. They do have the Pathfinder on Effect as well. They have the zipline available to get a little bit closer to zone, but not the most comfortable of areas to be in. The Trident will certainly help, though.
And at this point, when there's 9 teams on match point, Alliance know they pretty much have to win the game to keep this thing going. You can't rely on someone else to do it. Now let's check out where that zone's going to be heading. Oh my goodness gracious!
You cannot write it! Oh my word!
Fnatic have just hit the lottery.
Oh my god, you thought everybody in this room, and if you were that one person who said this is a pylon zone, I'd call you a liar. That is absolutely insane. The entire lobby was banking on that going to Echo HQ. But one suit's going to hurt most, TSM. They rotated from pylon where they dropped over to Echo HQ. And we have just seen the most mischievous ring pull that we've probably seen in Apex history.
I have yet to do a swear on an Apex broadcast, but I was very close there. That's insane. Look at the amount of teams are going to have to move now at the same time. And do you know what the funniest thing is? None of them know yet. Yeah. None of them know.
Oh,
None of them will have that information
We need
yet.
some player cams. We need some player cams when we see that bounce back of the teams that are in Echo HQ. That is absolutely incredible. Incredible to see that zone pull.
Now the winners, of course, are those who are already in Pylon, but also those who hit Ring Console late. One of those being Crazy Thieves now, who are going to be moving in a little bit later than others. S8UL also have found somewhere to call home as well. Remember, both of those are on match point.
Well, one thing that Crazy Thieves do have is Ring Console information. They know where this zone is going, so they've gone to Pylon. However, they've lost Verhulst out of the skies. And Albrelele, with that bow check from height, is causing them a problem. Now, do they have a Moby? They do have the banner, but Hot Dog Mafia, well, they don't give a shit. They're pushing straight in here. They want to take him out immediately.
They have an agenda, and the agenda is eliminating Crazy Thieves from that building, at least, if not the lobby. And you can see the beacon did go down from Crazy Thieves, but they were unable to hit it. So now Phony is about trying to survive here, seeing if you can get back up. One of the benefits is it's not too contested here at Pylon, because we still have about 12 teams down in the south.
Well, that's the crazy thing. I think that Hot Dog Mafia they probably don't know zones coming back to them.
No, not yet.
They see CRT landing on them, and they're like, okay, we can push this now. Like, nobody's going to be here to third party. Alas, other teams are arriving. Crazy Thieves are out. And the story continues. Another match point team has fallen.
One thing very interesting, enter Force 36. I don't know if they smelt something in the air or they saw teams in the air, but they very quickly diverted their way from the south side and moved back up to Pylon. Now, when this next zone closes, everyone is going to learn that this is the case. Falcons down to 2. Hal is down at the moment.
TSM Panic with the kidnap. We are hearing off camera that Panic kidnapped Imperial Hal and has put Falcons down to 2. They also do not have the banner, and they do not have Crypto in the composition. Now, is that because of the fact that they feel that their composition may have been readable, or is it a Gibraltar pick based upon gameplay and comfort? Falcons are in a hole, and another one of our match point teams has questions now to answer.
So there are still now 7 teams down in that Echo HQ area who are all about to learn that they have predicted wrong with the circle. Everyone else has now found their way up towards Pylon, whether it was a late rotation or just seeing all the teams flooding in that direction. But this is one of those impossible rotations to find yourselves in. The one good thing for Falcons, bar the fact they are just a duo, is they are the furthest ahead on that western side to start moving up towards Pylon.
Well, talking about Pylon zones, usually pulls away from the majority of the massive structure in the middle of it and towards, I was about to say, where Gen G find themselves. Now, Gen G, they ain't no match point. And sometimes they've been guilty of throwing games away by taking fights they don't need to take. Now, the fact that they have zone coming their way, they have their backs cleared as well, Gen G don't really have to do much here to be in a great position for this end game. So Gen G are a team certainly to keep your eye on in those closing moments of this game.
All the teams that had Valkyrie, by the way, straight out and back into Pylon. But not everyone does have Valkyrie. NIP without any way to go up into the sky, but they do have an RE45.
And remember, the Go Next only needed a couple of points to hit match point. A Go Next will be eliminated and do not make it. 49 points still. The total here for Go Next Esports. That's a tough one.
So the remnants of all the teams at Echo HQ now, it's just TSM, Falcons, and NIP. And TSM are starting to approach what is left of Team Falcons here as well. And the bow check in the backside might just be enough to send Falcons running with their tails between their legs.
And let me tell you, Hal had some words to say about Panic, some positive, some negative. Averse Pro will be eliminated, but at the moment, if you're a Falcons fan, you will hate the sight of this man. He is doing so many of the things that are hurting Falcons' chances in this game. If it's kidnaps, if it's kills, or if it's just pressure, Panic is applying it all, and TSM fans will love it.
And of course, in Apex, we don't have like an NFL draft, but we do have roster swaps. And for me, Panic Apex might just be one of those #1 players that people will have their eyes on when it comes to team changes. But maybe TSM can win this whole thing, and then they won't need to make any changes.
I mean, Waltzy does not have a respawn beacon here. He also does not have the banners. And I think for him, he's hoping, beyond hope,
it's also a Gibraltar,
that he doesn't get spotted, #1, by a Crypto drone, or because he's got a slightly thicker body than most. And I'm talking about the Gibraltar in-game. Also, the muscular man. But he's got to find a way and maybe hope for a crafter to fall near him. Anyway, back onto Unlimit. Team on match point. Alliance are flying at them. This is a fight that's been going on for quite some time. And Waltzy is going to be forced to bubble here. Unlimit have been eliminated. Another match point team. TSM eliminated. Another match point team is out.
Sadly,
surely not. Surely not.
All those teams that were down at Echo HQ, it was so difficult for them to get out of it. Only those who had Valkyrie really survived. Remember, Falcons still do have one.
I mean, one thing to point out here, Gen G, we were talking about them being in a great spot with a walk-in, where the zone is pulling slightly away, but it's Shopify Rebellion who have swept behind them and are now challenging Gen G on those buildings. It's the opposite side of Pylon that we're looking on right now, as S8UL will have to move and hold out Alliance as well on this fence line.
That being said, zone does shift a little bit further west yet again, and the only team who's within it right now is Oblivion.
Oh.
The LCQ winners. The team that wasn't meant to be here until they put their destiny in their own hands by dominating that competition. Could they somehow, maybe, find a victory here? Still so much to do. Hot Dog Mafia and Legacy also in a similar area on that northern side.
Effect has gone down. S8UL, their job right now is to hold out Alliance by taking out one of the best fraggers in Apex history and making all of the right steps to do so. Effect finished off by Legacy as well. Shopify Rebellion have been eliminated, by the way, and Gen G have survived.
That was a combination of Oblivion plus Gen G. Oblivion have got an angle. Waltzy down. Falcons eliminated. Another match point team falls, which leaves us to just 5 still alive.
Alliance got the respawn onto Effect, so he'll be back in the game in a few seconds' time, but it's Fnatic again breaking Falcons' hearts. Kraber in the hands of Libel Ace. Has a little peek through the window and says, I dare you. In fact, I think he said, actually, I double dare you.
So that leaves us with Enterforce 36, Grow Gaming, Oblivion, S8UL, and NIP with the chance to win it here.
S8UL taking to the skies, by the way, to try and find a way towards this zone. It looks like they're going to have to swing round and circle to find somewhere to land. It's not looking like a comfortable landing for them, but they found somewhere.
Find a gap. They thread the needle.
Where now?
It's okay for now, and that's, again, one of those situations you just play what is possible at the moment. And you have to take it one step at a time.
The important thing is they've got control of that door. They've got the fences down. Anyone who steps on that door or tries to open it is going to be stunned by the effect of the Watson fence across the door. So now that they know that door is theirs and nobody's going to push through it without them really knowing about that, Gen becomes a little bit more protected as well. And Alliance somehow have got to the north side of this zone, up as a 3.
Really good position from Alliance. They are a little bit vulnerable, but they will be the only team up there. But Oblivion, you saw the pyramid building they had. Bless me, I sneezed. Oblivion have one of the most powerful positions at the moment, and it's fortified. Watson fences, pylon down as well. They can hold this for quite some time. And it is one of the very few areas that has solid cover. Everything else leaves you a little bit vulnerable. Other than that, maybe Hot Dog Mafia can hold on to the tip of the building.
One interesting thing to highlight for Oblivion, by the way, is how they're actually being helped out in a strange way by what happened to Crazy Thieves a little bit earlier. The reason I say that, that's the building that Crazy Thieves landed in. They got a respawn beacon down, a mobile respawn beacon down on one of those doors. Now, the doors have been blown off as to where that zone is going to be pulling, but having that respawn beacon down, it's just given them more cover. It's essentially an indestructible door for them to play behind.
Well, in 15 seconds, this zone is about to close. And there are about 8 teams outside of this circle as NIP, another one of our match point teams, eliminated by Supernova. Can they be the squad that keeps this thing going into match 10? This is about to be insane.
This is crazy. This is incredible to watch. Grow Gaming and Dropped, who's always been so close to calling himself a LAN champion Apex Legends so many times that he's been on the precipice, match point, second places in that big moment, hasn't got it done. Maybe today is that day. S8UL back to the skies as well.
This is where Alliance will have to hold. This is where Gen G will have to hold, because
down.
Teams are going to try and take this spot off of them.
And it's the Gibraltar who falls of all of the legends in the competition. You didn't want the Gibby down. No bubble, no luck. And Grow will fall.
Maybe E36 could be the next. SAUL also eliminated. It is just Enter Force 36 and Oblivion still alive. And E36 are just a solo. But remember, Oblivion still a full, healthy 3 inside that pyramid building. But Alliance dominate the north. Supernova hold a central area. But look at the mess here in Pylon.
Oblivion are getting kills. Fnatic, they will be out next. And E36 with the solo still alive here. E36 out. It's all up to Oblivion. The only team left in this lobby who could win the whole damn thing.
The underdogs, the unexpected, the LCQ champions, but they've got to move. And now they're vulnerable. And Blinks has taken so much damage.
When they get the gen down though, that's going to buy them a little bit of time to reset here. Is it enough time? Monsoon pops that medkit, unlucky, trying to pressurize Oblivion, who are all stuck on that staircase.
Oh, Supernova!
Supernova wrapping behind Alliance, unlucky gets caught out. And it's a mere violence that could help Oblivion survive here.
Is that a lifeline for Oblivion? Legacy now eliminated. Hot Dog Mafia will own the south side. Alliance on the north, but remember, they're just a 2 right now. Supernova could be a real threat to this, but look at this position from Oblivion.
The bang center zone.
They fortified it as well. Technically, they have to go further than Supernova, though. But Supernova are going to be vulnerable to the Hot Dog Mafia push, and look!
They can get pinched. They can happily get pinched here. Oblivion, in my opinion, game-winning position, tournament-winning position.
The trials and tribulations of Monsoon's career. Could he be a world champion alongside what has been a beautifully built team?
They're making the play. They are making the play to win a tournament. Sometimes you've got to be brave. Sometimes you've got to take that risk as Alliance will fall next. Oblivion into the top 3.
Hot Dog Mafia avoiding this fight though. And Supernova might just jump onto Oblivion. Oblivion have to be careful. They need to use this wall to their best ability. Fence up. Watson play a key.
Hot Dog Mafia looking to wrap. Supernova are kind of the key to this. A Skittle Cakes from Hot Dog Mafia is helping Oblivion pinch them. Monsoon has to put the battery. Manages to do so to get healthy. Blinks at the IGL, this team. This young man from Canada. Alongside 2 of the most experienced players in the Apex Legends Global Series. Has the chance to win it, but they have to jump over this wall, and they have to deal with this quickly. Supernova down. Oblivion versus Hot Dog Mafia. From homeless to pro player to world champion. Oblivion have done it. They are your champions here in Sapporo.
Center stage, cannot contain his emotions. And why would you? He's high-fiving the broadcast team. He's high-fiving Nicewing. He cannot quite believe it.
If you do not know the story of that man, Monsoon, let me tell you, it's a tearjerker, but it's a one of hard work. It's one of perseverance, and now it is one with a conclusion that he couldn't have dreamed of at one point. From homeless to a Kraber shot that hurt Shroud so much that it made Monsoon a name. To FlyQuest, to pro player, to main stage, to international major champion alongside Fun FPS, who's been doing it for the whole time as well. The new blood in Blinkster. Oblivion are the ALGS Championship champions.
A moment that they will remember for the rest of their lives. They will tell their kids, their grandkids, as they cement themselves in history as champions. As you look across the faces of all the other competitors who sadly did not make it this time. But there are still future championships. There will still be more opportunities. For Falcons, it was the what if moment. What if Fnatic did not win that game? They could have been the champions. Everyone who was on match point had that one chance to win. But it was Oblivion who seized the moment.
Seize the moment is the most perfect way to put it. Think of the push onto Alliance. Think of the death ball onto Supernova. Every opportunity presented, they did not hesitate, they did not flinch, they did not back down.
The main outfit's back on.
And you're about to see a man lift a trophy in a maid outfit. It's classic Monsoon, but the story is Monsoon, understandably, a lot of love for him, but Blinkser and Fun, my God, what a journey it's been. Sapporo is the home of the underdog.
Oblivion previously had only won one match all tournament long. It wasn't even on Storm Point. Let's take a look back at that winning moment. Supernova were in such a difficult position at this point, but what was more impressive, Oblivion knew they had to wipe them and be healthy. Watch for this shield swap that you witness here as well. Monsoon gets one and Blinkser gets one. They double up, and in this engagement, this is where you earn your paycheck. If you were on a team, they were trying to look for a sponsor. They wanted a team to be playing for. Well, now they are world champions. And I want to reiterate, they came from the LCQ.
And you said you wouldn't swear on broadcast, but Blinks has done it for us, and it sums it up. World fucking champions. I mean, unbelievable. He can't believe it. I think most people here can't believe it, but I think everybody here can respect the journey that those three have been on. Absolutely incredible to see Oblivion as your ALGS Championship champions. Dan, it's been a hell of a ride here. A hell of a ride once again in Sapporo. And like I said, it's one of the greatest spectacles in esports. We've seen it once again. Match point finals. It never, ever misses.
I mean, memories for them, memories for us, memories for every single person in this audience, whether you're watching at home or whether you're in this arena as well. When Fnatic took down Falcons in that game, the noise in this arena, but then to see what it means to all three of those players to lift that trophy. Well, we haven't seen them lift a trophy yet, but unbelievable scenes, and I couldn't be happier for nicer human beings. I mean, everyone on that stage is an incredible human being, but just look at the disbelief on Monsoon's face.
I mean,
it's a dream come true.
He could have been the laughing stock of the tournament. The tab out. He tabs out in a 1v1. And it's like, who does that?
And then
Monsoon
comes out
does
in
it.
a maid outfit.
Then he comes out in a maid outfit, wins a 1v1, then gets him onto match point, and then fires the final bullets to win them a championship. It is an incredible story, and the main stage behind us, every team, every player is filled with these incredible stories. And if you're watching Apex for the first time, firstly, where have you been? Secondly, welcome along. This is what you can expect. And with the announcement of everything next year, we hope that you will join us on the journey as Apex Legends Esports continues to grow, continues to get bigger, and continues to capture the minds and the hearts of everybody around the globe.
And this is just it. Everyone will be chasing that feeling that Oblivion just felt. To be a world champion, to be on top of the world. You may have had that moment at a mid-season playoffs or an initial LAN, but to do it at a world championship here in Sapporo.
Well, Dan, brother, been an absolute pleasure to be on the call with you once again. Shout out to Vicky, Genome, Tiff, and of course Dia on the commentary booth. Everyone on the desk, we'll hear from them in a little bit, but I don't know about you. How do you feel about crowning the champion?
Yeah, sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Let's do it. Ryan is on our main stage. It's time for Oblivion to have their moment.
Go ahead.
ALGS Year 5 Championship の決勝戦いかがでしたでしょうか。すごかったですね。アクション満載の決勝でしたが、ただいまチャンピオンの入場です。ティームオブリビオンの入場です。 We're going to get Team Oblivion out to the stage for a quick interview after that phenomenal performance. ALGS Year 5 Championship の優勝 Team Oblivion! Roger that. That one with raising his hands. So, ちょっと話をしたいと思いまして。Wow, what an absolutely phenomenal run you guys have had across the 4 days of action here at the finals, and now you are the champions. But first up, I do want to ask a question, because there are ups and downs, there are lots of things that happen in competition. How do you support each other when the energy is low or when the pressure is high?
With love, friendship, patience, and trust, really. Above all else, we just want to have fun with each other, and I think that really shined today. That's honestly the reason.
Wow, thank you so much. で、Oblivion のモンスーンに聞いたのですが、エネルギー低下した時やプレッシャーが高まった時、どのようなお互いをサポートしますかって聞いたら、やっぱり愛情と我慢と、やっぱりみんなで楽しくやるようにやっていまして、それが役に立ってみんなでサポートして優勝できることはしました。そして What's one thing you'll carry forward from this experience to future projects or games or events? What's one thing you'll carry forward to future events? We'll get to you. What's something you'll carry forward?
We'll always just keep the good vibes and just believe in each other always.
ですね、この経験から将来プロジェクトやゲームや大会に引き続くものは何ですかって聞いたら、やっぱりお互い信じる力が一番大事です。ありがとうございます。続いては MVP の発表の時間がやってまいりました。そしてレイスさんが登場ですね。ALGS Year 5 Championship の MVP はブリンクサーです。The MVP of the ALGS Year 5 Championship is none other than Oblivion's Blinkser. Like to come forward a little bit. ALGS Year 5の優勝は Team Oblivion!
あ
What started with a Kraber shot, heard round the world to go viral against the man himself, Shroud, ends with a few shots from an alternator to claim a world championship. Mr. Monsoon right there. Blinkster, fun FPS, unsigned, but not in Oblivion anymore. They have climbed the mountaintop. They have scaled the toughest mountain in all of Apex Legends esports. And they're there alone, looking out at their competitors, saying, we did it. What a tremendous moment for two players, Fun and Monsoon, who have been at this from the beginning, from before Apex had an ALGS, to find themselves now at the top. It is such a journey that we've gotten to see here as just watchers and enjoyers of their process. And introducing Blinkster, my goodness, MVP. Shows up when they need it most. The armor swaps at the end. And there's nothing more special than seeing a group of people who love what they do, who love living life, who want to spread smiles and joy around the world, find those smiles right back with a moment like this. This is what the ALGS is all about. This is what Year 5 has given us. And my goodness, in Sapporo, yet another treat is on your screens. Oblivion, our champions. And as we welcome you back to our desk, it feels hard to take a breath and relax, but we have to here, because it has just been a whirlwind behind the stage. It has been us running back and forth each and every game to try to see who will win. From the moment that Falcons looked like they were going to claim it, all the way to Oblivion's win, this has been one of the best, maybe the best Apex Legends tournament in history. And I welcome you back here. I'm your host, Rain Day, Glitter Explosion, Snipe, Jayhawk. Lauren, it's hard to put words on this, but this is a special, special moment for those who have been ALGS fans for a long time.
Absolutely. I think that Monsoon is the type of person, the type of player personality that makes you fall in love with him within 5 seconds of getting to know him. And people have been pulling for him as a player for such a long time, like you were saying, since the beginning. He has retired, he's come back, he's put the grind in time and time again. And to watch all of that pay off in real time for him is just, I feel that like so rewarding for everyone.
And it's hard, again, it is hard to put words on. He almost didn't make it. Blinkster was late on these flights. Our amazing travel team got him here anyways as well. Got a shout out to AJ. But at the end of the day, Snipe, this is a guy who took half the season off to bake Monsoon. And to come back and have this be the end of Year 5, what a story. There may not be anyone better.
Yeah, I mean, just what an unbelievable performance. He had the highest KAD out of anyone in this Grand Finals. The MVP was unbelievably deserved. The IGL of this roster, LCQ winners. If there was ever a feel-good story for any team, for anyone watching to think about, can we do it? No one has come from the losers bracket or from the LCQ to make it this far in a tournament, to win the whole tournament. So if you're thinking it's top heavy, that, you know, these Falcons or these Liquids or whoever it is going to win these tournaments, this is the story that can motivate these people who are watching, to give them hope to possibly come out here, win championships, hoist that trophy, follow your dreams, and just be the best in the world. And it's an unbelievable story, unbelievable accomplishments for this entire roster. So happy for Monsoon, Blinkster, Fun, everyone there. We saw Mon running around, hugging Kimchi, first thing he did right there, just giving the biggest hug, almost tackled him right out of here. Sprinted around the venue, out of breath. Just what a feel-good story overall.
Those longtime teammates split up this season, but it has done well for Monsoon here. And Jayhawk, you could see him sitting down, and of course you see Fun on the screen there. His own journey to get here to this moment, it's been one of trials and tribulations, but grit and determination to stay in Pro League, to find squads, and movie star Koi with Blinkster. But to get here, what does this mean for a guy like him?
His journey is so interesting because it sort of felt like the ALGS had almost passed him by. Yeah. When you think back to the Team Liquid and XSET days, those are rosters that were on top of the world. They were so close to winning 3 different lands and were viewed as one of the best teams, one of the true threats to be the team that ends the dynasties, but they never did. And then eventually those results start to fade. He's no longer making it to lands. It felt like all of a sudden his stock had dropped so low to a point that the best roster he could find was an LCQ team. And then yet now here he is on top of the world, something that I wonder if he even believed could happen, considering where he once was. I feel like it shows such resilience to go from someone who was so close to that mountaintop and then has fallen so far in terms of your perceived value.
Yeah.
And yet here you are lifting that trophy. I mean, it's honestly so inspiring.
I think that's a great point. Mon has mentioned this at different times, saying it took a moment when he was at the top and on these different rosters to kind of take the ego hit of no longer being wanted, and then to still somehow find a way to come back into this moment again through that grit, that resilience. I think is a great word, to find a way to get the job done. Championships are not given, they are earned, and this was earned by Oblivion. Let's take a look, however, though, of the final results, because there's a lot of other teams who will be very happy with their performance. Oblivion actually won out on points and with the final win, Lauren, which is not normal, but Falcons enter 46. They'll be very happy in that second, third place. A lot of money going their way, although we know Hal won't be happy with a second place finish.
I mean, he won't, but it just goes to show how close this lobby really was. The fact that they're tied at 75, Grow Gaming not that far behind at 65, with then only one more point to SA. I mean, every single team that was in our match point finals today not only deserved to be here, but worked so hard in these final moments to even get to these placements, which for me means I can't wait to see what happens next year, because things are only going to get better.
Absolutely, and Snipe, it's just more resources as well. There's a testament to Monsoon and them coming out and saying, we're going to make our way here. We're going to take care of ourselves because we believe in ourselves. And to see this payoff, you know, about $200,000 each for these players, there's an org that missed out on a lot of this. Not saying that, you know, it wasn't the right decision at the right time, but when you see the potential here and what year 6 has to unfold, I feel like it's just it might be a good idea to take a few bets on these guys coming up in this upcoming year.
I mean, I'd say they look pretty stylish in these jackets right now. They'd look even better representing an organization. So, you know, just for them, you talk about just, I mean, every one of their interviews, they were all just showing so much love and support and camaraderie to each and every one of each other. And that just goes such a long way, and really just where it has to start to evolve into what it became. You have to have that trust, that love, that hope in everything, and that fire behind every single one of them. And for them to come out here, I mean, it's a testament of what they can do and what they will continue to do. And I think anyone would be very lucky to have them behind them.
Jayhawk, I'm going to hit you with a unique one here. Walk us through the transformation of the year, because you love to tell these stories and you do it so often for us. Last year we ended in Sapporo, and there was a team called Go Next lifting this trophy that kind of caught everyone off guard. And that started a year that was unlike any other in ALGS esports to hear there. What's your rundown of what this year 5 has really meant to you?
I feel like the story of last year's tournament going in was how top-heavy the ALGS had become. The Falcons, Alliance, Thieves, Shopify, those were the teams that were dominating. And then instead it was Go Next who lifted the trophy, and no one saw that coming. But then we go to the Open, and it felt like the top heaviness had returned. Only 2 teams hit match point. It was Falcons and Alliance once again. And and even in the top 5, Shopify and Thieves right there once again. And so it felt like we had sort of found our collection of teams that were going to dominate. It wasn't going to go back to the TSM or Dark Zero days, but there was kind of an elite group, if you will. I think that sort of got broken by VK Gaming. They were a team that I don't think a lot of people were familiar with their story coming from China, but they had been grinders. They had made match point multiple times. They had felt like they were waiting to reach that next level, and then they did. And then this LAN, you want to talk about grinders. You want to talk about people that were waiting to reach that next level. I don't think anyone thought that Monsoon and Fun were ever going to be capable of winning a LAN, considering that they had once been the top dogs. I mean, in 2019 and 2020, Monsoon was viewed as the best player in the game.
Right.
But then he hadn't made LAN for years, and then when he did, he struggled. Last year in Sapporo, he had a big resurgence, but even then it sort of felt like a last hurrah. And yet here they are being champions. I mean, it truly goes to show that in Apex, this is the most unpredictable esport anyone can win. You have to just continue to put in the grind, continue to be in the right positions, because as long as you find yourself on that final stage, you can win it.
It's a fantastic overview, man. I love what we've seen. This was the year of the super team. It was the year of so many thoughts on these big moments, but it turns out that maybe the biggest moments were here all along, with some of the people who have been grinding from the very beginning, finally getting their shot in the spotlight. All right, I want to give a shout out to Sony InZone as well, just to make sure you guys know who's been hooking up all of the peripherals for our teammates and our friends. And of course, we've got a Killzone leader that they've been sponsoring as well, which is going to give us a hint at who was the absolute monster throughout the tournament. And you can see it there, Lauren. Yulariman from Unlimit takes the win with 79 kills.
And I can guarantee you no one is surprised.
Yeah.
Okay? Not only because of what we've been talking about all weekend long when it comes to Yulariman specifically, but the way we saw Unlimit playing here in our match point finals.
Yeah.
They would drop and hunt people down from the second they landed. They were very, very kill heavy. And the fact that Yulariman was the one leading that charge, I mean, I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised either. Unlimit was a great run. They had a great run. They were kind of potential second runner-ups, second heroes in APAC North Snipe. It didn't end up working for APAC again. I kind of go back to it now since we know we're coming back in 2027. Yes, the fans, not exactly ecstatic at the North America win, but they know there's another shot for an APAC North team in 2027 when we come back to win it on home turf again.
Yeah, I mean, we had 3 APAC North teams in the top 10 with Enterforce 36, Fnatic, and Unlimit, and you had the Fnatic and Unlimit that everyone compares with each other. They were 9th and 10th, so that's going to be a really fun storyline to follow going into the next year. Is, we talked about it, the new gen, the old gen, these rosters that have been around for so long, Fnatic that has just been the hometown's favorite, and Unlimit, and the potential that these teams have. And I really do think, we talked about it, this was the closest tournament I have ever watched in all of Apex. It was the least top in terms of group stage points and the closest at the bottom of the cutoff. So
absolutely,
we are getting further and further with the way the game has evolved, with the bans and the legend picks and everything, to get the best version of Apex we've had. And watching these events is just, I finally feel calm now, because spectating, I swear, it's more nerve-wracking than playing at some point. You're just like hearts pounding, we're running all in and out, just like, is it gonna end? Is it gonna end? And here we are now, so we can all relax.
It's like when you end the set and the camera stops filming and you go, oh, I know what I wanted to say. That's right. We now all feel calm. It's tough. This is a big moment. And, of course, there were big moments all throughout our group stages. All 4 days that we've been here, we've been tracking something called our First Strike leaderboard for Red Bull. And what's cool about it is you get a chance to see who is getting those early kills. And the very first kill specifically, Yulariman, he was on the top of the kill leaderboard, and I think we know why. This team killed the first team in our lobby 6 times. Boogie Borders right behind them, and Legacy right behind them as well. I'm going to shout out Yanya because he was like 4th on that list, Jayhawk, and also a team that does not have an org coming into here as well. But Unlimit, I mean, you've been telling their story. They're just such a phenomenal team.
Absolutely. It's no surprise to see them up there, one of the most aggressive teams. And honestly, I'm so excited to see their journey over this next year, because it really feels like this has to have been such a valuable experience for them. We've talked about them. This year was their kind of coming out party and seeing what they can possibly do. And they put the world on notice that they can fight with the best of them. They're going to come at you early and often. So you better be ready, because when they go at you, you might die.
Certainly true. And of course, Go Next, one of those teams that had a lot to it. Not the same exact org that won, but a great showcase of the talent that we've got here, Lauren. And that's just the thing. This is the best showcase of what you can do in the ALGS. And a lot of teams, I think, they'll hold their heads high saying, we performed.
Absolutely. Not only did we get an opportunity to focus in on new teams from the APAC side of things, but we even got to see standout performances from Citadel and EMEA. It wasn't just all about Alliance. We got to see a lot at this LAN, and I think what it did is really set us up well for the competitive year next year, because there's a lot of new talent coming in. There's a lot of people that are ready to step up to the plate.
Yeah.
And, now's the time to do it.
It's going to be an exciting time as well. We want to make sure you stay tuned, because all those updates, well, we put them on our socials. And if you miss anything here, or you want to keep up to date for when our year 6 begins, make sure to check us out on Play Apex Esports, on X, on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, and of course, twitch.tv/PlayApex. And especially now, if you have missed what's coming up, while we do end the year, at the beginning of the year, we are starting a new year very, very soon. You'll see what I mean. Year 6 on the way. Here's the runway for what it looks like. The ALGS Open Series will be online. We'll kick that off very, very soon. And then we begin Split 1 in April. We'll finish up with our Split 1 playoffs in July. That will be at the Esports World Cup. And then we will go into our next split, which will lead us into a Split 2 playoffs yet again. this time in the United States, in Las Vegas. So get ready to have some fun there. And of course, January, we will be back in Sapporo. What? How'd these guys all get here? Always a fun time to see this crew with me as well. It's where we get a little bit emotional, but I don't think I'm going to do it this time around. You know why? Because this year has been a momentous year for a lot of us. I became a father this year. A lot of you, I see Tiff there, she became a mother. And there's been moments like that that have happened in our lives that could have easily taken all of us away. Each one of these people here has made sacrifices to be here, to be a part of this journey in the ALGS. And it's not easy. You see the smiles, you see the hype, you see the excitement, but what you don't see is the dedication. You don't see the disappointment sometimes when things don't go away, you don't get the call, and you don't see those night hours where you're just waiting and hoping and wishing, and you don't have the answer yet. But you stick out anyways, and you try to do your best. And that, to me, is the thing that I can leave you all with here in year 5. There's a lot of teams who wish they were hoisting that trophy, but only one can. So those 19, just remember that it is all about showing up in life. No matter what you do, you can't guarantee your results, but you can guarantee that you engaged in your life. And if you do that, if we all do that, the world will be a better place. And I am so thankful for all of you joining us on this journey. Year 5 has come to a close, but 2026 is just beginning, and year 6 is underway for what will be an even better and amazing year with this wonderful family. I'm so grateful for all of you watching, all of our production team behind the scenes, everyone from EA and Respawn, and a dear shout out to the memory of Vince Zampella, who made this game happen. We love you and we appreciate you. We know you're watching over us here as well. From all of us here at EFG, at Apex, at Respawn, and everyone in the building, we love you, we appreciate you, and we remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all in year 6. What's that, bro?
Nera usada merit on the side. Просто на саки не яри ми лай. I see what fire, hear the soul. Oma elaga ki what's skin on. Michi bikare ta shimagani. Sawore ta chino jipangani. To those soldiers, kemono no me oshita yatsula wa hungry. Kita no kaze de jita the snow. Gari no lase to be gaucho. Nemule nai kino no wore ima kono station ni tap the show. Ano hinore na makega trigger. Chika la what's get time my response. So that he could kai so toki ga kita te sole wa masanima. Told me not to jump on. Yeah, I feel like I hooked in. The Liam money gone short. Get the middle trigger finger. Jump on. Like hooked in. Yum got shot. Get the middle trigger finger. Jump on. I feel like I hooked in. Now the yum got shot. Get the middle trigger finger. Up. Top speed, the water now washing like a rubber kicks. You many meet that I want to walk them back to the number that I'll be hunting. Smiling to keep ALGS Year. Casa le million dollar video no yoni taka tutsunde kamata. Taka money taka lami na kamato team. Dale ka jame tu wale to beef. No one can no toe. Jump to tori nikita the king. Sole wa wono le nikata. Shining the king. No chill. He got a ring. No one said got ring. They told me not to jump on. I feel like I hooked in. Leave your money gone short. I get the middle trigger finger.